It looks like I'm tired. It's because I am. Why am I tired? I don't know. Just bad sleep, I guess. But yeah, we got a lot of shit to watch today. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 League of Legends lore videos to watch, and they're all pretty big, like 20 minutes each. 10 to 20, some, holy shit, it's 50 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a React day. That is faux show, and then we'll have some small breaks with some Masters of Creation and Lazy Peon. But yeah. Oh. Good. That's a lot. The worst part is, I won't be able to do it all today. So yeah. Anyways. School is now in session. Fragmentor stream is starting. Necrete. I think they're all based on his release. June, July 2020, April 21, June 21, July 21, December 21. Oh. Yeah, gonna do this. All right. 22, September 11. Okay, so this would be here. This is before the invasion. Okay. June 17, Lux and Garen goes over here. Okay. The Civil Wars 2019. Right, so Civil War will be here. Right. Nope. One more. There we go. Okay. January 21st. This is more Garen. So we'll keep that together. With that. Okay. This is also 21. Keep that there. Silas right after that. Yep. And Demacia 2019. Alright, so 2017, 2019. Let's organize this real quick. February 2019, August 2019, January 2021, January 2020, so that goes there. August 2021, and August 2021. This was like a week after. Okay. And then we'll start with Ionia. Alright. Okay, well then. Let's get started, shall we? We are gonna start with Lux and Garen's story, which would lead us into the Demacian Civil War story, which would lead us into Demacia lore overall. Maybe that should be first, to be honest, before the Civil War, but we'll see. It is what it is. Like, I'm just going based on the dates of the release. Then we're gonna go into the, I'm assuming when Jarvan IV took the throne, and then Silas going to the Frey Lords, and then the novel for Garen First Shield, and then that would be it for the Ionia stuff for today. For the Demacia stuff for today. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, without further ado, for Demacia, Lux and Garen's story by Necrit. Let's go.
Hello everyone!
Hello.
We've got one last Demacian story ahead of us. Because this is a big piece of lore that continues the story, I highly recommend reading the stories of Galio, Lux and Garen first. So let's have a look at the story called For Demacia.
It's really hard to fucking peel this shit.
How long had it been since Lux had come north to Fosborough? She wasn't quite sure, but guessed it was
7
around
years ago.
7 years.
Huh?
Garen had just left to begin his training with the Dauntless Vanguard, and the rest of the family had come north to honor the tomb of great-grandfather Fossian. Lux remembered complaining about the never-ending rain as they made their way along winding paths through the forest to her ancestor's tomb. She'd been expecting a marble mausoleum like the Hall of Valor, but was disappointed to learn it was just a little more than a patch of grass on top of a cliff. A marble slab set into the base of the patch depicted the legend of her ancestor, Fossian and the demon falling from the cliff, her great-grandfather mortally wounded, the nightmarish entity with a Demacian blade piercing its black heart. It had rained then, and it was raining now. An icy northern flood fresh off the mountains that separated Demacia from the Freljord. A storm was brewing in the frozen realm, breaking on the far side of the peaks. To the west and east,
Bell
the
Blanc.
mountains disappeared into azurite haze. The sky dark
Also,
and threatening.
wait. Is this the horse from World of Warcraft? Is this young Jaina?
Like one of her brother's saltier moods. The northern highlands were craggy with cliffs and plunging chasms. Dangerous lands, home to fell creatures and wild beasts of all descriptions. Lux had set off into the north 2 weeks ago. Demacia to Edessa, then to Pinara and onto Lysus. Lysus to Velorus, and finally to High Silvermine,
Jesus
the
Christ.
city of raptors. A night with her family at their home at the foot of Knight's Rock, then out into Demacia's northwest.
That's already 5 zones, I'm assuming, that can be in the MMO. Ah, damn. Yeah, like, the MMO release is gonna have so many, like, zones. It has to. Like, any MMO release, like a 1.0, has to have so many zones. It's every expansion that adds, like, 6 or 5 or whatever, because the development is so much smaller. You only have, like, 2 or 3 years, maybe, per expansion. But like when you release an MMO, like a brand new one, you have years, so you're gonna have to make a lot of zones. And luckily, Riot seems to have a lot of zones.
Marches. Almost immediately, the character of the people and villages began to change as the heartland of Demacia fell behind her. Rolling versatile plains gave way to windswept hinterlands. Silverwing raptors screeched overhead, invisible as they dueled in the clouds. The air grew colder, carrying from the deep ice of the Freljord, and the walls of each settlement grew higher with every mile she rode. It had been a long and tiring journey to Fosborough, but she was here, and Lux allowed herself a little smile. "We'll be at the temple soon, Starfire," she said,
Starfire?
down to rub her horse's mane.
Yeah.
"They'll have grain
Starfire.
on the table for you, I promise." The horse shook its head and snorted, stamping its feet with impatience. Lux kicked back her heels and walked her tired mount along the tracks leading to Fosborough's main gate.
So I'm assuming he's not he's reading the story, he's not like telling the story, right? Because if he was telling, he'd probably like skip all these minor details that are like irrelevant, like just kind of like emotion building or whatever, like they do in stories. But like as far as like information, this is like kind of like who cares.
Gate. The town occupied the banks of Serpentrian, a thundering river that rose in the mountains and snaked to the western coast.
This is Necrit's attempt at audiobook reading.
Welcome light in the gathering dusk. Lux pulled back the hood of her blue cloak and shook her hair free, long and golden. It framed a youthful face of high cheekbones and ocean blue eyes that sparked with determination. She untied the leather
Have fun with the installation.
staff to the saddle and held its gold and ebony haft loosely at her side.
2
men appeared on the tower above the iron-bound gate, each armed with a powerful longbow of ash and yew. "Halt, traveler," said one of the guards. "The gates closed until morning." "My name is Luxana Crownguard," she said. "As you say, it is late, but I've come a long way to pay my respect to my great-grandfather. I'd be in your debt if you'd allowed me entry." The man squinted through the gloom, his eyes widening as he recognized her. It has been years since she'd come to Fosborough, but Garen always...
Good. I hope you see a difference.
When people laid eyes on Lux, they never forgot her. Lady Crownguard, forgive me, he cried, turning to address the men below. Open the gates! Lux eased Starfire forward as the solid timbers of the gate lifted into the stone of the barbican with a clatter of heavy iron chains. As soon as it has risen enough, Lux rode under it to find a hastily assembled honor guard awaiting her. 10 men in leather breastplates and blue cloaks, secured with silver pins in the shape of winged swords. They were proud Demacian soldiers, though their shoulders were curiously slumped and their eyes haunted with exhaustion. "Welcome to Fosborough," said the man who had spoken to her from the tower. "This is a great honor, my lady. Magistrate Giselle will be relieved to know you are here. May I offer you a detachment of soldiers to escort you to her home?" "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," said Lux, wondering at the man's choice of the word relieved. "I've arranged accommodation with Mistress Pernile at the Lightbringer Temple." She made to ride on, but sensed the guard's desire to say something, and gently pulled Starfire's reins. "Lady Crownguard," said the guard, "are you here to end our nightmare?" The Lightbringer Temple was warm and dry, and with Starfire settled in the stables, she had spoken at length with Mistress Pernile in the main hall. Rumors of dark magic in the forests and crags around Fosborough had reached the Lightbringers in the capital city of Demacia, and Radiant Kaina had sent Lux to investigate. Okay. Lux had sensed the dark undercurrent as soon as she had entered the town. Okay,
I'm gonna move this a bit faster, the playback speed, mostly because these are like... From all of this 6-minute video, all I gathered is, all like you really care about is... Okay, Lux is going to her grandfather's place. There's like 4 cities that she went through, or 5. And there's some nightmare that she has to, like, shit that people are asking her to deal with. Boom, done. Like 10 seconds. Good luck.
A creeping sensation of being watched from the shadows. The few townfolk she had seen in the streets walked with leaden steps, their bodies wary. Fear hung over Fosborough, but it was worse than Lux imagined. It's Magistrate Giselle's son, Lusa, explained Mistress Pernile,
Luca,
a flaxen-haired woman in the pale robes of a Lightbringer healer. "What about him?" asked Lux. "He went missing 2 days ago," explained Pernile. Okay. "And people are certain he's been taken by a dark mage for some terrible purpose." Okay. "Why do they think that?" "Ask me again in the morning," said Pernile.
Okay.
Lux awoke with a scream, her heart hammering in her chest and her breath coming in wheezing spikes. Terror filled her mind. A nightmare of clawed hooks dragging her beneath the earth, of mud filling her mouth and darkness smothering her light forever. Lux blinked away the last after-images, glimpsing retreating shadows out of the corner of her eye. Her mouth was filled with the taste of rancid milk, a sure sign of lingering magic, and she let spectral radiance build in her palms. Light filled the room, and with it the last remnants of the nightmare was banished. Warmth suffused her, her skin shimmering with a haze of familiar iridescence. She heard voices downstairs and clenched her fists. The light faded, leaving only the traces of daylight from the shattered windows to illuminate the room. Lux pressed her hands to the side of her head, as if seeking to push the awful visions from her mind. She tried to recall specific moments from the nightmare, but all that came was the reek of sour breath and faceless darkness pressing down upon her. Her mouth dry, Lux quickly dressed and lifted her staff from the corner of the room. She descended to the temple kitchen, and though she had little in the way of appetite, prepared a breakfast of bread and cheese. At the first bite, the taste of grave earth filled her mouth, and she put the food aside. "Now do you see?" asked Pernile, entering the kitchen and joining her at the table. The skin below Pernile's eyes were purple with lack of sleep, her skin sallow without firelight to color it. Only now did Lux notice how bone-weary Pernile was. "What did you dream?" asked Lux. "Nothing I want to relive by saying it out loud." Lux nodded slowly. "There's something very wrong with this town."
Yeah.
Starfire whinnied at the sight of her, his ears pressed flat against his skull and his eyes wide. He nuzzled her, and she stroked his pearl-white neck and shoulders. "You do?" she said, and the horse tossed its mane. Lux quickly settled her mount and rode forward.
The horse of the nightmare.
Dawn was already an hour old.
Maybe he was being chased by a carrot.
But the town was still to fully come to life. No smoke rose from the forges, no smell of fresh bread wafted from the bakeries, and only very few sullen-looking merchants had their doors open for business. The Demacians were hard-working, disciplined, and industrious, so to see a frontier town so late to begin the day's work was highly unusual. But if Fosborough's people had to endure the night like hers, she couldn't blame them for being slow to rise. She pressed through the gate into the open ground before the town and let Starfire run to work out the stiffness in his muscles before turning to the muddy road. The stallion had broken his leg many years ago, but it hadn't impaired the speed of his gallop. "Easy boy," said Lux as they rode into the forest. The scent of pine and wildflowers hung heavy in the air, and Lux savored the heady natural aroma of the northern climes. She rode into the forest, following the tracks as it wound its way further north. Lux lifted a hand from the reins and reached for a glittering sunbeam, feeling the magic within her stir at its touch. She let it come, feeling the light at the center of her being spread through her body like an elixir. Her world lit up.
Oh my god. It's like so many like stuff I don't care about. It's like the magic lifted her senses. Like this tastes like fucking dirt or whatever. It's like she took a bite, she couldn't take any more bites. Get to the point!
The colors of the forest unnaturally vivid and filled with life. She saw glittering motes of light drifting in the air, the breath of trees and the size of the earth. How incredible was it to see the world like this, alive to the energies flowing through every living thing, from blades of grass.
Because this is definitely him reading the script, reading the text of like the book or the comic or whatever. It's like he's just reading it pretty much word for word, right? And obviously, like, I'm not complaining that's like he's reading word for word. It's like, oh, he's reacting to a script. Oh, well, you're reacting to his video. That's not it. It's more like this is all pretty much useless information aside from what I already mentioned and that she had a nightmare. Even the nightmares, like, who cares? It's like literally she went to her grandpa's place. She fought, I don't know, Nocturne. Cool. That's all I want to know, man. All this information is so extra.
Routes were set to reach the very heart of the world. After an hour of riding through the iridescent forest, the road ended at a crossroad. One path leading east, to a lodging town if she remembered correctly. The other moving west, to a community built around a thriving silver mine. Her father owned a stake in the mine, and her favorite cloak pin had been wrought from metal dug from there. Between the two main routes lay a smaller pathway, all but invincible and suitable only for lone riders, or those on foot. 7 years ago she had taken that path, and Lux wondered why she was reluctant to guide Starfire in that direction. She had no need to go that way, for her story of paying respect to her great-grandfather was just that, a story. Lux closed her eyes and lifted her arms out to the side, letting the magic drift from her fingertips to the glittering tip of her staff. She took a breath, filling her lungs with cold air and letting the light of the forest speak to her. It spoke in contrasting hues of light and...
You would think that's like even Demacia, I don't know if it's at these times, but from what I understand, Demacia at this time already doesn't allow mages, right? It's like mages are like, you know, bad, whatever, right? You would think a person walking around with a staff is a mage. I mean, like, why else are they walking around with a staff, right?
She felt the light of distant stars drifting down like a mist, light that bathed other worlds and people. Where the light of Demacia fell into shadow, she flinched. Where it nourished something living, she was soothed. Lux turned in the saddle, her senses extended far beyond those of most other mortals, seeking the power that lay over the land like a curse. The sun was almost at its zenith, and she felt the quality of the light in the forest trembled. She felt shadows where no shadows should dwell, hidden darkness where only light should exist. The breath caught in her throat, like a hand at her neck. A sudden wave of dizziness swept over her. Her eyelids fluttered, drifting close as if she were being pulled into a waking slumber. The forest around her was suddenly silent. Not a breath of wind stirred in the leaves of the trees, nor ruffled so much as a blade of grass. The silver wings were silent, the chattered animal stilled. Lux heard soft noise of grave cloth being pulled tight. Sleep. No, she said, gripping her staff, but the unnatural weariness slipped over her like a comfortable blanket, warm and enfolding. Lux's head dropped and she closed her eyes for the briefest instant. The snapping sound of breaking branch and the scraping...
Bro, that is such a good feeling when you're just so tired and you're just like, just closing your eyes for like a second. You're like, It's just such a good feeling. Kind of feeling it right now. Listening to this information.
She drew in a great draught of air, the gold in her lungs jolting her awake again. She blinked shadows from her eyes and let out an icy breath as she drew her magic back into herself. She heard men on horseback, the jingle of bridle and trace, the rasp of metal on metal, riders armored for war, at least 4, perhaps more. Lux wasn't scared, not yet, and certainly not of men. Whatever darkness was lurking somewhere in the forest was a more immediate threat. Its strength was uncertain.
I knew it.
The limits of what they could do.
Fucking knew it was Nocturne this whole time, man. Okay.
She pulled Starfire's reins, turning him around and setting him sides to the path, ready to face whatever was coming. Freljordian riders?
Oh yeah, wait, isn't she the one who basically helped imprison Nocturne? I'm assuming she snared him.
She was too far inland for rivers from the sea, and she would have heard if one of the great mountain forts had fallen. Outlaws, perhaps? That Lux could deal with. She let the magic simmer just beneath her fingertips, ready to unleash its power in destructive bolts of light. The foliage in front of her parted, and 5 horsemen rode into view. Powerful men, armored head to foot, with warplate. They rode white-chested steeds of grey, none smaller than 17 hands, and each caparisoned in cobalt blue.
17 heads.
Where the 5th had his golden-hilted blade sheathed in a blue scabbard across his back. Luxana, said this rider, his voice muffled by the visor of his helm. Lux sighed as the knight removed his helmet to reveal dark hair and granite-hewn features that so embodied Demacia it was wonder they weren't on a coin yet. Garen, sighed Lux.
Wait, thought Garen was blonde.
Her
Oh no, he has brown hair. Yeah.
From any other army, 4 warriors would be paltry force. But every warrior
I don't know why I thought he was blonde.
a hero, a legend with tales of valor etched into the metal of their swords. Their deeds were told and retold around tavern tables.
Bro, the shoulder like pauldrons, whatever, definitely not very comfortable. It's like falling onto his forearm. Imagine you're trying to raise your sword, but you can't because the fucking shoulder pads are, well, pauldron are blocking your forearm armor. Like your gauntlets just like keeps hitting your fucking pauldron, so you can't raise your arm, and you just want to do a slash, but you can't. Oh god.
Dark of hair and keen of eye was Daedoro, the bearded swordsman who had held the gates of mourning against the armored host
Daedoro.
for an entire day. Flanking him was Sebeter of Jendale, the slayer of the hideous deep worm who awoke every 100 years for a feast, but would awake no more. Its fangs were hung in King Jarvan's throne room, next to the newly mounted dragon skull brought in by his son and his enigmatic companion. Slighter, though no less striking, was Varya, she who led the charge onto the decks of the Sea Wolf fleet at
Varya.
She set their ships ablaze.
I'm assuming we don't know these heroes because they're probably gonna die soon.
And even cut down their berserk leader. Rodian,
It would just,
had sailed north to Frosthelm.
yeah, it would just show how important Lux and Garen to the story, because the story is gonna protect them with what do you call it, with plot armor. But these guys, who are like no names but apparently are heroes, are definitely gonna die. I'm just feeling it.
Burned the Freljordian harbor city to the ground, so that no others would dare.
So is this the group that captures Nocturne?
But rolled her eyes at the thought of hearing their legends around the table tonight. Yes, they were heroes of Demacia and entirely worthy of respect. But hearing about Sebeter climbing down the deep worm's gullet for the 10th time, or how Varya beat Glarmorn to the death with his splintered oar, was too much for Lux. Garen came alongside her as they followed the road back to Fosborough. They had circled the town until the light began to fade in search of the missing sun. Though any servants of darkness would have had plenty of time to run and hide, given the noise Garen and the Dauntless Vanguard were making. 5 warriors in heavy warplate weren't exactly stealthy, and without magic to aid her, Lux hadn't been able to sense the source of the dark magic she had felt at the crossroad. You're really here to visit the great-grandfather Fossian's tomb? I said so, didn't I? Yes, replied Garen. You did,
sure.
I'm surprised. I seem to recall Mother saying you hated coming here last time. I'm surprised she remembered. Oh, she remembered.
Wow. Alright. We can tell what the relationship is there in that family.
The skies darken, rain clouds empty, and forest animals hide. You make me sound like a spoiled bard. You
yep.
said Garen, his easy grin only partially robbing the comment of its sting. You got away with things I'd have a scalp bag for doing. Mother was always telling me not to pay attention to the things you did. The words hung over them, and Lux looked away, remembering not to underestimate her brother. People knew him as honest and direct, with a sound of grasp of tactics, but few ever thought of him as subtle or cunning. That Lux knew was a mistake. Yes, Garen was a simple warrior, but simple didn't mean stupid. So what do you think happened to the boy? Asked Lux. Garen ran a hand through his hair. If I had to guess, I'd say he ran away from home, he said. Or decided to have an adventure and gotten lost somewhere in the forest. You don't think a dark mage has taken him? It's certainly possible, but Varya and Rodian rode through this way only 6 months ago, and saw no evidence of unnatural magics. Lux nodded and asked, have you spent the night in Fosborough? No, answered Garen as they rode into sight of the town. Why do you ask? Just curious. There's something going on down there, said Sabator, his hand shielding his eyes from the setting sun. Garen's eye snapped to where his warrior was pointing, and all levity fell from his face. His entire posture changed, muscles taut and ready for action, his eyes utterly focused. The warriors of the Dauntless Vanguard formed up alongside him, ready to move in an instant. What is it? Said Lux. An angry-looking crowd was hounding a stumbling man through the streets toward the market square. She couldn't hear what they were shouting, but she didn't need to hear the words to feel their anger and fear. Vanguard, we ride, said Garen, breaking his spurs back.
We ride.
Starfire was a fast
to the moon!
Match for grain-fed Demacian warsteed. By the time Lux rode through the gates, the sound of yelling voices echoed through the town. Starfire's flanks were covered with sweat, and his iron-shod hooves struck sparks from the cobbles. Lux leapt from the back of her horse as she saw a scene she had witnessed too many times throughout Demacia. No, she muttered, seeing 2 guards drag a weeping man onto the auction platform normally used during the buying and selling of livestock. The man's clothes were soaked in blood, and he wailed piteously. A woman with fur-trimmed robes and bronze wings of a Demacian magistrate stood before him, presumably Magistrate Giselle. Hundreds of Fosborough's townfolk filled the square, yelling and screaming at the man. Their hate was intense, and Lux felt her magic drawn to the surface of her skin. She quelled the rising light and pushed her way through the crowd, seeing Garen at the foot of the steps leading onto the auction platform. Although Diane, said Magistrate Giselle, her voice ragged with emotion. I name 3 murder and consort of a dark mage. No, cried the man. You don't understand. They were monsters. I saw them. Their real faces. Darkness. Only darkness. Confession, cried Giselle. The crowd screamed in response. A swelling lust for vengeance.
It's like, imagine, like, you're just like, you're explaining what you see. Aha! So you were there. You're also an accomplice. Like, I'm a witness, not an accomplice.
Erupting from every throat. They looked set to rush the auction platform to tear Aldo Dian limb from limb. And perhaps they would have, but for the 4 warriors of the Dauntless Vanguard standing with their swords drawn at its edge. What's going on? What happened? Asked Lux as she reached Garen's side. Garen didn't look at her, his eyes fixed on the kneeling man. He murdered his wife and children in their beds, then ran out onto the streets and attacked his neighbors. He split 3 people with an axe before they were able to restrain him. Why would he do that? Finally, Garen turns to look at her. Why do you think? There must be a mage nearby. A darkness holds sway here. Only the dark influence of a sorcerer could drive a loyal Demacian citizens to commit such heinous acts. Lux bit back an angry retort and
loyal Demacian citizen.
climbed the steps of the platform and marched over to the kneeling man. Luxana Crown Guard, what are you doing? Demanded Giselle. Lux ignored her and lifted the man's head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut from the heavy blows. Blood and snot ran freely from his nose, and ropes of drool hung from his split lip. Look at me, she said, and the man's good eye tried to focus on her. The white of his eye was bloodshot and purple-edged, the eye of a man who had not slept in days. Good man Dian, tell me why you killed your family, said Lux. Why did you attack your neighbors? Not them. No, I saw. Weren't them. They was monsters, sobbed the man. Darkness clothed in skin, among us the whole time. I woke and saw their true faces, so I killed them. I had to do it. I had to. She looked up as Magistrate Giselle appeared at Lux's shoulder. Lux saw soul-aching grief etched into the woman's face. The last 2 days had aged her 10 years. The magistrate stared down in disgust at Aldo Dian, her fists clenched at her sides. Did you kill my Lusa? She said, her voice wrecked with sorrow. Did you kill my son, just because he was different? Baying cries for vengeance rose from the crowd as the sun sank into the west. Handfuls of mud and dung pelted Aldo Dian as his former friends and neighbors called for his death. He thrashed in the grip of the guards. I had to kill them, he screamed, staring defiantly at his accusers. It weren't them, just darkness, only darkness. It could be one of you too. Lux turned back to Magistrate Giselle. What did you mean when you said your son was different? Giselle's grief was all-consuming, but Lux saw past it to the secret shame beneath. The magistrate's eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark smudges of exhaustion. Yet even that couldn't hide the same look she had seen in her mother's eyes whenever Lux's power had gotten the better of her. It was the same look she had sometimes saw in her brother's eyes when he thought she wasn't looking. What did you mean? She asked again. Nothing, said Giselle. I didn't mean anything. Different how? Just different. Lux had heard deflections before, and suddenly knew.
Was he floating? Did he have, instead of 2 hands, he had like 2 blades? Could he charge at people from miles away? Like, how was he different?
Exactly how the magistrate's son was different. I've heard enough, said Garen as he strode onto the platform, his long sun-steel sword hissing in its scabbard. The blade glinted in the twilight, its edge unimaginably sharp. Garen, no, said Lux. There's something more going on here. Let me speak with him. He is a monster, said Garen, spinning his sword up onto his shoulder. Even if he is not a servant of evil, he is a murderer. There can be only one punishment. Magistrate? Giselle looked away from Lux, her eyes wet with tears. She nodded. Aldo Dian, I declare you guilty and call upon Garen Crownguard of the Dauntless Vanguard to dispense Demacian justice. The man lifted his head, and Lux's eyes narrowed as she felt a prickling sensation of something pass through him. A whisper of lurking presence. It slithered away before she could be sure, but a breath of frayed air raised her hackles. Dian's limbs twitched as if afflicted by a turmoil sickness. He whispered.
It would be cool if Nocturne's fear would actually make people attack in panic, but also would kind of be counterproductive. If you like fear a Tryndamere, he just like keeps auto attacking you. It's like, yeah, maybe this is not the best thing.
As Garen lifted his warblade to deliver the executioner's strike, Dian's last words were all but lost in the roars of approval coming from the crowd. But Lux finally pieced them together as Garen's sword swept down.
The light is fading.
Wait!
Yeah.
Clove the man's head from his body in one titanic blow to the roar of approval from the crowd. The body dropped to the platform, twin arcs of blood jetting from the stump of his neck. The head rolled to Giselle's feet as boiling smoke poured from Aldo Dian's corpse. The magistrate recoiled in shock as a phantom form of wicked claws and searing eyes erupted from the dead man's skull. The spectral darkness launched itself at the magistrate with a crackling of spite. She screamed as it passed through her before disappearing like wind-scattered cinders. Lux felt the breath of the thing's demise. An energy so vile, so hateful and so inhumanly evil that it beggared belief. Magistrate Giselle collapsed, her flesh ashen, weeping in terror. Lux dropped to one knee as myriad visions of horror arose within her, choking fears of being buried alive, of being driven from Demacia by her brother, of 1,000 ways to die a slow and painful death. The light within her fought these terrible sights, and Lux's breath shimmered with motes of light as she spat the taste of death from her mouth. Lux. Garen spoke in whisper, and it took her a moment to figure how she could possibly hear him over the cheering crowd. Lux turned from the sobbing magistrate and felt magic race around her body in a surge tide. The crowd stood utterly silent. Lux, what's going on? Said Garen. Lux blinked away the abhorrent images still searing in her mind and followed Garen's gaze as the warriors of the Dauntless Vanguard rushed to stand to their side. Then, one after another, the people of Phosboro fell to the ground, as if the life had simply fled their bodies. Lux clenched her teeth and pushed her way to her feet. The sun had all but vanished behind Phosboro's western wall, and her mouth fell open as she saw black vaporous shapes lift from the town's unconscious inhabitants. No two were alike, and Lux saw an assembling host of demons in Noxian armor, vast spiders, many-headed serpents, towering demon warriors with frost axes, great drakes with teeth like obsidian daggers, and scores of things that defied sane description. Sorcery, declared Garen. The shadow creatures closed on the platform, sliding through the air without a sound.
Magic. Motherfucker.
Basically. Basically what it was.
An oncoming tide of nightmarish horrors. What are they? Asked Varia. The darkest nightmares of Phosboros people given form, said Lux.
Oh, good.
How can you know that? Demanded Sabator. I just do, said Lux, knowing she couldn't stay here to fight. Her skills would be best employed somewhere else, and the Dauntless Vanguard could hold their own here. She placed her thumb and forefinger against her bottom lip and whistled a summoning note before turning to Garen. I know how to stop this, she said. How? Said Garen without taking his eye off the approaching demon host. Never mind how, said Lux. Just try not to die before I get back. Lux ran to the edge of the platform and Starfire galloped through the creatures. Her steed passed unmolested, its dreams and nightmares of no interest to the power now abroad in Phosboro. Lux leapt from the platform and grabbed Starfire, swinging onto his back in one smooth motion. Where are you going? Demanded Garen. The horse reared and Lux twisted in the saddle to answer her brother. I told you, she shouted. I am going to pay respect to my great-grandfather Phocion. Garen watched his sister gallop through the dark.
But is Nocturne? No, there's no way. Maybe great-grandfather Phocion is the one who fought Nocturne back then?
Host, carefully navigating a path through the town's fallen inhabitants. Grasping claws of demon creatures reached for her, but she and Starfire evaded every attack. Lux rode clear of the monstrous host and paused just long enough to lift her golden staff to him. For Demacia! She shouted. The Dauntless Vanguard clashed their swords against their shields. For Demacia!
Oh.
She answered as one. Lux turned her horse and galloped from the town. Garen rolled his shoulders in anticipation and lifted his sword. Lockstep! He yelled, and his warriors took up their battle stands. Varia and Rodian stood to his left, Sabator and Daedro to his right. We are the Dauntless Vanguard, said Garen, lowering his sword so its quillins framed his piercing eyes. Let courage and keen eye guide our blades. Oil-black demon hounds were the first to reach the platform, leaping upward with tearing fangs and flashing teeth. Garen and the Dauntless Vanguard met them with shields locked and blades bared. A hammering wall
It looks like Garen's passive is activated, because you can see like white lines sometimes like flowing around him.
of iron beat them back.
There, see it?
Were wrought from shadow and spite. They fought with ferocious strength and skill. Garen stepped in and thrust his blade into the writhing beast's hinges, tearing through to where its spine should be. The monster's form exploded into black dust with a shriek of anguish. Garen spun his sword up and pulled it back in a turn. His sword deflected another beast's snapping jaw. He rolled his wrist and lowered his shoulder into its attack. He pushed the thing back and down. He stamped its chest and the beast roared as it burst apart. Garen's sword snapped back to block a crushing blow from what looked like a silhouette of a towering Freljordian warrior. The impact drove him to his knees. I will fight as long as I stand, he said through gritted teeth, straightening his legs with a roar and hammering his pommel into the savage warrior's horned skull. Ashes burst from the demon, and Garen spun to drive his sword into the belly of another beast. Sabator decapitated a slavering hound as Daedro slammed his shield down on a hissing serpent, severing its body in half. Varia hammered the hilt of her sword into the snapping fangs of a faceless demon warrior as Rodian drove his sword into his twin's foe. With every...
What I don't get from all of this is they were in, like a second ago, they were in the middle of the town. It's not like they left. So all the people there either turned to demons, because they were already demons, or, well, like the whole, like, their lives, like, left them or whatever. So either all the people turned to demons, or these guys are under the same illusion that the guy who they killed, who Garen beheaded, they're under the same illusion, now they're just killing innocent people. But also these innocent people are attacking them because they think they're also evil. So it's like, everyone's just like, seeing something that's not there.
Every killing blow, the shadow creatures burst into ember-limed ashes. Garen's sword flashed and the silver blade plunged into the body of a scorpion-like monster. A slashing of dark talons came at Garen's head. Sabator's shield parried the attack. Varia chopped her blade through the monster's legs and it burst apart. A hideous, limping creature hurled itself at Rodian, and he thrust his blade hard into its featureless face. It screeched as it died, but for every shadow destroyed, more always took their place. Back to back, roared Garen, and the pauldrons of the 5 warriors clashed together. They fought shoulder to shoulder in a circle of steel, a beacon of light against the darkness. Show them the strength of Demacia! Lux
Word.
rode hard through the forest, trees flashing past to either side in a blur. Light shone from the tip of her staff, illuminating her path with blazing radiance. It was reckless to gallop through the forest at such speed, even with her light as a guide. But the nightmares assailing Garen and the Dauntless Vanguard would keep coming. Human imaginations were a depthless well of nightmares. Fear of death, fear of infirmity, or fear of the loss of a loved one. She followed the route she had taken only this morning, letting the power of her magic flow into Starfire to grant him sight beyond measure. Lux and her mount flew through the night, eventually reaching the crossroads where the roads diverged. Ignoring the roads east and west, she led Starfire straight ahead to the path leading north, the path to Great-Grandfather Phocian's tomb. Even with her light and the mount's surefootedness, Lux was forced to slow down as the path wound its way up rocky glens. The closer she came to the tomb, the more the landscape began to change, like something from a tale told to frighten small children. The trees wept a thick black sap. Their branches gnarled and twisted into clawed hands that plucked at her hair and cloak. Gaps in the boles of trees resembled fanged mouths, and venomous spiders spun clawing webs in their high branches. The ground underfoot became spongy and damp with blackish pools of stagnant water, like a grove abandoned by one of the Fey folk. Starfire stopped before the entrance to the shadow-withered clearing and threw his head back, nostrils flaring in fear. "Easy, boy," she said.
Easy,
"A
boy.
few more steps." But the horse would not be forced into another inch forward. "Fine,"
Oh.
said Lux. "I'll go myself." She slid off her horse's back and entered the clearing with her staff held high. Its light guttered like a lantern in a storm, but gave off just enough illumination for her to see. The mount of Phocian's tomb was a shallow hill of grass that looked black in the gloom. Its summit crowned a rough pile of stacked stone. Dark smoke drifted into a sky that whirled with images of ancient horrors awaiting their time to claim the world. Dark lines snaked across the great stone slab telling of Phocian's deeds. A young boy, no more than 12 or 13, sat cross-legged before it, his thin body swaying as if in trance. Tendrils of black smoke coiled from the tomb, wrapped around his neck like strangling vines.
Assuming that's Lusa or Luca, whatever.
"Lusa?" said
Yeah.
Lux. The boy swaying ceased at the sound of her voice. He turned to face Lux, and she fluttered at the sight of his soulless black eyes. A cruel grin spread his face. "Not anymore," he said.
Uh-oh.
A looming spider with hook-bladed legs reared over Garen. He split its thorax and kicked the flailing creature from the platform even as his body disintegrated. Legs braced. Garen felt a searing cold in the muscles of his shoulder as a black claw plunged through his pauldron. The metal did not buckle or crack. The claw passed through unimpeded, and Garen felt a sickening revulsion spread through him. He smelled rank grave dirt, but he fought through the pain as he had always been trained to do. Rodion fell as a hooking blade slid under his guard and plunged into his side. He cried out in pain, his shield lowering. "Straighten up," yelled Garen. "Shake the pain." Rodion straightened, chest locked at his lips, as the shadow creatures barked one another in their frenzy to reach the Dauntless Vanguard.
You broke both your legs? Walk it off.
"They never stop coming," cried Varya. "Then we never stop fighting," answered Garen. Though she
Spin
wanted
to
nothing more
win.
than to flee this haunted clearing, Lux walked toward the young boy. His eyes rippled with darkness, nightmares waiting to be born from the rich loam of human frailty. She felt a cold, calculating intelligence apprise her. Lusa nodded and smoothly rose to his feet.
How did she know that he would be in the grave, though? There was no real hint that that's where she needs to go. At least that I'd noticed. No.
Muttering shadows gathered at the edge of the clearing. Monsters and terrors lurked.
Maybe she felt it.
As they moved to surround her. "You have nightmares aplenty," he said. "I think I'll crack your skull open with a rock to scoop them out."
Oh, nice.
"This isn't you," she said. "Tell me, who do you think it is?" "The demon in that tomb," said Lux. "I don't think it was as dead as people thought when they buried Phocian." Lusa grinned, his mouth spreading so wide the skin at the corners of his mouth tore. Rivulets of blood ran down his chin. "Not dead at all," he said. "Just sleeping, healing, renewing, preparing." "Preparing for what?" said Lux, forcing herself to take another step forward. The boy tooted and shook a lecturing finger. Lux froze, unable to take another step. Now, he said, bending to pick up a sharpened stone. "Let me cut out a nightmare first." "Lusa," said Lux, unable to move but still able to speak. "You have to fight it. I know you can. You have magic within you. I know you have. That's why you ran away, isn't it? That's why you came here, to be next to someone who defeated a demon." The thing wearing the flesh of the boy laughed, and the grass withered around it at the sound. "His tears were like water in a desert," it said, coming forward and circling her as if seeing where best he might crack her skull open. "They woke me."
Water is very valuable in desert, by the way, I'm just saying.
"Nourished me. I had slept for so long I had forgotten how sweet suffering of mortals tasted." The boy reached out and stroked her cheek. His touch sent a cold spike of terror through Lux. He lifted his finger away and a smoky thread followed. She gagged as the fear of drowning filled her. A tear rolled down her cheek. "I made him sleep. His dreams were ripe with horrors to be made real," said the boy. "His power is light, a glowing ember compared to the furnace that burnt within your flesh. It gave me a little in the way of real substance. But childish fears are banquet after I had gone so long without. Demacia is a terror to his kind, to your kind." Lux felt a magic retreat from this creature, the darkness filling the clearing, pressing her light down into little more than a spark. But even a single spark could ignite a flame that would devour entire forest. "They hated him," Lusa knew that. You mortals are always so quick to fear the things you don't understand. So easy to fan those flames and draw forth the most exquisite visions of terror. Lux flexed her fingers, the motion painful. But pain meant she had control. She used it. She nursed the building spark within her, kept it apart from her terror, and let it seep slowly back into her body. Lusa, please, she said, forcing each word out. You have to fight it. Don't let it use you. The boy laughed. He can't hear you, and even if he could, you know he's right to fear what his own people would do if they discovered the truth. That he is the very thing they hate.
Mage.
You of all people should know how it feels.
Yep.
Pain spread along Lux's arm and moved through her chest. The boy's black eyes narrowed as she sensed the build-up of magic. I know all too well, she said, but I do not let fear define me. Lux thrust her staff toward
Kamehameha.
burned, and the blow was clumsy. The boy jumped back, too slow. The golden tip of the staff brushed the skin of his cheek. The moment of connection was fleeting, but it was enough.
Okay, back in town.
The vanguard fought with brutally efficient sword cuts and battering blows from their shields, but they could not fight forever. Eventually, the shadows would drag them down. A pack of squirming things with grasping arms attacked from the left, fouling Daedaro's swing with their bodies. The blow glanced off his shield and hammered into his shoulder guard. He grunted and punched his sword into the belly of a dark-fleshed beast with the head of a dragon. "Step in," shouted Sabator. "Keep them at bay." Garen threw a sword cut into the writhing darkness. A backstroke to the guts and a thrust to the chest. Movement to the right. A howling, insect-like skull with fangs like daggers. He slashed it in the eyes. It screamed and burst apart in smoke and cinders. Two more came at him. No room to swing. Another pummel strike strove in the first chest. Stabbed the other in the belly. Blade out. The monsters withdrew. Garen stepped back, level with Varia and Rodian. Each was slathered from helm to graves in ash. "We hold the line," said Garen. "For how long?" asked Daedara. Garen looked to the north, where distant lights shone in the forest. "As long as Lux needs," said Garen with a warning.
Yeah.
And the shadows came at them again.
Endless.
Lux poured her light into Lusa, and blinding radiance exploded through the clearing.
Oh,
The
yeah.
monster within the young boy was torn loose from his flesh with a howling screech of fury and desperation. White fire enfolded her, becoming everything around them. The darkness fled before Lux's awesome power.
He sounds more like Kane than he does like fucking Nocturne, because of like Kane's ult can go into the body of somebody.
Its shadow banished by the warmth of her light. The growing radiance kept growing until the forest and the tomb were nowhere to be seen, only an endless expanse of pale nothingness. Sitting in front of her was a young boy with his knees drawn to his chest. He looked up, and his eyes were those of a small, frightened child. "Can you help me?" he said. "I can," said Lux, walking over and sitting next to him. "But you have to come back with me." He shook his head. "I can't. I'm scared. The Nightmare Man is out there."
Nightmare Man.
"But together we can beat him," she said. "I'll help you." "You will?" "If you let me," said Lux with a smile. "I know what you're going through, how you're afraid of what will happen if people know what you can do. Trust me, I've been through it as well. But you don't have to be afraid. What's inside of you? It's not evil. It's not darkness. It's light. It's a light I can help you control." She held out her hand. "You promise?" he said. "I promise," said Lux. "You're not alone, Lusa." The boy gripped her hand like he dropped.
Yeah, there's a lot of you. So many of you that it's a wonder that Demacia lasted this long without having a revolt.
Founding man grasping a rope. The light swelled again, impossibly bright, and when it faded, Lux saw the clearing was just as she remembered it from 7 years ago. Green grass, a hillock with a stone pile, and a slab describing Fossian's deeds. The darkness that had so transformed the forest was now absent. The clawed trees were nothing more than just ordinary trees. The sky a midnight blue with a vault of twinkling stars. The sound of night-haunting birds echoed from the forest canopy. Lusa still held her hand and smiled up at her. Is he gone? The Nightmare Man?
Nightmare Man.
Feeling the bitter taste of dark power diminish. For now, at least. I think maybe it's not just in the tomb anymore, but it's gone from here. That's what's important right now. Can we go home now? Asked Lusa. Yes, said Lux. We can go home. Numbing
Meanwhile in town, Garen slayed all the villagers.
cold filled Garen. His limbs were leaden, pierced through by shadow claws. Ice running in his veins chilled him to the very heart of his soul, and his vision grayed. Sabator and Daedaro were down, skin darkening.
Yeah.
Rodian was on his knees, a clawed hand at his throat. Varia fought on, her shield arm hanging useless at her side, but her sword arm still strong. Garen tasted ash and despair. He had never known defeat, not like this. Even when he once believed Jarvan was dead, he had found the will to continue. Now, his life was being sapped with every breath. A towering figure reared up before him, a horned demon with an axe of darkness. It looked like a savage warrior he had slain many years ago. Garen raised his sword, ready to die with the Demacian war cry on his lips. A summer wind blew. The brightness in the northern sky shone like a new risen sun. The shadow creature vanished, blown like scraps of charred leaves in a hurricane. The wind and the strange radiance spread across the town square like daybreak, and the shadows fled before it. Garen let out a breath, barely able to believe he still could. Rodian sucked in a lungful of air as Sabator and Daedaro picked themselves up from the ground. They looked around, amazed as the last remaining shadows were banished and the townfall began to stir. What happened? Gasped Varia. Lux, said Garen. With Lusa reunited with his
Lux
great
happened.
and no instructions left with Mistress Bernile of the Lightbringers on his further education, Lux and Garen rode toward Phosborough's northern gates at the head of the Dauntless Vanguard. Their mood was subdued, and a palpable guilt hung over every person they passed on their way from the town. None of Phosborough's inhabitants could remember anything after the execution, but all of them knew they had played part in the man's death. May the veiled lady welcome you to her breast, said Lux as they passed Aldo Dian's burial procession. Do you really think he deserves such mercy? Said Garen. He killed innocents. That's true, agreed Lux. But do you understand why? Does it matter? He was guilty of a crime and paid the price. Of course it matters. Aldo Dian was their friend and neighbor, said Lux. They drank beer with him in the tavern, shared jokes with him on the street. Their sons and daughters played with his children. In their rush of judgment, any chance of understanding what caused his murderous acts was lost. Garen kept his gaze.
This is what happens when there's a spoiled girl who still grows up in a loving family and doesn't have Instagram or TikTok. If she had Instagram or TikTok, a man wouldn't even exist. Like, yeah, fucking kill him. I don't give a shit.
Fixed on the road ahead. They don't want understanding, he said at last. They don't need it. How can you say that? We live in a world that does not allow such nonsense, Lux. Demacia is beset on all sides by terrible foes. Savage tribes in the north, a rapacious empire in the east, and the power of dark mages who threaten the very fabric of our realm. We deal in absolutes by necessity. Allowing doubt to cloud our judgment leaves us vulnerable, and I cannot allow us to become vulnerable. Even as Even so, agreed Garen. It's why I do what I do.
And that's how you get a revolt.
Demacia?
Well,
For Demacia, said Garen.
for Demacia. For Demacia.
And that was the massive story called For Demacia. I really like how this story foreshadows possible future plots, and on top of that, how it expands the world once again. At this point, I am curious if this demon is connected to the black monsters around Targon's Peak, because if so, once again, our theory is strengthened. But that's it for today. If you enjoyed this video, feel free to give it a like and subscribe for more lore.
That was pretty cool. I mean, all the extra information was... Because I'm pretty sure it's Nocturne, right? Like, he also put, like, the Nocturne thing in the background for a bit. But, like, I'm pretty sure it was Nocturne. Who else is, like... He is the Nightmare Chaser, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I can't see it as anyone else but Nocturne. So I guess her great-grandfather fought Nocturne. They thought that he killed it, but apparently he didn't kill it and was just recovering. And then woke up with Luca. All that stuff. So they don't capture him here. Sure, I know they capture him later on. Again, this is assuming this is Nocturne. But man, this video did not need to be 15 minutes long. It could have been just like something like... Yeah, so Lux went to her great-grandfather's tomb. She sensed the disturbance in the force. Garen was there on patrol with his 4 buddies who were heroes who don't really matter. There was like some dark magic affecting people with nightmares. There was this one guy who killed a bunch of people, his neighbors, and then when Garen killed him, a shadow came out of him. Lux felt this, the shadow traveling towards her great-grandfather's tomb. Meanwhile, the whole town engulfed in nightmarish creatures, so Garen and his 4 buddies and the musketeers started fighting them. Lux went there. She cleansed the evil spirit from the kid that was possessed, and the nightmares were gone. But again, this doesn't build the world of like what will happen later on. I get it, but it's like, I don't know how. So it's like, as a book, yes, or as like a novel, it's important to know these details, yes. But as someone who's just telling like the lore, I think just like focusing on the important lore bits is probably more important, because like, as much as it's interesting to know why there will be civil war in Demacia, I feel like it's more important to know that just that there is civil war in Demacia. And the main reason is because they didn't allow mages, and it was hypocritical of them to not allow mages. That's pretty much it. Alright. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Leave a comment down below. Tell me I'm an idiot. Whatever. I just like the I don't want to get to the nitty-gritty. I just want the juice. I'm a fast eater, a fast drinker. I don't dwell on it. I just like, give it to me. Good. Anyways, let's go to the next one. I will load this up as well. This is May 2019. There should be somewhere here, I guess. Alright. Alright. So, following the previous video, we're gonna go into the Demacian Civil War. Let's go. I do find like the lore of Demacia itself is probably my second favorite. It's the most relevant one, but like I would say so far the one I found the most interesting as far as like zone lore would be Shurima and like the resurrection of Azir. And the Demacian Civil War is probably like about as interesting to me as that. Like it's pretty high up there because like I love when like shit like this happens, like there's betrayal or like a civil war, stuff like that. Noxus is kind of boring in that regard because even though like it's still Noxus, at the end of the day it's still Noxus, whereas this is like going to have implications to what this place becomes. Same with like Azir, right? It's like what will Azir's new empire become after his betrayal? So I find that to be interesting, like that speculative aspect of it. Whereas Noxus is like almost no matter what happens, Noxus is driven by power and power alone, and it's like, yeah, that's not gonna change. Like otherwise, it's not Noxus anymore.
Right,
I still haven't seen that cat anywhere, like in all of his videos. I'm just saying, where's the cat?
promised us evolving story before,
Yeah.
but they have never been as close to fulfilling that promise as they are now. The release of Silas brought us a story that majorly changed how Demacia works, and every story that got released after that went even further. Right now, we are sitting on 6 stories about Demacia, 4 of which progress the story forward. These 4 are Silas's bio, his short story, and the 2 stories you are going to hear right now. So for you to get the full experience out of this video, it is almost required to read or watch the Silas story first. In case you want to watch it, it is these 2 videos. In his story, you learn more about Patricide, who are the Mage Seekers, and what exactly does Demacia do to mages.
For the most part, I mean, there's no real, like, you can watch it for sure, but it's like no real reasons. Like, okay, Demacia hates mages. They have people who are in charge of hunting mages. Like, again, I didn't watch it. It's just basically how I understand. Demacia doesn't like mages because of the ruination or whatever. Because, not ruination, because like whatever happened with mages that blew up the continent or some shit. So they don't like mages. They think magic is evil. Cool. They have a force that is meant to make sure that mages are caught and imprisoned. Cool. Most of the high society in Demacia, for some reason, they have a child or whatever, or like they have family members that are mages, so they're hiding them. Silas, I believe, was a mage catcher. However, he's also a mage. So, and then he was captured. So,
Things that are crucial to know for this video. Remember that the stories that I'm telling you are just TLDR versions. I still recommend reading them yourselves. They are excellently written and they will tell you more about the side characters. And you might consider doing that because Demacia is getting its own novella later this year. So what you're about to hear now is likely going to be the prequel to that book. But with that, if you still wish to let me tell the story instead, let's get on it. The first story, called The Recruit, begins in the Exiles camp, a place Silas created for those who willingly follow him. One of Silas's spies brought a new recruit here. The newcomer's name was Hep, a small boy from Dragborn, just like Silas. Hep told Silas that he wanted to join their cause, and indeed, Silas saw that the boy was just like them. He saw magic within the boy. Then Silas showed Hep his chains and told him that they are not just a weapon. They also remind him what mages are capable of. And then he told Hep that tonight he would break his own chains too. The scene then cuts to the dusk of the same day. Silas and a dozen of his most trusted mages were waiting in a bush beside a road. Hep was waiting with them. They could hear thundering hoofs and a wagon quickly approaching from a distance. A second before the horses arrived.
and I'm assuming Silas, after being captured, he escaped. But yeah,
Silas signaled his mages.
one thing I forgot to mention.
Again. Since the squad was able to use all sorts of spells, it was an easy job. And soon, Silas had a number of captured hostages lined beside the road with their hands tied. The wagon contained a couple of guards, coachmen, and most importantly, a wounded nobleman. Silas jokingly called him my lord. Silas's outcast already had some experience with Demacians that crossed their path. Even if the Demacians promised they would never bother exiles again, and even if Silas let them go, they always lied and they would soon hunt mages again. In the exiles' eyes, these people served swines, and so they were swines themselves. That's why the mage squad was chanting, "Swines must die," as Silas negotiated with them. In the end, Silas had no other option but to get rid of the hostages. He tapped the shoulder of their newest recruit, and borrowed some of the black magic storing within the boy. But moments before Silas called his final judgment upon their enemies, Heb protested. He shouted that they are just people. But Silas ignored the pleas and released the stored magic. A black cloud formed above the nobleman's crew, and slowly suffocated them all. Only the nobleman stood now, with silent tears streaming down his cheeks. Heb couldn't understand why Silas did this, but he didn't have time to think about it, because Silas pushed the boy to take the life of the Lord himself. Of course the boy could
Become an accomplice first. You know, that's how you get them. If you're an accomplice, you can't go back anymore.
do it. He couldn't just kill a crying man. Even after Silas explained that this lord would rather see the boy hanged than to show him mercy.
Yep.
In response, the lord called Silas a monster, to which Silas nodded. That
Yep.
is what they called him when they locked him in the dark. Then Silas raised his chains and used the last echo of the dark power stored inside. A small cloud was now suffocating the nobleman. Silas then knelt before the boy and told him that he is not ready to be liberated yet. He told him to return to his chains. After a short moment of doubting himself, the boy picked up one of the coachman's daggers
Yep.
and raised it above the still suffocating man with the words, "I am ready."
Rite of passage, big boys. That's all it is about. Rite of passage. Now you're a man. Now you're part of the gang. And now there's no going back anymore. There's no salvation.
That's when Silas's sorrow turned into joy. No matter how many he liberated, it always made him smile. That was the short story The Recruit that showed us how Silas trains his followers. The interesting part here is that Silas is as merciless towards Demacians as Demacians are towards the exiles. So right now, Demacia as a region knows no middle ground. And that's how the greatest conflicts begin. Now, let's have a look at the short story called Turmoil. A story that brings us to the middle of the Demacian conflict. This story happened 1 month after Silas escaped his prison. At the very beginning, the story introduces two new characters to us. Becker and Sith.
See, this is what I mean, like when I was watching the Lux and Garen thing. Look at this. There's a lot of text, right? But what does he say?
At the very beginning, the story introduces two new characters.
He just goes straight into like the main details. No need to go through like every word. No need to explain and like read like. No nitty gritty. Give me the juice. Thank you, Necrit.
Becker and Cythria. Two Demacian soldiers that together with their team were sent to the Grey Gate, protecting the northeast Demacian borders. They were sent here despite the spreading news that people were dying in the capital city, which was very suspicious to the Demacian soldiers. After all, everyone else was hunting Silas and his exiles in the woods. But when Gunthar, their shield sergeant, arrived,
Gunthar.
all of them got their answers. They were here to escort an envoy from the Arbor Mark all the way to the capital city. The Arbor Mark were Demacian allies for years, and this job was to secure their relationship even more. Gunthar told the soldiers that they are to succeed their mission, even if it goes against their better judgment, suggesting that something might be off. After that, he introduced two mage seekers to the group, Cadstone and Arno. They would accompany them on this mission. A moment later, a horn sounded from the top of the gates, signaling that the Arbor Mark have arrived. At the head of the Arbor Mark army was a dark-skinned man, covered in bearskins and carrying a heavy wooden staff. He smiled at the Demacians as his 20 riders followed him. Their banner depicted crossed axes, heraldry of the Arbor Mark. When the envoy dismounted, Cythria had a chance to get a good look at him. The Demacians knew he was a mage, but Cythria had never seen a mage before, and she certainly didn't picture one like this. Instead of a snaking poisonous trickster, the man had a broad smile on his face, and the body of a warrior or a blacksmith. Later we learned his name was Arjen. The mage seekers asked him if he knows the laws of stone that Demacia obeys. And indeed, Arjen agreed to honor their laws and to not use his magic while on Demacian ground. From this point on, Arjen had to continue without his soldiers. Instead, the two mage seekers now served as his personal guard. They were to stay with Arjen until he left Demacia again. After 3 hours of marching towards Meltridge, a small river town where they would board a ship heading for the capital city, Cythria realized that Arjen was a likable man, but she forced herself to not fall into a false sense of security. Arcane magics were full of trickery after all, or at least that's what she heard. Nevertheless, while the Demacians were uneasy around this mage, Arjen himself kept telling stories of his homeland. As the escort was getting closer to its destination, it began to snow. At first it was just a couple of snowflakes, but moments later they couldn't see anything around them, as the snow became sharp and heavy, and everything was completely blanketed. Cythria noticed that the mage seekers fell a few paces behind Arjen, just out of earshot, which gave her a chance to secretly talk to him. She asked Arjen if he knows about what is happening in the capital city of Demacia. He answered that yes, he does. That's why he came here, and it's the same reason all of Demacia's allies are coming to help them. Later Cythria asked why did the Lord of Arbormark send him, to which Arjen answered that just like a blacksmith can
Yeah,
help
it doesn't make sense.
who better than a mage to help with their problem? When the group finally arrived near Meltridge at dusk, there was
See, but this is so weird. It's like if your country's, it's like imagine. It's gonna be very hard for some people to imagine, and for some people they're gonna be overexcited about this. Imagine. No, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. Okay. Which example should is? Okay, I'm not gonna use an example because anything I'm gonna say is gonna use against me the law of public opinion. Anyway, so you are like Demacia is thinks that mages are evil, but they're allied with people who are okay with mages. Does that make sense though? Right? It's like imagine you know that Nazi Germany is evil, but you're gonna ally them because, well, you know, some benefits to it. But it's like they're evil. Like you shouldn't be allied with people who you consider evil, right? In this case, mages. If you think mages are evil, you shouldn't be allying yourself with mages, if that makes sense.
between Cythria and the Mage Seekers. During this scene, we learned that the Demacians didn't always take all mages into custody. If one's affliction was small, the Mage Seekers would just register them and keep an eye on them in case something goes wrong.
Okay, fair
Ever
enough.
since the Mage incident, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
This gave us a sense that there used to be at least some grey area in Demacia. It wasn't always be normal or be imprisoned. Before Silas, there used to be times during which some magic was tolerated.
Oh,
Before
okay.
the escort got
Okay, so they're not hating on mages completely. Okay.
The mood in the town was cheerful. Boatmen were finishing their work, children ran around, hounds happily kept their pace in the snow, and shopkeepers invited people into their stores.
There was this one anime I used to watch. I don't remember what it was, but it was basically, it's like the only mages you would have in the kingdom. This is like an isekai or whatever. So it's like the only mages you would have in the kingdom had to work for the kingdom. If you are like a child and you discover as a mage, that agency of the kingdom will come take you and like you will be a part of them. But it's like, because it's just like it's easier to control that amount of power. You don't want any rogue mages doing whatever the fuck they want, right? Obviously this creates a lot of problems later on, right? But overall, I mean, what's a better solution, you know?
But it all changed when the escort arrived. At first it was a few hooded people with angry looks, nothing too uncommon. But the deeper into the town they got, the more hostile its citizens seemed to be. Soon people were whispering and pointing in their direction, and fishermen spat on the ground as they passed by.
Wow.
Cythria was surprised by this behavior the most. She didn't expect this from fellow Demacians. Suddenly, at Gunthar's order, the group tightened together in a circle, protecting the mage and the mage seekers inside a column of shields. It didn't take long, and stones began to fly from all directions. Most of them were blocked with shields, but one of the stones hit one of the mage seekers in the forehead, drawing blood. Immediately after that, the escort continued forward at twice the speed, but it was pointless. The town folk blocked their path with a wagon, and a second wagon cut off their retreat. The group was now trapped in a narrow street. The leader of the townfolk, a local blacksmith, shouted that if the escort gives the man up, nobody would get hurt. But Gunthar was not ready to surrender this vital mission yet. They had to escort the mage no matter what. Becker, the other soldier introduced at the beginning of the story, was getting impatient. He wanted to draw his sword already, but Gunthar reminded everyone that these people were also Demacians. They were sworn to protect them. Meanwhile, the crowd that now stood on the rooftop surrounding them was getting angrier. Cythria could make out a couple of shouts. She heard, "You'll pay, you swine," and "Get him, get him." Becker murmured that they should just give them the...
This is how propaganda manifests, and this is how hate is born, because you don't consider, in this case, mages to be even human beings. You just consider them as evil.
The mage, as more dangerous objects flew their way, including a horse.
That's how you justify killing another man. It's like, well, don't consider him a man.
Cytherea managed to block in the last second. Had she not done that, the mage would surely be dead. Thankfully, Cytherea and Becker managed to kick open the door of a nearby candle shop, and the escort hid inside while they looked for a way out. The room was incredibly dark, however, a perfect setup for one of Arjen's jokes. If only they had a candle. It made Cytherea laugh, even in this dire situation. It didn't take long, and Becker found a back door that led to an empty alley. Cytherea led the
Really? You're telling me the people couldn't surround the house? Alright.
mage and the mage seekers outside, as the rest of the soldiers followed. But suddenly, a woman carrying a heavy crossbow stepped out of a shadow and blocked their path. Time seemed to slow as the woman leveled the crossbow in the direction of the soldiers. Cytherea was the first in line. She raised her hand to warn others of their newfound threat. She saw the woman's eyes were red, as if she was crying, and her expression was pure desperation. Cytherea tried to negotiate with the woman. She told her that Arjen is an envoy from an allied nation, and that he is under Demacian protection. But the woman did not care about the mage. She didn't even know he was a mage.
Oh.
Then it all began to make sense. The angry crowd wasn't after Arjen. They were after Catstone, the elder mage seeker. He was the one who took the woman's daughter called Kira.
Oh, plot twist, motherfucker.
The young girl even told the mage seekers about her powers herself. She was a lovely child and didn't want to cause any trouble, and the entire town loved her. But ever since the Silas incident, the laws changed and all mages were brought in for their judgment. Knowing what state the woman was in now, Cytherea began negotiating with her. She told her that if she makes a mistake now and the girl returns, there might be no one waiting for her. An argument that struck home.
See, what I don't get about this, it's like, I get that the logic, but this is, Demacia is a monarchy, right? Jarvan the Fourth, I don't know if he's king right now, I think it's still Jarvan the Third, but Jarvan the Fourth, who is the crown prince, is not as hateful towards me. I don't even think he's hateful towards mages as a whole, because I'm pretty sure he knows about Lux. Right? So it's like, you would think that's like, what is the purpose of... Like, I get it, like, the incident with Silas was that traumatic, where it's like, probably the nobles are like, we have to do this. And they put pressure on the king and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's up to the king, really. It's still a monarchy, right? It's like, well, you're gonna have, like, nobles rebel, and it's gonna create different unrest. Like, it's such a weird, like, monarchies are such a weird concept, because, like, you think it's like, it's all what the king wants, but it's like, the nobles pay, like, too big of a role in it as well, so it ends up being like a Congress of the Chosen or some shit.
But in the end, the woman dropped to her knees, emotionally exhausted.
Yeah.
Not before she pressed the trigger and the bolt fired.
Oh.
Luckily, the bolt flew right between the two nervous mage seekers, missing them by inches. But it shot directly at Becker. Cytherea saw Arjen make a slight motion with his fingers and a subtle twisting of his hand. The bolt was knocked off course and harmlessly scraped Becker's shoulder. Cytherea couldn't believe what she just saw, and Arjen's slight wink at her didn't help at all. While all of this was happening, Gunther was still at the front of the shop, holding back the crowd. After a short while,
Gunther
emerged from
what a
behind
name.
the shield, with the woman by her side. The crowd stopped their rampage at the sight of her. The woman then told everyone that this is not what Kira would wish for. She wouldn't want anyone harmed on her account. With those words, and on the blacksmith's order, the crowd dispersed, and after a moment, they all looked like regular citizens again.
Nothing ever happened.
This is where the story cuts off, but this is definitely not when the story ends.
True.
In summary, the Demacian military is now escorting a mage from the Arbormark nation to help them with Silas. And I have to tell you now, Arjen became my favorite side character to date. He's even better than Misfortune's sidekick, Rafen. I just love Arjen's kind-hearted personality, even during the darkest situations. That is probably because he didn't see what just happened as a problem. He's supposed to be a ridiculously powerful mage. I think he could have
Seems
gotten
like
out of there just fine on his own. And I know we'll see him again. Because remember, Riot will release a novella focused on Demacia later this year. So all of this is very likely...
That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I do want to see more of Arjen. Not because like I'm super interested, but because it looks like he's very good at using his magic on, like, without being detected. So I want to see like what kind of like I wouldn't call it mischief, but like wit, how witty he is with how he's going to use his magic to avoid certain situations. But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's the story of the beginning of the Civil War, kinda ish, like what how it builds up. Pretty cool, pretty cool. We're gonna go on to the next one, which will be Lux and Jarvan get married. This is like a side story. We'll do that later. All I need to know about Demacia lore. We'll do that. So we get a better understanding of that. And then we have, I'm assuming this will have to do with Silas. Well, Jarvan the Third would die, right? So anyways, yeah. So that's that. I'll see you in the next one. But first, I really gotta go take a poop. So I'll be right back. Okay. And scene. Alright, let's go into all we need to know about Demacia.
In this video, you will learn everything you need to know to get started on the story of Demacia.
Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to a new video series where we cover the basic story of each region of League of Legends. This series will be aimed at people who don't know a lot about the lore of League of Legends, and they are looking for a good starting point. But if you already know the lore really well, at least we can use this video to summarize all the lore that remained canon. So, without further ado, let's have a look at our first region, Demacia. Because Demacia is the youngest region of Runeterra, the history of Demacia begins during the Rune Wars, which was about 1000 years ago. I don't want to bother you too much with the full history of Runeterra, because Demacia has a complicated story on its own,
Yep.
but the TLDR version of the story is
Very.
that celestial beings created Runeterra using the world runes. But after an accident, these runes were lost and scattered across the very planet they created. Millennia passed, ancient kingdoms fell, the Darkin Wars turned the world upside down, and new kingdoms rose. And it was after Mordekaiser tried to conquer the world that the Rune Wars truly began. Around the world, people started discovering the world runes. And allegedly, in self-defense, people started using them to nuke their neighboring nations.
just fucking nuke.
Bigger city were in danger, and people
Yeah.
started fleeing away from all the big regions. Eventually, as these refugees fled to the west, they stumbled upon an unusual forest that had the ability to absorb magic. It was a safe place
Yeah.
where the Rune Wars couldn't harm anyone. Later, these refugees figured out how to combine the bark of these trees together with ash and limestone to create petricite, a white stone-like material that mitigated all magic. And it was with the help of petricite
I'm very surprised that's like... You would think that, for example, Garen's armor would be made with it, right? With petricite. Maybe it's just too heavy of a material to actually make like weapons with it and armor, because like you would literally like use that to go to war all the time.
that the kingdom of Demacia was built.
I'm sure you can, but it's like it doesn't translate well into like, let's say, League of Legends. Like, let's say if everyone who from Demacia had patricide as part of their armor, it would be very unbalanced in League of Legends. Like, oh, everyone who's Demacian has like natural 5% magic damage reduction or some shit like that, or like 10% or whatever.
All magic. That's why Demacia
This
are mostly white.
might be in the MMO. I honestly hope they don't do any racials in the MMO. No like racial pass. Like, oh, 1% less damage, 1% less damage taken like, for magic. Like, no, none of that. No racials. Like, the only racials you can have is like cosmetic stuff. I'm
It's
fine with that.
mostly petricite. The person responsible for the first settlements in the Petricite Forest and the person who oversaw the construction of Demacia was Orlon. Orlon was a man who wielded a legendary hammer that gave incredible power to its rightful owner.
Oh, that's Poppy's hammer.
However, Orlon wasn't the rightful owner, and he was on a quest to find the right person. After he died, Poppy grabbed his hammer to continue his quest. However, it is likely that Poppy is the rightful owner,
Oh.
even though she doesn't know it. A couple of years later, Demacia became
Kind of like how Fate plays, how Fate's weaving hands have a way, you know.
Rune Wars, and people from all over the world traveled here. One such important man was Skilem of Mount Targon. Since the Rune Wars really raged all over the world, even people around Mount Targon were...
I really hope they had ships back then, because otherwise, man, this trip... It's like, fuck that. I really hope he had like a way to just like trespass this fucking water. Maybe even like this, you know? Go up here and like, tit.
Since the Rune Wars really raged all over the world, even people around Mount Targon weren't safe. And so, in hopes of saving their village, and despite the fact that they were expecting a child, Kilem and his pregnant wife Mira climbed the legendary Mount Targon. There the gods would help them. When they reached the peak, Mira was chosen as a vessel for the aspect of justice.
I don't know why I felt like his wife is gonna be something. I actually thought this would be the first Pantheon, but like Yes, Kale is also
After
fine.
that, the twin sisters Kale and Morgana were born.
Yeah.
Since Mira was now a fearsome warrior greater than any mortal, Kilem began to fear her new divinity.
That's how it is. Fear the woman that gained power.
Mira was fighting battles on battlefields far away. So in order to protect his two daughters, Kilem waited for Mira to leave once more, and he fled with both daughters across the sea.
Oh
From
boy.
this point on, we don't know what happened to Mira. Kilem raised his two daughters in Demacia, until the day Mira's blade fell from the heavens and landed in front of Kale and Morgana.
Oh.
It split in two, and each one of the sisters picked up one half. That's how Kale and Morgana became the twin aspects of justice.
But Morgana gave her sword to Kale after, no?
Kale quickly embraced their new calling, and she rallied an order of judicators on the peak of Silvermare, with a man called Ronas being Kale's champion. Together, Kale and her new followers would enforce the law and punish all sinners. A few battles later, while protecting their kingdom, Kale and Morgana became known as the Winged Protectors. And they are the reason why Demacia uses a lot of angelic wings in their architecture, including Galio, but more on that later. On the other hand, Morgana was trying to understand the sinner's point of view, instead of punishing them straight away. And for this, Kale's judicators started distancing themselves from Morgana more and more. And in the end, because Morgana was acting against their laws, Ronas himself tried to imprison Morgana. But since she had no other choice, Morgana had to kill Ronas in order to protect the innocent. This caused Kale to go on a justice-driven rampage, and she called the rain of divine fire on the city.
Oh my god, bro.
Allegedly to purge the city of all sinners. Unfortunately, Morgana
I like Kale less than I like from the first story. I was like, Kale's a bit too strong-headed. Here she's even worse. Oh my god, bro. There's no justice in what she's doing though. It's just tyranny at this point.
couldn't stop her sister's rampage in time, and their father, Kilem, died that day.
Boy.
Kale smote him down for the crime of stealing his daughters away from their mother. After this, Kale flew into the heaven.
Wait, Kale killed her father because he took the daughters away from their mother. Interesting.
Morgana went into hiding after she threw away her blade and bound her wings with chains, and the
Yeah.
people of Demacia had even more reasons to fear even the divine magic.
Uh-huh.
Over the centuries, the stories of the twin aspects became just that. Stories.
Uh-huh.
Even there, Demacia remembers only one winged protector, with Morgana being all but forgotten.
Huh.
As centuries passed, the people
cool.
of Demacia started looking for ways
But Kale's
to
fucking crazy, man.
on their patricide kingdom. That's why the legendary sculptor Durant was commissioned by the king to create Galio, a massive patricide statue that they could bring with them when fighting on faraway battlefields. There are two reasons why Galio looks the way he looks. Because it happened so long ago, depending on which Demacian you ask, some say his wings represent the winged protector, but others say he was sculpted after the native silverwing raptors. No one really knows what exactly Durant did to achieve this. But
Isn't Galio's like secondary name the Wing Protector? Oh no, he's the Colossus. No, never mind.
legends
My
say
bad.
that if Galio absorbs enough magic, he comes alive. Now, of course we know that Patricide doesn't just mitigate magic, it absorbs it. But magic doesn't make Patricide sentient. If that was the case, all buildings would start moving when under attack.
More importantly, so, well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's more importantly, but like, okay, those trees that they made Patricide from, so those trees' material was what was resistant to magic, but it wasn't actually resistant to magic, because the attribute shouldn't change. It should have been absorbing magic. The question is, why are those trees absorbing magic? I'm pretty sure like they probably didn't cover that, but there's always a reason. Like especially if it's a tree in nature, there's a reason for it to absorb magic, right? It's not just going like, well, yeah, I'm just a tree who absorbs magic. No. What's the purpose of your magic absorption abilities, right? There's always a purpose in nature. Nothing is just like, well, just because, right? Like plants absorb the sun, for vitamins and shit like that, for the vitamin D. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason these trees are absorbing magic. What do they do with it? No one knows. But no, it's kind of like neither here nor there.
Something special with Galio. We just don't know what. The only hint we got was an unreleased image of Durant's blueprints. Here we can see an image of Swain's demon. Interestingly enough, the same image was shown in Lux's comic. But there it didn't show the demon. So still, it is all just a massive speculation. And as Swain says,
his secret died with his sculptor.
A few more decades later, after the creation of Galio, the modern history of Demacia begins. And here is where all the present stories happen. Because Demacians in general have very bad experience with magic.
The Demacia looks sick as fuck though, by the way. Demacia looks like really, really cool place to just like, you know, look from above and just like never step into.
Either because of the Rune Wars or the Ascendant that were meant to protect them, they became paranoid. And the new law bans the use of any magic whatsoever. What's worse, you don't even need to use it. You are not allowed to even be able to use magic.
Which is like, you can't even control.
Tough luck hiding it. Because Demacia has ways of finding out what you really are. Demacia
especially,
special enforcers called the Mage Seekers.
Magic usually inherited, best to make sure no one else is afflicted. I'm sorry you had to see that, Miss Luxana, even though she has made none to apologize for making the kingdom safer.
Their job is to find mages inside Demacia. The Mage Seekers wear blue capes and silver half masks, so it is easy to distinguish them in the crowds. But what makes them special is that they usually carry a weapon of their choice and the Grey Mark. The Grey Mark is a disc made out of petricite, so it absorbs magic. And the Mage Seekers carried these Grey Marks to see if they are mages.
Makes sense.
Now, if anyone finds out you are a mage, one of three things can happen. Option 1. They kick you out of Demacia. Normally they just exile you beyond their borders. But here we should also mention their special case of exile. This isn't normally done to mages, but should anyone in the Demacian military severely break their laws, for example, people died because they didn't follow an order, they would be sent specifically to Mount Targon, because the punishment for soldiers who break
so the dumbest punishment.
the laws is to climb the mountain. And usually, this was a death sentence.
Yeah.
Of course, most Demacian outlaws never climbed the mountain.
Why would they?
And start a new life somewhere else.
It's so dumb. That is probably like the most unthought of punishment that Demacia ever had. It's like, your punishment is to climb Mount Targon. Well, you're coming with me? Fuck no, I'm not fucking suicidal. It's like, okay, so like, we're not gonna wait here to see me climb either, so... Alright, leave me here and I'll decide what I do with my life.
But for example, Tariq did climb the mountain. He faced his punishment for letting his comrades die, he conquered the mountain,
Fair enough.
and he became
Guilt.
a vessel for an aspect.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is just cool to see that even though the legends of the Winged Protectors are mostly forgotten, the Demacians still remember their roots, and they use Mount Targon as a part of their culture. Anyway, let's get back to the punishments. Option 2, when someone finds out you're a mage. They try to purge you. The Demacians see magic as an affliction, and they try to cure it as if it was a disease. And most of the time,
burn it with
torture. By far the most cruel way to cure magic is to make the victim drink a petricite potion. This is a simple concoction with pieces of petricite in it. When a mage drinks it, they feel pain similar to their soul being ripped from their body. It's because magic is quite literally part of their body, and petricite would be ripping it out from the inside. The sad thing is that magic can't really be purged, so in the end the victims either die of exhaustion, are executed, or they are exiled. The last option when someone finds out you're a mage is that they straight up kill you where you stand. Oftentimes this is done by a mistake. Because the Demacians see mages as extremely dangerous, they don't hesitate to attack at the slightest sign of danger, even if nothing is happening. So with all of this said, is it safe to say that all Demacians are controlled by prejudice towards mages? No.
Not all.
And here is where the plot twist happens.
Yeah.
The interesting part comes in when you realize that a lot of the nobles and highborn Demacians are mages.
Yep.
And it is these hidden highborn mages that imprison other poor mages that got discovered.
Well, from what I understand, like the way magic happens, it's like it might be able to travel through generations, like a gene kind of thing, right? It's like consider like X-Men, right? It's like where you have like mutants, and it's like it's a mutant gene that happens. It doesn't have to happen on the next generation, but it can happen in some generations. So it's like the nobles, obviously they're in power, you know, so they can either hide it, they can pay off the superiors and all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, of course. And it's like, you can't control if your child is born as a magician, but what you can do is protect it with the power that you have as a noble.
This naturally fills Demacia with hypocrisy.
Oh, 100%.
It's actually the main plot point of Demacia right now.
Yeah, that should make sense.
Really
This is why I'm surprised that it's even a thing. It's like that they're so adamant about this, knowing exactly that's like a lot of the nobles. Because like, think about it this way: even though the nobles are protecting like their families that are mages, their family can't just walk around the open. Wouldn't you be like, yo man, like this really sucks, like I want to change Demacia so my kid can walk around public without being ashamed, you know, so his kids will be able to walk around their mages without being ashamed or like hide it or anything like that, right? So it's like, you would think more nobles would be like, you know what, like maybe this rule is kind of fucked up, you know, and pressure the king to change. Well, by the way, the king, I know about Jarvan the Third, but the Fourth is not really all about that magic stuff, like anti-magic stuff. Like, I don't think he cares that deeply about it. Like that, you know. Like, I'm pretty sure Jarvan the Fourth would be okay with like mages not being hated.
Surface when Silas came in.
You know.
He was a boy with the ability to see mages.
Yeah.
In his eyes, people afflicted by magic would glow brightly. So of course, the mage seekers brought him to the capital city and used him for their cause.
Yep.
However, not only could Silas see the mages in the poor villages, but he also saw all the hidden highborn mages. And that was a problem, because this knowledge gave him a lot of power when he grew up. But Silas wasn't the only one who could literally see the hypocrisy. Because mages generally stay in hiding, they live in smaller villages and they help poor communities.
Yep.
Usually they use their
Makes
magic
sense.
to grow crops faster, hunt for food, or protect the village from monsters. As a result, these smaller villages appreciate mages, and they see the good in them. So right now, Demacia is in a civil war. The nobles of the capital city enforce laws that
Is it an active civil war or is it like a silent civil war though?
ban all magic, while the common people fight for the mages' rights, because they are tired of their children being taken away simply because they were born afflicted.
And poor. Afflicted and poor, because if they're born afflicted and rich, not a problem.
This is
Not
all
much of a
information
problem.
you need to understand all of
Yeah.
Demacia. From this point on,
Pretty much,
no matter
yeah.
what Demacian story you decide to read, it should always make sense to you.
Yep.
But there are more interesting connections you should know about. So let's now explain the map of Demacia a little bit more.
Okay.
By looking at the map, you can see that Demacia is surrounded by mountains. This plays into the overall theme of living in isolation from all magic. The capital city of Demacia is simply called the Great City of Demacia. The reason for this is because Demacia was built as a single settlement in a forest. That
Man. Not to hate on like current day technology and stuff like that, but the world, like I'm not saying this is the world, but it's like the world used to be such a beautiful place before people. I'm just saying. It's like clean waters, nature, all that shit. I mean, fuck. I hate nature because nature likes to eat me too much, like bites and stuff. But like clean water, amazing beaches and stuff like that. It's like now it's like
That's what
select
Demacia
few
is
places in the world, you know?
just one place, but it grew into a nation over time. The northern mountains are shared with
Old
Freljord.
bar gates.
Because of this, every now and then, the northern cities have to repel raids from the Freljordian barbarians.
Yeah.
And ever since Sejuani became the leader of the Winter's Claw, these raids became more frequent. But the most famous place for repelling Freljordians isn't in the north. It's actually a coastal city to the east.
Oh.
Dawnhold became famous after members of the legendary Dauntless Vanguard set entire fleets of Freljordian ships on fire. After this event that is now known as the Battle of Dawnhold, Freljordians rarely send their ships to attack Demacia. North of Dawnhold in the mountains, we can find Fosbarrow, named after Fossian Crown Guard, who was Garen's and Lux's great-grandfather.
Yeah, and it was Nocturne, clearly, yeah, from that story. It definitely was Nocturne.
This place can sometimes be called the Haunted Town, because it was haunted by a certain nightmarish demon. East of that we have High Silvermare. Not only is this the place where Lux and Garen grew up, but this place is also known for its Silverwing Raptors. Also, don't forget that according to the legends, Silvermare is where Kael started her Order of Judicators.
Oh.
Further up to northeast we have Uvendale, We know this town as one of the places
Juventus?
where we find
Nice.
the rightful owner of the Hammer of Orlon. Also, this town is where Quinn was born. Next, we should go further east, beyond the borders of Demacia.
Quinn was born pretty far from Demacia, like from the main city, but yeah.
You can notice that there is a place that doesn't belong to any region. Primarily, that's because it's a contested area. But it's also because there's
the middle.
actually a small nation...
Knockmirch.
And even though the Arbormark have powerful mages as their leaders, they've been allied with Demacia for many years. In fact, in a recent story, after the Demacian Civil War started, Demacia asked Arbormark to send over one of their trusted mages to help them figure out how to stop Silas's rebellion. And of course, this Arbormark mage wouldn't be harmed as long as they respect Demacia's laws.
Yeah.
Going a little bit south from the northern mountains, there is supposed to be a town called Dragborn. This is where Silas was born, but as of right now,
No one knows
it's
where
not
it is.
shown on the map. Next, we have Greenfang Mountains. This place is special because this is where Galio was awakened for the first time. South of the Greenfang Mountains, we have Torbisha, a city that was recently ruined by an earthquake. Lux traveled here with the Illuminators to help its citizens. The
Illuminatis?
are a group of people that help the sick and the poor. Even further south
That's what the Illuminati does too, you know? It's like, we want equality for all. So everyone's sick and poor.
from that, we have Renwall, a castle where Jarvan helped Shiva,
This you won't feel alone.
the Black Dragon Yiva. And lastly, we need to talk about a very special place that is still a little bit of a mystery. If you have seen the Call of Power cinematic, where Ryze is collecting world runes all around Runeterra, you may have noticed that at the beginning...
Yeah, he walks
walked
next
in
to
a
this, yeah.
Ivory forest. This, of course, was the ancient Petricite forest that the Demacians harvested to craft Petricite. And it is under these trees that Ryze is storing the world runes. We can assume he stores them here because Petricite mitigates their magic. However, we are not sure if Ryze knows that the trees are absorbing it as well, and that he is slowly making a world rune empowered forest.
That's what I was saying. So it's like it is absorbing. It has to have a purpose that it absorbs it.
Also, in the cinematic, Ryze reveals an image that probably shows the past. But as of right now, we don't really know what it means. And
People worshipping a tree. The rise of the world trees, huh? Two mesas.
we don't even know who built the Demacian Vault. The last thing I want to do in this video is to quickly mention all champions connected to Demacia.
Okay.
Because sometimes people get surprised when they learn that their favorite champion belongs to a totally different nation than they thought.
Okay.
So, here's the full list. Poppy was there when the first Demacian settlement was constructed. Gale and Morgana were big parts of old Demacia. Lux and Garen are members of the Crown Guard family, which is a Demacian noble house. Lux is also a highborn
It's like the closest house to the king. This is like basically king's personal guard kind of thing. Well, you know, king's guard.
mage in hiding. But Garen is not. Garen's ultimate is actually not magic.
Yeah.
It is a reference to the fact that Demacians revere the aspect of justice. So in reality, the giant holy blade is just Gale answering his prayers. Silas escaped the Demacian prison.
If only Kel was able to answer his prayers while she's in game and actually use that sword as like her regular ascended attack, that would be...
And she kickstarted the Great Rebellion.
Can you imagine like Kel just like her E, which is like, I don't know, 4-second cooldown, 3-second cooldown, is just like Garen ults over and which kind of they kind of are because they have an execute in them, but it's like they're like mini versions.
Jarvan IV is a Demacian prince. His full name is Jarvan Lightshield.
Yeah.
Sona was an Ionian orphan that was brought to Demacia by a rich musician. Sona is also technically a mage in hiding.
What's some video about Sona's father? I need to watch that.
Even though Lucian spends most of his time traveling around Runeterra and hunting undead, he also comes from Demacia.
Yeah.
Fiora comes from House.
Well, so doesn't Senna as well come from Demacia? But now Senna is considered from the Hollows, right?
which is a Demacian family of elite duelists.
Yeah.
Quinn is a hunter from Demacia's mountains. Shivana simply stumbled upon Demacia when she was
By
back
mistake.
away from her cruel mother. She and Jarvan helped each other, and now Shivana is allowed to stay in Demacia. But again, she is hiding her magical form. Vayne is also from Demacia. She is a monster hunter who's on a quest to slay the demon that killed her parents. Of course, that demon is actually Evelyn, who has her own cult of followers in the mountains of Demacia. Xin Zhao was an Ionian who was captured by Noxians and used in battles against Demacians.
See, like, stuff like this was like, I would say still Sona and Xin Zhao are Ionian. Still, like, their origin is Ionian. Just because they live here, because, like, well, you know, Ari's gonna be Demacian too, but...
That he was supposed to die in the first battle against Demacia, Xin Zhao decided to swap sides, and King Jarvan allowed it. So Xin Zhao now fights for Demacia. Galio is a petrified colossus created by Durant. He mostly sleeps near the capital city, and he is rarely awakened by magic.
Yeah.
Nocturne is a demon who haunted Fosborough.
Yep.
Tariq was a Demacian soldier who didn't take his duty seriously, and he was sentenced to die at the peak of Mount Tariq.
He just wasn't challenged enough, man. He was just way too good. It's fucking Fabio.
Vel'Koz is roaming the contested area Demacia.
Okay.
Occasionally, he attacks Demacian settlements.
Okay.
And finally, during his adventures around Runeterra, Ezreal also visited Demacia.
Okay, just because he visited.
But Lux barely remembers who he even is. And this, ladies
He's just a fanboy.
and gentlemen, should be all the information you need to know about Demacia. From this point on, it really doesn't matter what stories you read.
Yeah, for the most part, you kind of...
If I can recommend
I'm surprised, like, Ezreal visited Demacia, but isn't he from Piltover? I feel like he is.
stories, go ahead and read the story of Silas.
Yeah.
Right now, he is the most important Demacian because he is pushing the story forward. And close behind him, we have Lux, because she is pictured as the main character of Demacia, and she really underlines what it means to be a mage in Demacia.
Isn't she also, like... She's kind of, like, in between this whole thing? Because she has like, she literally talked to Silas, right? Then it's like... But also, not only that, it's like she's... How do I say it? I would say if anyone can bring this problem to a close, it feels like it would be Lux. I don't know why. I can't explain it. But if anyone can mediate the issue, it is Lux. I think. Or at least, like, maybe that's how they want to present it. I don't know.
With that, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if
Very much so.
you like the concept, feel free to recommend what region we should have a look at next. Again, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Sweet. Oh, look at this guy. Where's your cat, though? New little legends with your skins. How Pantheon's interactions reveal the lore. Alright. Anyways, yeah, so that's the video by Necrod. We got a lot of Necrod videos today. Just saying all you need to know about Demacia. And that was all you need to know about Demacia. Simple enough. Alright, let's go to the next one. Okay, should Lux and Jarvan get married? The new king. Didn't I have one that is like, who banged in the lore? Began, possible champion teaser. Again. Riven Abandoned Noxus, Ruination, gonna be important. Love story of Leona, Indiana. Oh, are they lesbians? Nice. What else? I know we have... There we go. Who banged? Alright, we'll do... I think I'll finish with that. Alright, so... we're gonna not watch that yet. Alright, so let's do this. The new King of Demacia Aftermath story. Aftermath. Not sure. Is this basically after? This is definitely after the Silas thing, but and I understand that Jarvan III died here somewhere. Didn't understand who killed him though. I think was it Silas that killed him. We'll find out. Where's the cat, man? Never seen your cat.
Now and then, when Riot releases a story nobody expects, it blows people away. Usually, it happens
pretty good
when they
stories.
update an older champion, but today,
Amen.
it is a little bit special.
But can they please update Kassadin? Like, it's like, please. I mean, they updated him a bit, but like, can you get some love, some spotlight? Oh man.
Because we got an amazing story that is simply based on pushing the story forward.
Good.
In fact, the story you're about to hear is so good,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
honestly left wanting more. I simply need to know what happens next. And I have never had this feeling before.
Dude.
Sure,
I love the background music though. It's so good.
sometimes we get a story that has a cool cliffhanger, but we have never had it on this level.
Aurelian Sol?
In order
Yeah.
to even start with the new story that's called Aftermath, we need to quickly cover what happened in the latest issue of Lux. And because the story is quite long, we need to do it quickly. So here's the TLDR of issue 4 of Lux.
I so want to start watching the cinematics in the order they were released. Oh my god, man.
In this issue, Silas was on his way to the Demacian Palace. He was looking for the king. As the mages started pouring into the throne room, Jarvan IV, the king's son, marched against them fully armored. He took down a couple of mages before he got to Silas. And even though they were surrounded by Demacian guards, the two got engaged in one-on-one combat. And here's where we can find a couple of cool Easter eggs. Since Silas has the ability to tap into the magic stored in Petricite, he can use all the magic that was ever used in the throne room. But the throne room stood ever since Gale and Morgana influenced the foundation of the mountain.
Wait a second. Oh, that is big. Wait, say that again?
But the throne room
No.
Easter eggs. Since Silas has the ability to tap into the magic stored in Petricite.
Silas has the ability to tap into magic stored in Petricide. Rise is hiding the rune stones, or whatever they're called, rune gems, whatever, under the trees that are absorbing that power. Does that mean Silas will be able to use that power at some point? Oh my god, the story just got fucking catastrophic potentially. I feel like Silas can be a massive raid boss if I can envision it, that Silas becomes like a massive fucking raid boss who can just blow up the world with the power of the runestones because he can tap into them.
He can use all the magic that was ever used in the throne room.
Yeah.
But the throne room stood ever since Gale and Morgana influenced the foundation of Demacia. So we got a really cool scene where Silas explains to Jarvan that ages ago, great beings stood where they stood now. And immediately after that, Silas tapped into millennia-old magic. And from the chains it is obvious that Silas is using the dark binding chains of Morgana.
The thing is, like, with Silas, he just straight, like, no, he is always portrayed, even though his cause is good, he's always portrayed the villain. Not because of what he's doing, but because of how he's doing certain things, or like his mentality. He just portrayed like he would be evil regardless of the circumstance, kind of thing. It's just that the circumstance is the excuse for him to be evil. That's kind of like what Silas feels to me right now, right? Even though, like, what he's fighting for overall is good, I would say, where it's like you want equality for mages and stuff, but I feel like for him it's an excuse just to like fight. At least that's like the vibe I'm getting from him. Like, he just has an like, I wouldn't say like complete evil vibe to this point of like, you know, Emperor what's his name? No, Palpatine, right? He's not Palpatine, okay? But maybe Darth Vader-y, you know? Maybe a bit of Darth Vader, right? Where it's just like he's just using the excuse to be evil, even though he just wants to be evil.
Some speculate that in the scene before,
Ignorant swine!
flames of Gale. But that one might be a little bit of a stretch. The part with Morgana's magic is obvious, however, because the tip and the links of the chain match perfectly. Also, Morgana's chains were used to bind people to the ground. Anyway, a scene later, Silas captured Jarvan and he dragged him to the king's quarters. But when they arrived there, they found the king of Demacia dead. As of right now, we don't know what happened to him. We don't know how he died or who killed him. But what's important is that the king of Demacia is dead. Originally, Silas wanted to humiliate the king in front of the capital city, to show everyone that mages hold the power now. But since the king was dead, they had to humiliate the prince.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lux drank a petricide potion in order to dim her light, so that Silas wouldn't be able to use her magic, and so nobody figures out that she's a mage. A scene later, it is revealed that the humiliation will take the form of Prince Jarvan eating a rat. It's what all the mage prisoners had to do in the prison. But before Jarvan was forced to do that, Lux interrupted them. First, she shot Silas with a crossbow, then she got smacked onto the ground, and then she stabbed his foot with a knife. After that, the rebellion broke loose as Garen charged through the mages to help Lux. And with that, the issue ends. And the rest will be revealed in issue 5.
Interesting.
What's important to us right now is that the king of Demacia died.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how, but it's important to know that he did. And this is where the new story Aftermath comes in. This story likely happens after the comic series ends, but slightly before the Turmoil story.
Wait, what? Presented by Marvel?
Likely happens after
Presented by Marvel. Number 1 of 5. Interesting.
the comic series ends, but slightly before the Turmoil story, since that one happens after the entire rebellion escalates. So, with that said,
Yes, so it was an active civil war then.
The story begins with showing us Xin Zhao after the battle, a day after the king died. Xin Zhao was in deep depression, because his life was dedicated to him.
Yeah.
He sat in the royal gardens for hours, as the guards led him to grieve there alone. In his head, Xin didn't see anything but the fact that he failed to protect the king. When the first beams of sunrise finally warmed his face, he stood up. Many years ago he had made a promise. Now he intended to keep it. He went to the palace, looking for High Marshal Crown Guard. But there he learned that she was away. She was overseeing increased security in the north. So Xin Zhao marched north to find her. On his way, he watched banners hanging on the walls in the main hallway. One of the banners was in a bad condition, because it came from an important battle. A battle of Salt Spike Hill, where King Jarvan himself fought, with Xin Zhao at his side. It was a battle where, against the odds, they pushed back Freljordian barbarians. As Xin Zhao kept going, he passed by a remote library where the king liked to hang out, away from all politics. This is where King Jarvan and Xin Zhao had spent many nights drinking fortified honey wine. Next he passed by the training room. It was here where they let their passion loose. And it was here where they had spent most of their time, practicing with sword, spear and lance. Then the story revealed that although Xin Zhao couldn't bear the fact
Spear and lance, huh?
best friend, Prince Jarvan lost his father, the only parent he had since his mother died when he was born.
Yeah.
Xin heard the sound of someone practicing within the training room, so he entered to see who that was. And sure enough, it was Prince Jarvan himself, hacking a wooden practice dummy into pieces, his eyes red, surrounded by dark sleepless pits. Xin wanted to leave immediately, but before he had the chance, Jarvan called after him. Even though they weren't related by blood,
This is like a day after the king died. That means that someone or something got Silas out of the kingdom, right?
Jarvan called Xin uncle. Xin Zhao lowered his head and apologized. There was a short pause before Jarvan questioned his apology. He wasn't sure if he apologized for interrupting him or not being there when his father was murdered. There was even a longer pause before Xin answered that he failed them both. After that, without a word, Jarvan threw him a training sword. Xin
Let's go.
held it with his left hand, while still holding his spear in his right. A blink of an eye later, Jarvan was coming at him swinging hard. He was using a training blade, but the swings were strong enough to break a bone should they land. As they fought, Jarvan, engulfed in fury, questioned Xin. He asked Xin where he was, and Xin asked back in a quiet voice, was this how he wanted to do this? Jarvan simply said yes, his anger shimmering, his sword held in a death grip. Then Xin Zhao put away his spear and he let Jarvan go at him with his full force. Xin simply deflected Jarvan's strikes, but he never fought back, even though Jarvan's fury-driven strikes gave him plenty of opportunities.
Yeah.
Xin wouldn't
Let him-
interrupt his justified anger.
Let him exhaust himself. Let him take it all out, his anger all out and shit like that. Yeah.
And if the prince
Makes sense.
beat him bloody, then so be it. Jarvan attacked again and again, asking
Where were you?
asking Xin where was he. The story then briefly jumps into a scene from
I bet the king told Xin Zhao to go somewhere else. Like the king ordered him to do something else. I wonder, did the king kill himself?
the past. The king was writing a letter at his desk. He
Yeah.
was angry at what they've done, and he was ventilating his thoughts to Xin Zhao. They've been fools. He was a fool. They tried to protect themselves, but they only created the very enemy they tried to protect themselves from.
Yep.
After that, the story goes back to the present times. Xin Zhao just blocked a heavy blow aimed at his neck. Jarvan asked him if he has nothing to say, and Xin replied that he should have been there with his father. But Jarvan snarled back at him. This was no answer. The prince then threw away his sword, and for a moment, Xin hoped he was done. But
Nope.
then Jarvan
He
retreated
took a real sword.
to Drakerbane.
Ah,
He leveled the lance toward Xin and told him to get his spear. But Xin protested. Jarvan wasn't armored. A training weapon could break bones, but a simple parry of a combat blade could be lethal. But Jarvan didn't care, so Xin bowed his head and retrieved his spear. Without a word, Jarvan attacked. The story then continues the scene from the past. Xin Zhao didn't understand what the king was talking about, and so the king explained. He blamed himself. He gave them too much power despite him knowing it wasn't the right choice. But they had convincing arguments, and they were backed by the council.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought happened with he gave too much power to, like, I'm assuming not the nobles, but like the mage seekers, and that's what brought this.
Now he saw how wrong he was to ignore his own judgment.
Yeah.
That's why he was writing a letter, commanding the mage seekers to halt their arrest.
Yeah.
Then the story went back to the present scene again. With a flick of his hand, Jarvan doubled the length of Drakerbane, and Xin Zhao deflected it, careful to not get his spear hooked. Drakerbane was a very unique weapon, and the secrets of how to fight with it were lost in the reign of the first kings of Demacia. In fact, for centuries the weapon was mostly used for ceremonial purposes, because in untrained hands, Drakerbane was deadly to its wielder as it was to the enemy. But Jarvan dreamed of using it in battle like the heroes of old, and so Xin promised to teach him how to use it when he was ready. But before he could teach Jarvan how to wield the weapon, Xin had to master it himself. It was a sublime weapon, and a symbol of greatness crafted by the legendary Orlon. The weapon was brought to defeat the great frost drake Maelstrom, who plagued the first settlements of Demacia in the early ages of the kingdom. For years, Xin Zhao practiced with the lance every day, and only when he felt like he understood it well, he started teaching Jarvan how to use it. But over the years, Jarvan got better at wielding Drakerbane, better than even Xin Zhao, and Jarvan now used it to furiously strike at him, forcing him back with every swing. Xin successfully avoided every blow so far, but he knew that wouldn't last. At this point, it took all of Xin Zhao's focus to stay alive. The scene then cuts back to the past. The king was reading over the letter he just wrote. Then he said that had he had the courage to do this earlier, perhaps this day's disaster could have been averted. After that, he signed the letter, and he sealed it in a white leather case with royal blue wax. When the wax cooled down, he handed the letter to Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Then the story goes back to the present. Xin Zhao barely avoided a vicious slash, turning his face at the last moment. The blades of Drakerbane sliced across his cheek, drawing blood. It was at this moment that Xin Zhao wondered if the prince was actually trying to kill him. There was a certain balance in dying to the son of the man he failed to protect. Jarvan then slapped Xin Zhao's spear aside with the butt of Drakerbane, and he sliced the weapon at Xin Zhao's neck. It was a perfectly executed move that Xin himself taught him. Xin Zhao could have blocked the following strike, but instead, he decided to rely on his speed in order to dodge it. And yet, at the very last moment, Xin Zhao didn't move. His will to fight was gone. He lifted his chin ever so slightly, so that the strike would be true. The blow was delivered with speed, skill, and power, but it stopped just as it touched Xin Zhao's throat. Jarvan then asked Xin, why won't he say where he was? To which Xin answered that it's because he is at fault. He should have been there. Jarvan held the weapon at his throat a moment longer, before all the fury suddenly disappeared. Jarvan knew his father probably sent Xin away.
Yep.
Now he's blaming himself for his absence. And when he questioned Xin about his suspicions, Xin didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Then it cuts back to the past. Xin Zhao hesitated for a moment, but then he accepted the letter. He asked if the king wants him to give it to a runner, but King Jarvan said that this delivery is very important, and that he only trusts Xin.
Yeah.
The letter was meant for
Figured.
the head of the Mage Seeker Order, directly for him and nobody else. Xin Zhao said that he would deliver the letter when the streets are clear and it is safe to leave, but the king ordered him to leave
And
immediately.
go now, yeah.
Then the story quickly shoots back to the present. Jarvan was shaking his head. He knew his father was stubborn, and once his mind was set, there was no use changing it. Xin Zhao simply repeated that he should have been there.
Yep.
Jarvan rubbed his eyes. He didn't agree with Xin. Staying would be defying the king's order. Jarvan then asked, what was it that the king had him doing? And the scene goes back to the past. Xin Zhao frowned. His place was by the king's side.
It's like it's the most cliche. It's a good cliche, but it's really one of my favorite cliche. But this is like the most cliche way of like kings, knowing that they're gonna die. Either like they're gonna die by someone else, or they're gonna kill themselves, and they don't want their retainer basically to be there when they do, so they send them away. It's like super cliche and stuff, but like I love this.
And
It's so nice.
leave him during
This also shows a good amount of character on the King of Demacia.
all the chaos. But the king insisted that if they don't deliver the letter, things will get even worse. Already it had gone far enough, and they had to stop the Mage Seekers before this escalates. Again, Xin repeated that it is not wise to leave now, but the king interrupted him, urging him to leave immediately. Back in the present, after Xin Zhao explained what happened, Jarvan almost couldn't believe it. He let out a bitter laugh, since this was exactly what his father was like. Once the king missed Jarvan's blade ceremony on his 14th birthday, because of a meeting about taxation. He then asked Xin if he delivered the message, and Xin replied, no, he didn't. As soon as he heard the bells, he turned around, and on his way back, he had to deal with a number of mages, as was obvious from his battered clothes. Out of anger, Jarvan said that they should have executed them all, a statement that shocked Xin. He replied that his father wouldn't share the same view, but Jarvan snapped back. They killed him. After that, there was a moment of silence.
No, I
and
think
tears began
King
to
killed
flow
himself,
down Jarvan's
but yeah.
eyes. He didn't know what to do. In that moment, he was just a boy again, scared and alone. Xin Zhao dropped his spear and hugged him tightly. Jarvan cried then, and for the first time that day, tears ran down Xin Zhao's face as well.
Oh man, like I get it, but it's like, imagine you like it's fine when it's like in a story, but it's like imagine you walk in, right? You have like these two characters like fucking like the shit of the shit, mega alpha dudes, right? Or supposed to be. It's like you walk in, they're hugging and crying. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Even though it's understandable, don't get me wrong, but it's like just imagining that scene happening, knowing who these two are. You're like, bro, it's like they were better off just like punching bags and like, you know, but yeah, whatever.
After this heartbreaking moment, Jarvan changed his clothes to look more formal. Xin Zhao told him that he will now do what he was born to do. He will lead. Jarvan replied that he doesn't think he's ready. But Xin Zhao assured him that none of the good leaders think that.
Yeah.
And Jarvan added that at least Xin Zhao will be with him to help him. To which Xin responded that he regrets it will not be possible.
Yeah.
Then it cuts back to the past. Xin Zhao was still standing in the same room as the king. His place was by the king. The king reminded him that his duty is to Demacia, and Xin replied that the king is Demacia. The king then snapped back. Demacia is greater than any king. That was not up for debate. It was an order. At that point, Xin Zhao's inner sense of danger was going wild, but it was silenced by the devotion to duty. After that, he simply bowed and marched from the room. In the present, Xin Zhao told Jarvan that he had made a promise long time ago. A promise you may remember because it came from a story we already covered. Should anything happen to Jarvan III, Xin Zhao's own life was forfeit.
Yeah.
The pledge was made to High Marshal Diana Crown Guard, who would make sure of that. After a moment, Jarvan told Xin Zhao something that reminded Xin so much of the king. Jarvan said that his pledge was to Demacia, not his father, not anyone else. His duty to Demacia overrides all. And Jarvan assured him that he would deal with Diana himself. Right now, he needed Xin to serve him as he did his father. So he asked Xin to stand with the kingdom again. And Xin slowly dropped to his knee, accepting his new king. In the last scene, Jarvan and Xin Zhao walked towards the main council hall. Jarvan's new advisors already expected him inside, but he stopped before the Great Council doors. He asked Xin Zhao what happened to the letter he was supposed to deliver. Xin Zhao revealed that he still had it attached to his belt, and he let Jarvan read it. Xin Zhao saw Jarvan's expression harden, then he crushed the letter in both hands before handing it back. "Destroy it," Jarvan said. Xin Zhao stared at him in shock, and without a further word, Jarvan turned and walked into the council room. He moved to the head of the table. To his right, there was High Marshal Tiana Crown Guard. To his left, there was Tiana's husband, the head of the Mage Seeker Order for whom the letter was. Xin Zhao still stood frozen in shock in the entrance, but when Jarvan raised his eyebrows at him questioningly, Xin Zhao marched into the room, and he threw the letter into the flames. The story then ends with Jarvan's words. Let us begin. This story was quite amazing because for the first time, I was left with a feeling of wanting more. The story just moved forward by an incredible chunk, but we know
Yeah.
it's not the end by
What happened in between those 2 days, though?
function.
That's what I'm
And
more
I
curious
hope that
about.
even the last issue of the Lux comic won't give us all the answers. Right now, I have a good theory about what actually happened to the king. So we'll wait for the last comic issue. And if we don't get the answers, oh boy, you can expect a spicy video.
Duty calls. I feel like he killed himself, though. Or he asked one of his retainers to do it. Yeah. That's pretty good video, though. Yeah. The master is like getting a better story. There was something here I want to... So like this, for example. This part. Friends, I need you. Do we need more testimony from the swine? No. Does he deserve to be spared? No. String him. Wait, no. Long live Prince Jarvan. Execute him. Execute him, but then Demacia would fall to anarchy. Mages would run free in the streets. Bleed the swine. They can't do that. See, like he's... Like he just wants pain. It's not like... He doesn't want like justice or whatever. If he wants justice, he would just like... abolish the monarchy or whatever, but he just wants, he's driven by revenge, basically, right? He's becoming the enemy he hates, and I feel like he's going down a path where it's like he's just gonna be more and more and more and more evil, right? And eventually, because hopefully he doesn't get captured or killed. Probably won't be killed. I mean, it's like plot device, and because he can use the power of the Petricide, Petricide, I believe he would have something to do with those trees, like because he can use their power or some shit like that. Well, yeah, like you become what you hunt, you become what you hate. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty cool. I do want to see how far the Silas story goes. I don't know if Warriors was Warriors. The one where Lux summons Galio. I wonder if that was the last piece of information we have about Silas. But yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll keep going through this. We'll see what happens. But yeah. Oh, really? Did LeBlanc kill King Jarvan? Oh, that's interesting. Let's load this up, actually. Let's go. Fuck it. It's a continuation of the same story. I might as well. Anyways. On to the next one. Alright, so following what we just saw is LeBlanc. I can main it comment for. We're going to change some things in Arcane to make the story more interesting. Placing Jason, Victor, OG, Mentor with them. Okay, I'll read the comments later.
And so, despite
hell is
everything
this?
being currently prepared on PvE, we need to go back to Legends of Runeterra, and we need to have a look at another set of cards, which reveal even more spicy lore. They may look innocent at first, but they all contribute to a really interesting storyline, and eventually we learn about something really cool at the end. So without further ado, let's have a look at the cards surrounding...
Bro, his arm is way too fucking big, bro. It's like makes him just look so fucking fat.
Jarvan IV.
Alright, let's
Let's
go.
start with Jarvan himself. That's where the storyline starts. The Noxians knew where Prince Jarvan's hunt would take him. They knew how many Demacians would be on his side.
One sec, Bearbear.
And they
Sorry about that.
knew that his honor wouldn't permit him to flee. The trap was set. A couple of interesting things to point out here. If you read Jarvan's bio, there you learn that Jarvan being captured by Noxians is essentially the main part of his lore. As Noxus started expanding their territory towards Demacia, Demacians started fighting back. Eventually, they were defeated at the Gates of Morning, which was crossing the line. And so, Jarvan IV decided to venture out and deal with the Noxians himself. But he was ambushed somewhere around Travail. This quote reveals that the Noxians knew exactly where Jarvan was and where he was going.
Okay.
That's why they were able to ambush him. And the reason why that likely happened is because LeBlanc likely infiltrated the Demacian military.
Oh.
In the Garen novel, we learned that one of Garen's relatives was possessed by LeBlanc. So having another spy there keeping an eye on Jarvan makes sense. The reason why I'm even bringing this up is because this becomes important.
Isn't LeBlanc like 1,000 years old at this point? She was there to capture Mordekaiser, right?
Later on. Regardless, even though this scene might have happened during a totally different encounter, it is highly likely that this happened when Jarvan was captured and later he was saved by Shyvana. But before we move on, if you have a look at the background, you may notice that Jarvan's private squad are not the Dauntless Vanguard, who are led by Garen. It seems like Jarvan has his own kind of elite warriors.
Okay.
You may notice that this King's Guard is wearing armor similar to his. And among them, there is a very special man. He does have his own card called the Honored Lord. But this is actually Lord Buvele, the adoptive father of Sona Buvele.
Oh,
All
okay.
we really know about him is that the Buvele family was powerful within the Demacian houses. And we know that his wife, who was likely the one who decided to adopt Sona, probably had some relation with magic, because she was aware of what Sona's instrument does and stuff like that. Anyway, the important part is that when you have a look at the tabard which Lord Buvele has, you may notice a weird owl griffin on it, which is a beast which we have not seen in Demacia before. And that's because this beast is likely referencing the shaggy beasts which Aurelian once mentioned. If you go to Aurelian's story, there, as he flew past Shurima and he went to the steppes to the north, he witnessed two armies fighting. On one side, there are people with stag skulls on pikes, and the other army, which was winning the fight, was riding shaggy beasts. This is really just a theory, but since we know that that battle happened around Demacia, I think the core Demacians might be descendants of those people. Maybe that's why they are still using this image on their banners to this day.
So come like the story's so fucking like mixed. It's crazy, man. This like it's like almost confusing at this point.
Has a really long history. Though, unfortunately, we don't learn more about this. It's just a really cool nod to a tiny detail which we learned from Aurelian. Anyway, let's keep going. Jarvan's leveled up version then continues the story. But the Noxians did fail to account for the young prince's sheer strength and uncompromising will. They paid for this miscalculation in blood. This is where I kinda believe that maybe this didn't happen during the storyline with Shyvana. Maybe this was a totally different ambush. Because, you know, Jarvan is supposed to lose the fight. But here it seems like he is actually going to slaughter everyone. Regardless, here's the thing. Looking at the Noxians behind him, these are members of the Trifarian Legion. They are not some random frontline berserkers. These are equal to Demacia's Dauntless Vanguard. Which means that they are here because someone from the top of Noxus stole them.
Yeah, they know.
That's why it is likely
should
that
be there.
this was orchestrated by LeBlanc. Especially if this happened during the times when Noxus was still ruled by Borem Darkwill. Because if this happened a bit later on, during the times when the Trifrakes was already a thing, that would mean that both Darius and Swain would also have to know about these being here, which would make it harder for LeBlanc to do anything unnoticed.
Yep.
Still, the point is, this was likely orchestrated by LeBlanc. And if this is happening during the story in Jarvan's bio, that means that Jarvan ultimately lost the fight, he was forced to retreat, he got hit by an arrow, and he passed out in the forest. Then he was found by Shyvana, and the entire Shyvana storyline happened.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the core of the story.
I hope the air was not the knee.
So, let's have a look at what happened in Demacia while Jarvan was away. Actually, super quickly before that, there is one unrelated card, and that is the Dragon Chow. That shriek you hear from way up high, that's no bird, my boy. That's the cry of a hunting dragon. I have to say, I am pretty sure we have never seen these furry elephants before, especially around Demacia. So I quickly want to mention that this is a brand new animal which we have not seen before. And unless this is actually called the Dragon Chow, I don't think we know its name yet. Anyway, on to Jarvan's story.
Dragon Chow.
The first related card we got is a spell, Battlefield Prowess. I could teach you a thing or two, the quote of Lord Buvele. This card doesn't reveal anything just yet, but
There's the,
get a closer
yeah,
look
there
at
you go.
the bard. This is the shaggy beast I was talking about. Then we need to go to the Honored Lord, which again is Lord Buvele, because this is where the storyline starts. After learning of his son's disappearance, King Jarvan III tasks his trusted friend, Lord Barrett Buvele, with organizing a search party. The prince returns safe and well. Lord Buvele, to the king's eternal regret, did not.
Oh, so he died there.
After King Jarvan III learned that Jarvan disappeared, Lord Buvele gathered the soldiers and they started looking for Jarvan III. Here, remember that Lord Buvele was sent out by King Jarvan himself. This will be important later on. But if you have a look behind Lord Buvele, you may actually see the penitent squire. Only when she reached the city's walls did her legs finally give way. The dauntless vanguard would carry her message to the king, and the king would save the prince. Thus would her wrong be righted, and her honor preserved. Her honor being preserved is actually the key to this story. You see, the Demacian Code bids all soldiers to stand with their comrades. No matter the circumstances, they have to fight united. But here it is obvious that Lord Buvele sent this person away to carry out a message to continue the search. What Lord Buvele was doing here is essentially holding the Noxians back.
Why does the squire have such a massive pendant though?
To buy time for the soldier to deliver the message. Even though Honor commanded her to stay with him. But as is obvious from the other card, she did obey the orders. And against the Demacian honor, she left the battlefield and she ran back towards the capital city. There she arrived with the King's Guard banner as a proof of what happened. By the way, this also means that this first image which we got for Jarvan
It's older.
did not happen during this storyline.
Yeah.
Because from the Honored Lord, we learned that Lord Buvele was sent after Jarvan, but he never returned while Jarvan did. So during all the searching, the two likely didn't even find each other. Anyway, before we move on from the Penitent Squire, I quickly want to mention that if you have a look at the banner, I am pretty sure those are hidden runes. They look really similar to Ryze's writing. Although this could be just what the Demacian writing looks like. All we know is what the Noxian writing looks like. We don't know about any other region. So maybe this is actually the Demacian language. Anyway, moving on. There is also an image from when the search party was first put together. This is what it looked like when everyone was alerted about the situation. So this most likely happened before all the other cards. But there is the chance that after the Penitent Squire delivered the message to the capital city, she then returned to the battlefield and started helping the others. That's also an option, though it is not important for this story. The description simply says, once the call was made, every Demacian soldier was summoned to aid in search for the prince. Expediency, more than anything, was key.
Okay.
Then there is a quick spell called the Golden Ages, which honestly might be just a flavor card, because it is giving people barrier in-game, but this may be referencing the fact that Jarvan doesn't really mind using magic. Though, if this card is actually representing magic, we don't know what kind. So, because it is so unclear, I don't really want to...
It honestly, it looks like Kale's bubble, therefore it's like borrowing Kale's power again, kind of like how Garen's R works. But
dive deeper into this. Instead, next there is the towering Stonehorn. The great stone horns are reputed to have come from the time when the petricide forest was young. They're spreading antlers made of material similar to those now ancient trees. And this is why I mentioned the shaggy beasts with Lord Beauvolet at the very beginning. It's because the other army, which was losing, was using stags for their icons. And since this reveals how important stags really are for the Demacian culture, I think these beasts were related to that ancient war, which happened around the Demacian territory.
Maybe these nuts too.
Somehow that's not the case. It's just really cool to see that Demacia also has mythical beasts. But finally, this takes us to the peak of this story. The guard for King Jarvan III.
And here's the squire.
Here we can see that the penitent squire did bring the king the message herself. But this is also where the storyline gets kinda wonky. Because this makes it feel like the search party started only because the penitent squire brought in the message. But that's not the case. Because the penitent squire is here because of Lord Beauvolet. And Lord Beauvolet was called in to find Prince Jarvan after the king learned about his son's disappearance.
Yeah.
So the storyline most likely went like this. The king learned about his son's disappearance, the Demacians formed up, Lord Beauvolet was in charge of that search party. Unfortunately, he himself was losing a battle, and so he sent a message of him being in a pickle back to the capital city. The battlefield prowess then shows Lord Beauvolet fighting against the Noxians alone. But then the penitent squire arrived in the capital city, and she brought the king a message of Lord Beauvolet's death. Or rather, about him fighting the Noxians alone. Hang on a second, this is me from the future. So, because there were so many iterations of how this story happened, I went through all the quotes of all the cards to see if this changes anything. And wouldn't you know, yes it does. From the quotes we learned a couple of interesting things. We learned that the family's name is not pronounced Beauvolet, it is Beauvel.
Which makes more sense, yeah.
That the penitent squire did actually bring King Jarvan the message that his son was lost.
My king, the prince is taken.
What? Guards! To arms!
Okay.
And we learned that Jarvan IV was saved by the Demacian soldiers.
You are safe. Thank the protector.
Okay.
Thank your soldiers, father.
Which means that all of this happened in its own separate story, and it is not part of the story with Shyvana. Also, there is a quote of Jarvan fighting himself, which references an old Journals of Justice story where LeBlanc was mimicking people.
Yeah.
Guards! Arrest this impostor!
Anyway, with all of that info, here is how the most likely version of this story
Now this has to happen during the time of the rebellion.
went. It all actually started with the penitent squire. This person was with Jarvan when he got ambushed, but she probably obeyed Jarvan's order and she fled, which, especially if she was his squire, means that she broke her honor. That's why the description mentions fixing the wrongs. Then, after she brought the message to the king started the search party, and he named Lord Beauvel its leader. This is why next we can see the squire here with Lord Beauvel. It's because she is leading the soldiers to where Jarvan was captured. And it is only after that that they find Jarvan. And that's when we get this picture.
Okay.
Their quotes even mention the moment when they met.
Barrett, did my father send you?
He did indeed. I see you've made friends.
And after that, even though they had won, as was mentioned in the previous description, Lord Beauvel died. So that's most likely what happened here.
Okay.
Now, let's continue with the video.
Yeah. How does this relate to...
That's not even the biggest plot point of this entire story. That one actually comes from the description of the card. What, pray tell, would a father sacrifice to save his son? Better yet, what would a king? This is a quote from LeBlanc, which reveals something really awesome. First of all, this is a really cool nod to the old retcon story, where Jarvan was being manipulated by LeBlanc. Although that story was really cool, it is not canon anymore. That happened back in the days of the old Journals of Justice, and it wouldn't even fit the modern story. But it is cool to see that Riot still decided to honor that old story, and they still gave LeBlanc an interaction with Jarvan. But the deeper you dive into this interaction, the cooler it gets. This confirmed that LeBlanc has infiltrated someone within the Demacian military. And from within, she started a really cool chain of events.
Who is she talking to, though? Is she talking to the king?
From the Lux comic, We learned that King Jarvan III died during the Mage Rebellion.
Yes.
But he wasn't killed by anyone siding with Silas. He simply died mysteriously during the rebellion.
Yeah.
This is heavily teasing at the fact that he was killed by LeBlanc. But still, things get even cooler. You see, even though LeBlanc knew where Prince Jarvan was going and what he was doing, capturing him wasn't LeBlanc's main goal. LeBlanc simply used the Trifarian Legion to make Prince Jarvan retreat away from the Demacian territory.
Okay.
So it is because of LeBlanc that the entire search party was started. But then it was likely LeBlanc who manipulated King Jarvan into sending Lord Buvele out to find his son. So LeBlanc's goal the entire time was to remove Lord Buvele from the king's side. This would leave King Jarvan with only Xin Zhao as his personal guard. This is also likely why Lord Buvele died during the searching. It's because LeBlanc had another wave of elite soldiers waiting for him. So tying this back to the comic, because Lord Buvele was removed from the king, and because Xin Zhao was loyal to the king and he obeyed his every order, which meant that at his command he left his side, this left King Jarvan alone during Silas's rebellion, which gave LeBlanc a perfect opportunity to assassinate him. And the reason why all of this happened, so that she could kill King Jarvan, was that Jarvan IV would go insane and he would start a civil war with the mages inside Demacia. So if you connect this massive line of dots, you get a very cool story. LeBlanc made Jarvan IV get lost in the forests. This made the king start searching for him. He sent Lord Buvele out. LeBlanc then killed Lord Buvele, which left the king alone, so that LeBlanc could kill the king as well, during the times when Demacia was at the brink of a civil war, to actually start a civil war. So theoretically...
it was pretty much already in a civil war. It wasn't like a brink of civil war if like people are actually like attacking the castle. And let's be real, even if LeBlanc didn't kill the king, Silas probably would have ended up killing the king.
It is absolutely possible that all the madness that is happening in Demacia right now is because of LeBlanc. But here I need to mention that none of this was confirmed. All of this is still
speculation.
a theory based on some really cool teasers. And especially with all the info we got from the book about Garen, where LeBlanc played a big part infiltrating Demacia. I think that's what happened in these cards, because it is complementing the current stories really well. But that is just my opinion. If you have another theory, or
interesting,
something that I missed, feel absolutely free to let me know in the comments. These cards usually start some really cool discussions. Lastly, to end this video, I need to mention that the reason why King Jarvan III looks different here than what he looked like before
it's also like 20 years.
His armor to his son.
Yeah.
That's why he is wearing a different kind of armor here. It's because his family heirloom was already passed on. Also, if you have a look at the banner at the back again, it's kind of the same runes as before. So this may
there you
just
go.
be the Demacian language.
Yeah.
Anyway, that
But
is
doesn't mean that the Demacian language isn't originated from the rune language.
For the Demacian cards. As I mentioned, they look innocent at first, but the story revealed with these is actually really awesome. Unfortunately, now we only have LeBlanc left in the cards, and somehow she reveals less in her own cards than she did here. So if you guys want to hear about it, I am willing to cover LeBlanc's
Like a true trickster.
But if not, we got some other stories to cover. And I especially need to get ready for what is going to come out of PBE.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Okay, so J4 ambushed. Okay. How is the king notified though? King notified somehow. Sends Sona's dad. I forgot his name already. Barrel. Barrett. Barrett Bavel. Sends Sona's dad. Okay. Sona's dad ambushed. Well, actually, no. Sona's dad rescues J4. What happens then, though? So J4 is safe right now, right? So is J4 going back home? And Sona's dad stayed behind to clean clean the mess. Then Thona's dead. Dies, sends Squire away to tell that he died. Wait, no, but then, okay, Son King notified, sends Sona's dead, plus search part. Yeah. And Sona's dead dies, sends Squire away to... Sends the Squire away. Is that pretty much it? Then this all happens during the civil war with Silas. At which point King J3 sends Zin away with letter. And then dies without his personal guard before Silas could reach him. Basically, kind of what happened. So that's like, you know. But this doesn't make sense because King had to know he was going to die because of how adamant he was about sending Zin away. So he knew he was gonna die. There's no way he didn't know he was gonna die. More like. Because, like, here's the thing. The sending the letter at that point to the head of the Mage Seekers would do absolutely nothing. He could have waited for the civil unrest to end, for the guards to secure the kingdom, and for like the, you know, the temperatures to go down, and then send the letter. He didn't have to do it at that moment. He knew he was gonna die, but why did he know he was gonna die? That's the interesting part. But yeah, anyways, that's enough for my speculation from the little knowledge that I have. That would be the end of this video, and thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. And the reason I end it kind of like so abruptly is because I'm about to shit my pants. I'll be right back. Holy fuck my life, bro. I need to move out, that's for sure. Just can't be left alone. Just cannot be left alone when I need to be left alone. My biggest complaint about life. Alright, what I got here? Alright. So, why did Silas travel to Freljord? Freljord. Also, what was that, was it the Damascene city, which was like super winter, it looked like Freljord, but yeah. Alright, let's go into Silas.
In our last video, I mentioned that in 2019, Silas was the best addition to the world of League of Legends.
Yes.
His arrival set up an incredibly good story that hasn't stopped moving forward to this day. And let me remind you that Silas has been around for a year now. In his latest story, after Silas managed to escape the Damascene prison, and after his mage revolution accidentally killed King Jarvan III, Silas decided to venture north, where the next chapter of the Damascene storyline begins. And because it is not the shortest story, let's get right into it.
Let us.
The story begins by introducing two new characters. Thorva, sister of Frost, who is riding a Druvask boar, just like Sejuani, and Scar Mother Vrina of Winter's Claw, whom you may remember from Legends of Runeterra. Even though Vrina was a respected, ruthless veteran with a bloody history, Thorva wasn't awed by her presence. Although Thorva's name wasn't as well known across Freljord, she was a shamanka, one who dreamed the will of the old gods. And even
shaman.
the most powerful matriarchs in the Freljord were...
Shamanka means female shaman, okay? Like shamanka. It's like in Russian, you just add ka to anything and it's like becomes either an endearing word or like a female name, so yeah.
wise to respect the old faith. After a day of marching east towards the Avarosan territory, the Winter's Claw raid finally took a break to stretch.
Obviously there are exceptions, but yeah.
Thorva sensed a storm coming, but Vrina didn't respond to her warning. Instead, she continued staring south with her one good eye. Vrina mentioned something in the distance, but when Thorva joined her, she couldn't see anything. Vrina mocked her that even though Thorva had two eyes, she was more blind than Vrina. This interaction ignited deep hatred in Thorva, revealing that she was quick to anger, and she forced herself to take a deep breath to calm down. Here the story revealed that Thorva joined the raid party uninvited. Initially, Vrina protested against her, but with her connection to the old gods of...
Buddy, look at these... First of all, damn. Also, damn? What the fuck?
Freljord, the shamanka clearly had a reason to come as well. But to that moment, Vrina still didn't know why the gods wanted Thorva to join them. Vrina pointed at a rocky cliff in the distance, and Thorva finally saw as well. There was a lone figure, little more than a shadow against the snow. An itching sensation prickled the back of Thorva's neck, and she sensed there was something strange about that figure. Vrina knew it couldn't be an Avarosan scout, because they marched right through the icy winds. Not even a child of Freljord would make that mistake. The only other option was that it was a trader from the south. After all, the Avarosans traded with the Southerners instead of taking from them. After that realization, Vrina simply turned her Druvask around so they could keep going.
Okay.
But Thorva stayed behind. She mentioned that they might have been spotted, but Vrina replied that this fool won't survive the coming storm anyway.
I'm assuming the fool was Silas.
It didn't make Thorva's itching sensation go away. And so, when Vrina asked Thorva if she's coming with them, Thorva replied no, and she started marching towards the figure. After she left, Brokvar Ironfist, another member of the raid, insisted that they had to go after her. The gods would bring ruin upon them if anything happened to their shamanka. Brokvar was an iceborn, and so he wielded the legendary blade called Winter's Wail, a weapon used with true ice, which...
It's a cool looking sword. Not this, like, the sword itself doesn't look too cool. Like the engraving on it looks really nice though.
Which means that no one, not even Vrina, besides the Iceborn could wield it. To anyone else, it would bring insufferable pain. Vrina herself wasn't superstitious, but some of her warriors, including Brokvar, were, and so, against her better judgment, Vrina signaled the raiding party to follow Thorva. As the raid kept following the stranger, Vrina realized more and more how unprepared they were for the frozen tundra. Had she rode away, that stranger would die within an hour. As Thorva got closer to the outsider, she noticed it was a man wrapped in furs that carried no weapons. There was only a pair of chains attached to a curious design clamped around his wrists. The story then shifted to the perspective of Silas of Dragborn. Silas underestimated the sheer hostility of the Freljordian landscape. He knew there was great magical power in the north.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be nice, warm and cozy wearing this. Oh, he's covered with fur. Is he though? Is he really? He has to show off his abs before he gets covered, right?
And now he could practically feel it in his bones. But it still seemed like a mistake to come here. He had a dozen hand-picked mages with him on this expedition, but they had all fallen one by one, claimed by the blizzard and the savage beasts. He thought the barbarians would be the main threat, but Silas hadn't seen a single living soul in weeks. And it's not like they came here unprepared. They had plenty of furs, food, weapons, and stolen Demacian coin to spare. They even brought a furred oxen with them, but none of it withstood the harsh climate. Only Silas remained by sheer force of will. Here we learned that Silas learned about the ancient magic of the north from one of the books Lux brought him to his cell, when he was still a Demacian prisoner. And unfortunately, he was stubborn enough to follow that power. But his stubbornness wasn't enough to overcome the cold.
Yeah.
He was approaching his limits, as his hands and toes started turning black.
Oh,
Sometimes
fuck.
he saw a column of riders in the distance, but he wasn't sure if he imagined it. He knew that to stop was to die, so he kept marching until his body finally gave up, and he fell face first into the snow. Thorva shook her head
Telemarketers
as she saw
gotta
the
love
outside
it.
fall, and she urged her Druvask
Go away.
As she approached Silas, she had a chance to inspect him. Once again, she wondered about the chains. If he was a prisoner, where did he escape from? The Avarosans wouldn't chain someone this way, so he had to come from over the distant mountains in the south. Thorva grabbed her staff with both hands and she used it to leverage Silas and turn him over. It was a difficult task since Silas's shackles were incredibly heavy. And again, Thorva inspected the chains. She had traveled across the entire Freljord, but she had never seen a white stone similar to the shackles. There was something unsettling about it. And when she realized that the chains were made in a way so that they could never be removed, it became clear the man must have committed a terrible crime. As Thorva knelt there in the snow beside Silas,
Terrible
she
crime.
wondered why had she been guided here. The gods had clearly brought her here, just as they had directed her in the past.
More interested, like, why is he walking alone? For someone who's like championing this rebellion and stuff like that, he seems pretty fucking lonely. Like no one actually like follows him around. Right? It's like he's just looking for the next aggressive move to make. It's not so much that like no one follows him, it's more like that he doesn't want people close to him as well. Alright? Where's that kid that with the rite of passage that killed the Highman or whatever it was called? Right? Where's that kid? Why is he not following him? Right? No one follows Silas because no one is really as adamant about what he's doing as Silas. Like Silas is like on a whole other level of aggression towards Demacia, even though he probably didn't suffer as much as others have. He's just that he saw the hypocrisy firsthand and probably like pissed him off the most. But like I said, like I feel like he's becoming more and more evil, and he's using any excuse to be evil. It was just a perfect excuse to have the whole rebellion thing, like the perfect excuse with hypocrisy to be evil, right? I do feel like he will be more and more and more and more and more evil as time goes on. If you look at the cinematic, his facial expressions are really like he's enjoying this, you know, he's enjoying inflicting pain, right? It's not like he's fighting for a good cause and he's like, fuck, man, like it sucks that I have to kill so many people. It's more like, good, I get to kill a lot of people. This cause is just, you know, kind of thing.
But she didn't know why. Was she meant to save the dying man before her? Or was the thing the man brought with him important? She quickly made her decision, and she reached for the bonds. But before she was even able to touch the pale stone, her fingers began to tingle, and Silas's eyes snapped open. Thorva tried to summon her god-given powers, but as Silas grabbed her arm, she felt those powers being drained from her. Her body suddenly felt cold, a sensation which she hadn't felt in years. and she fell, unable to breathe or move or do anything. As the cold took her, she saw colors return to the stranger's face, as if he was warmed by hearth. There was a hint of a smile on his lips as he thanked her. Vrina cursed as she saw the shamanka fall, and with her roar, the raiding party moved forward.
Yep.
The ground was now shaking beneath the thundering charge, with the sound of an avalanche.
That's what I mean, like...
Vrina saw the outsider kneeling beside Thorva, and she was surprised to see the man took off his fur to drape it over the fallen shamanka. It was a strangely kind gesture. Silas then stood and faced the earth-shaking approach. Seeing the force that was now charging towards him, he stepped away from the fallen shamanka, and he held his hands up to show he bore no weapons. But Vrina didn't care. Without a signal, Vrina's warriors fanned out to encircle him. As Silas's gaze darted between the riders, he showed no fear. But what was even more curious, he threw away his fur, and yet he didn't seem to feel the cold.
Yeah.
Vrina ordered one of her riders to approach the fallen shamanka. Then she introduced herself. The man in front of her just cocked his head to one side, and he responded in a tongue she could not understand. Vrina cursed.
Matlunky.
You don't understand me, do you? She asked. And again, the man gave her a questioning look. Silas, he replied, tapping his chest. Vrina understood that was probably his name. The warrior attending the shamanka confirmed that she was half frozen, but she wasn't dead yet. This made the riders confused. The Sisters of Frost were supposed to be immune to the cold. That was their gift from the old gods. But now, Thorva was freezing while the stranger stood before them with bare skin. All Vrina trusted was steel, fire and blood, but she knew her warriors would see this as some kind of omen. Silas then shouted something in his tongue again, but Vrina ignored it. She would rather kill this fool quickly. But before she could do anything, Brokvar interrupted her. He offered to kill the stranger himself. The outsider killed their shamanka. It would be an honor to punish the man. Vrina raised her eyebrow, and with a shrug, she let him have his way. And so Brokvar dropped off his mount, and he marched towards Silas with the legendary Winter's Wail in his hands. The story then cuts to one of Thorva's memories, specifically to one where she was 6 years old. That was the last time she had truly felt the cold. She was chasing a snow hare out onto a frozen lake. She was laughing, until she realized that the ice beneath her started to crack. Moments later, she plunged into the icy black depths. The bone-chilling cold drove all air from her lungs, and her limbs stiffened in agonizing cramps. She died that day, and she stayed dead for long minutes, before her tribe's shaman pulled her out and poured life back into her. She first manifested her gods-given power that night. The shaman told young Thorva that sometimes those who were brought back from the realm beyond change. Realm beyond being capitalized. And it seemed like the gods have decided to bless Thorva. In the days that followed, Thorva found herself impervious to cold, being able to walk through freezing blizzards bare-skinned with no ill effect. That was the past. But now, Thorva once again found herself sinking into the cold. Only this time, there wasn't anyone who could pull her back up.
Yeah, she was the shaman.
Slowly left her. She wondered, why was she brought here? Was her purpose to give her life to the outsider, so that they could fulfill the god's task? Suddenly she felt fear.
It's, man, I hate going into such things where it's like life's purpose and fate and all that stuff, because it is a never-ending cycle and so fucked up. And it's like, it's just a justification for what happened, right? It's like, it feels like you're putting responsibility on something else other than yourself, kind of thing. It's like you chose to follow him. You didn't have to follow him. No one forced you. Maybe compelled you, sure, but it's like you didn't have to follow him, you know?
That slowed her descent into the darkness. Even if the gods wanted the outsider to take her place, Thorva knew that Vrina wouldn't allow them to live. And so, Thorva began to fight back towards the surface. Meanwhile, Brokvar Iron Fist went straight for the killing blow, Winter's Wail hissing through the air. That blow would have split an ice troll in half. But Silas was surprisingly quick, even with his massive shackles. He stepped back and whipped his chains at Brokvar, barely missing him as the Iceborne warrior snarled in fury. Brokvar was exceptionally fast for such a big man, and he was able to land a powerful backhand punch across the side of Silas's head. A punch that sent him flying. Silas struggled to get himself off the ground as Brokvar marched toward him.
I love that, like, these characters who are like nobodies are just like, are strong, are so strong. It's like that. It's a good thing because that means you're gonna have some really serious elite zones in the MMO where you're like you need parties and shit like that, and it would be justified.
He regained his footing, which actually impressed Vrina. But still, Vrina knew he was just delaying the inevitable outcome. As the enemy approached, Silas focused on the barbarian's weapon. A pale ice shard in its hilt was glowing brightly. Its magic was primal and dangerous. Unlike anything he had seen before, it was almost intoxicating. With a roar, Silas lashed his chains at Brokvar in a flurry of arcs. One of the swings hit Brokvar's head, and his helmet was torn off. Brokvar shook his long hair loose, spat blood into the snow, and continued his advance. The next time the chains flew at him, Brokvar let them whip around his massive forearm, and he grabbed the metal links to pull Silas right into his swinging elbow. The hit brought Silas to the ground again.
Again.
The Iceborn warrior was ready to deliver the killing blow with his blade.
But then,
That's when a voice interrupted them, and Brokvar paused. Vrina looked around to see the Sister of Frost, Thorva, pale and at the brink of death, leaning on her staff and shuffling through the snow. To everyone present, this was madness, but Thorva called it the will of gods. While the barbarian was distracted, Silas seized his chance. He quickly whipped his chains around his opponent's weapon, and he tore it from the man's grasp. It landed in the snow nearby, and Silas quickly leapt after it. With a wide grin, Silas picked up the broadsword, and agony seared through him.
oh,
Vrina shook her head at the fool. After all, only an Iceborn could hold a true ice weapon. For anyone else, it was a death sentence. Silas released the weapon from his grip and he dropped to his knees. His limb started to freeze. It began with his hand, but it steadily moved its way down his arm and towards his heart. Vrina laughed and she asked if this was supposed to be the will of gods. Brokvar picked up Winter's Wail without harm, and Silas stared at him in anguish and confusion. Vrina told Brokvar to put him out of his misery, but Brokvar first looked towards their shamanka for approval. She replied that if the gods want him saved, they will intervene. Thorva served the old gods of Freljord, but she didn't claim to know their will.
True.
Nor had she often seen them intervene directly in mortal matters. And yet, what happened next seemed to be impossible to be a pure coincidence. Silas was dying, but even in death his will to fight was strong. He was on the ground, shivering like the lesser-born of Demacia, and the thought of that alone ignited anger that now fueled him. And with his last burst of dying breath, he sprang off the ground and grabbed the Freljordian warrior around his throat. Ancient raw elemental magic instantly began to infuse him.
Yeah.
Silas may have been unable to hold the true ice weapon, but he could still draw from its power, using the barbarian's flesh as its conduit. A moment later, the barbarian staggered back, unsure of what just happened. Silas's eyes now glue with icy pale light, and with his newfound power, he was able to reverse the creeping ice on his arm, and it now crept away until it was fully gone. Then he turned back towards the barbarian. At
Okay.
this point, everyone present stared at Silas in awe. Vrina wondered if he was also an Iceborn, but Thorva explained that he is something else. Vrina had enough, however. She stood up in her
he's a magic sucker. Just sucks essences of people.
saddle, and she threw her spear with all her might.
Yeah.
With a simple gesture of his hand, Silas summoned a wall of ice that blocked the spear,
Yep.
and then it collapsed moments later. After that, Silas started laughing as he was getting ready to unleash what these icy powers were truly capable of. But as a spinning orb of magic gathered between his hands, the shamanka shouted something Vrina couldn't understand. To her surprise, the shamanka spoke the language of the stranger. Thorva and Silas talked for a while, until Vrina lost her patience and she demanded to know what was happening. Thorva translated that according to Silas, they shared a common enemy. Not the Avarosans, but his own people, the Demacians across the mountains. Vrina snapped back that he is a traitor then. Why would they even trust a traitor? And that's when Silas made his offer. He knew about hidden pathways into his homeland, places that flow with gold and silver, fields untouched by snow. It didn't sound like much, but these riches were what the Wintersclaw raided for. And yet, there was some doubt. Vrina wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, but that's when Thorva convinced her with a lie. Thorva said that Silas had a vision, a dream about 3 Freljordian sisters. They urged him to come here. Brokvar immediately took the bait, and he exclaimed that the three sisters must be Avarosa, Sorilda, and Lysandra. After that, wonder spread throughout the rest of the warriors, as the legends of the three sisters were well known across the north. And yet, Vrina still remained skeptical. It seemed like she was suspecting a lie, so she ordered that Silas had to prove himself first. He will come with them on their raid. If he fights well, they will listen to more of what he has to say. But Vrina made sure that everyone knows that Silas would be Thorva's responsibility. She will have to control him, and she will answer for his potential crimes.
Okay.
Thorva then carefully looked Silas up and down. He was handsome for a southerner, a little lean for her tastes, but he was clever. And there was
He's not northern manly, like big chest, a bit of a belly, hairy, all that stuff. No, he was more of the aesthetic type.
Power in him. She then pointed at Silas with the words, "Never touch me again." Riley and replied,
Fair enough.
"Not without your permission."
Oh,
Thorva turned
damn.
away so he couldn't see her smile. She then told Vrina that the stranger agrees to the terms. And so the group moved out to the raid. And that was the story that is about to begin a new chapter in the world of League of Legends.
So this is like shortly before Warriors, I'm assuming.
Things to note here. First of all, obviously Silas will probably get his alliance with the Winter's Claw.
Yep.
And together they will move south to fight against Demacia.
Yep.
But there are far too many possible outcomes to even guess what is going to happen. It is possible that Silas will abandon them.
There's the
and
sword.
will continue marching north. Because after all, he is there to find the great Nordic power. Meanwhile, I just want to see Galio empowered by true ice in a full-out war.
Oh, there it
Also,
is.
Thorva and Silas might get together. But knowing how slick Silas is, I'm going to predict that he will kill Thorva for her powers in the end. The second interesting thing is
I said, I'm not the only one who thinks Silas is evil.
the languages. I wonder how many regions have different languages. Because up until now...
I feel like the language barrier is cool for like world building and immersion, but I really hope they don't have any language barrier in the game, like between races and stuff like that. It's just gonna be such a pain in the ass. I mean, you can do it good, sure, but it's just such a pain in the ass to... First of all, you have to create the language, which is like might be fun for some people who love doing that stuff, but it's like it can be really fucking annoying. Like look at even WoW. It's like no one cares that there are different languages. Some people even know the Blood Elf language, It's like they actually like translate sentences of Blood Elves. They literally learned the Blood Elf language from an in-game language that was created. I don't even know if it was like completely created or it was kind of copied from an ancient civilization. But yeah, it's like messed up. It's too much.
Two champions not understanding each other. I mean, when Olaf was in Bilgewater, he was able to speak with the local fishermen. So Freljord and Bilgewater might have the same language. But then Lucian visited Bilgewater.
And they talk the same.
And what about when Jax met Fiora?
Yeah.
Also, Thalia was just a child.
Yep.
And still, she traveled from Shurima to Noxus to Ionia.
Yep.
And she never had a problem with communication.
Yep.
And don't get me started on in-game interactions. Those shouldn't make sense at all.
That's
Champions wouldn't...
Yeah, it's too much. Like it's too much to keep it going. It's like it just starts conflicting at some point. And you don't want to say like, oh, they didn't understand each other, they got interpreter or something like that. Like with every interaction between each zone, like it's between each zone's characters, it's just too much.
Understand each other. So this is yet another proof that the in-game interactions shouldn't be taken seriously. I don't know. I just hope they won't cause any new plot holes. God knows.
I would honestly say we can just use that's like those guys who are like just a tribe or whatever. Maybe they have a different language, but like not everyone.
They just fixed a lot of them.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know that we have social media and Twitch where we talk about other League facts and stories? And did you know that we have need mugs and shirts?
I did not.
The links to all of that will be below. And as always, thank you. Come again.
Silly hat. Nice, what's his name? John Travolta imitation. Anyways, okay, so this is like how Silas built his alliance with the Freljordian. So I'm assuming this is going to lead into that.
Well,
When's this? January 10. Yeah, so this is like 2 days afterwards. Okay, so yeah, so we're just gonna watch that then. Let's go. All right. Lore behind the worst cinematic. Israel was said by the only other person to build Muramana Kaisa. This made me laugh so hard.
Here we go again.
Okay, obviously the war is not only about Freljord, but that's really what I want to focus on. The other stuff that's happening is also cool though. Also, like, one of my favorite cinematics, by the way. But like, without, I didn't even know the story when I saw this at all, and this was still one of my favorite cinematics. Just like, it's emotional with no words. Like, it's so good.
Everyone was aware
Yeah,
that
buddy.
release a cinematic just like they have at the beginning of season 9. I was a bit skeptical because they just released a cinematic for Senna, and
Yep.
I thought their resources were already spent. But here we are now.
Oh,
Bunch of nerds
big
intro
weapon.
on the video, ready to debate the significance of Garen not being able to tie a proper knot. Just like we went through the entire cinematic release last year, we are going to explain what is happening in this cinematic too. But this time,
Yeah.
we know the cinematic is tied to the story. Last time it was only a speculation. So now that we know there is a connection, we should only wonder about to what degree is the cinematic.
I feel like they didn't do Irelia justice. She looks like Irelia, yeah, but it's like, she also looks super weird. Like, her choreography is just weird. The way she walks, the way she runs. I just really don't like it.
But enough dilly-dallying. I know you're all hungry
There's Noxus invasion. I'm assuming this is the second invasion. I'm gonna watch the video a bit later.
for information. So let's get started.
Yeah.
The cinematic begins with a shot of a Demacian castle in the northern mountains. We
Okay.
know this is still in Demacian territory because the castle has Demacian architecture.
Yeah.
If it was outside Demacia, it would have to be a barbarian outpost that was overtaken by Demacians. Don't worry, there is a reason why I'm talking about this nonsense.
Yeah.
As the shot gets closer to the inside of the castle, you may notice only a single massive gate with nothing else around. That might be because this isn't a castle where people would live,
This is a gate castle, basically. Yeah.
but rather, from further away, it all looks like a fortress that is defending a path through the
Yeah,
mountains.
makes sense.
Which, if you remember Silas's latest story, makes a lot of sense. In case you don't know, after Silas escaped the Demacian prison, he traveled north to team up with the Winter's Claw. We literally released a video about this a couple of days ago. Silas got the Winter's Claw on his side by telling them about hidden pathways that would take them right into the Demacian richlands. And this fortress is very likely protecting one of these hidden paths.
It's not much of a hidden path. There's a whole freaking fortress over there, but okay.
In this scene, you may notice Garen retreating inside the fortress,
Yeah.
where he was met by hooded Lux. What's peculiar here is that Lux doesn't have her staff, even though she got
Yeah.
it from a mage at the end of her story arc. And unfortunately, her missing staff isn't really explained at all. It might seem like she doesn't have her staff with her because she's hiding that she's a mage.
Dude, she's animated so well. Like, holy fuck. She looks so realistic. It's crazy.
But that is not exactly the truth, as you'll see later. Anyway, the initial scene...
This is like... These cinematics are what Blizzard cinematics used to feel like way back when. They still feel good, don't get me wrong, but it's like... Again, not so much. But like the emotion you can see in the character's eyes... it's so hard for me to imagine that you can even draw that, you know?
with a close-up of Garen before he gets smacked by
Boom.
The interesting detail here is that we can finally see what the Crown Guard crest looks like. I always thought it was supposed to be the eagle crest that players got as an icon. And when Garen showed the Crown Guard crest in the comic,
Yeah, it looks different.
I thought that one was just a lazy rendition of it. But here, the cinematic shows us what the actual badge looks like. And I have to say,
Interesting.
it does match the comic. So this is the canon version of the badge. It's a Demacian raptor with a crown.
Is it?
So this is the canon version of the badge. It's a Demacian raptor with a...
Where's the raptor, though? Yeah, I don't see it. I'm assuming this is the crown. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is... I don't know. I don't know how you see it as a raptor.
Later,
Yeah.
Garen says hello to some ice
Boom.
magic. and we get transported to Zone. Immediately
Yep.
at the beginning, you can see the Piltover sigil. So right now, we are actually not in Zone. We are in Piltover, which is very important. It means that the Zonaite goons we see here broke into a Piltovan facility. It's not any kind of a noble house because the people they kicked in the face aren't dressed particularly well. They look more like technicians. And
But also, if they're in Piltover, why is there the whole like the play construct there?
finally start making sense when you look at the background and the foreground. These bars
Prison.
indicate that the Zonaite goons broke into prison,
Yeah.
which gets further proven by the fact that they came here to free Urgot.
Oh, that's why. That's why it's a plague thing, because Orgot. Yeah, okay.
Now you
Makes
may
sense.
ask,
Never mind.
how did Urgot get here? Last time we have heard about it, he was starting a revolution deep inside the sumps of Zone. Well, this was actually explained in the story Child of Zone. You may not know about this because we haven't covered the story yet. So here's the super TLDR
Vice squads for sure.
version of the latest story of Urgot. As Urgot convinced more and more people that Piltovans are weak, and that they are prisoners of wealth and weapons that give them temporary power. As a side effect, he slowly started his own religion. Urgot wasn't just a powerful man. To his followers, he was an idea. An idea that people shouldn't live in dirt just because they were unlucky in life. They should live good lives because they have the strength to do it. This meant that anyone who blindly ran after wealth was an enemy to Urgot and his followers. This included rich barons too. And when things started getting dangerous for the barons as well, they called the Wardens of Piltover for help. Now, the Wardens have never heard about barons calling for help, so it was obvious that something weird was happening. And so Caitlyn teamed up with Vi to investigate what was happening.
Yeah.
After that, they found out that there was a group of people branded by a sigil of a spider, who were done living in the dirt, and who followed the Dreadnought into a better future. At the end of the story, because they were 2 against 1, Caitlyn and Vi defeated Urgot. Vi had a chance to straight up kill him, but Caitlyn stopped her. Instead, they tied him in Caitlyn's net, and that's how he got captured. That's why we can see Urgot chained here in a Piltovan prison. Then the
So how come they're barely like winning against him in the 2v1?
cinematic cuts to Shurima.
Nice.
Or at least we believe it is a Shuriman tomb.
Yeah,
It could
most
also be
likely.
one of the hidden tombs beneath Zone. Because
Yeah,
not only do
but
we know
nah.
that Zone used to be called Oshrava Zone, which was an ancient Shuriman port city. But Ezreal already had a story where he traveled to the hidden places beneath Zone. So this part of the cinematic might be a reference to that story. What's cool here is that Ezreal picked up the Tear of Goddess.
Eh,
It wasn't canon. So I'm curious to
Interesting.
see if Riot uses this item in the future. Of course, after Ezreal takes the artifact, it activates a defense
the
mechanism,
voids.
which in this scene is a swarm of voidlings.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, in the story where Ezreal traveled beneath Zone, he also released a swarm of weird insects. So again, this
But
is
not voidlings.
Oshrava Zone. But I still believe this is Shurima, because later there will be
Also,
something towards it.
Yeah.
Next,
Kaisa.
we got back to the Demacian castle. It turns out the magic that blew Garen away did come from Silas, which makes things super cool. Because this also proves that this castle is protecting a hidden pathway to Demacia. That's the reason why Silas came here. He promised it to the Wintersclaw tribe, which is also why we can see a bunch of
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense why these guys are barbarians. Like, I was like, who the hell is following Silas here?
from behind him. Then there is another cut back to Ezreal. As he blinks over the voidlings, you can see light in front of him, which would suggest that's the exit. The thing is, I don't think this kind of light would be present in the depths of Zone.
Yeah.
So once again,
It's definitely
it
Shurima.
means that we are in Shurima
Yeah.
right now. One thing I didn't previously mention were the 2 statues next to Ezreal. These are statues of the Emperor's Guard, aka the soldiers Azir can summon in the game.
Yep.
But these statues can be present anywhere in Shurima's territory. And as the defense mechanism locks Ezreal in, suddenly we are back in Zone. Or Piltover. Hiram said that Riot missed out on a clever detail.
Ugly.
Urgot's followers are supposed to be branded with the mark of a spider. And I don't think any of these have that mark on them. So either Riot missed out on a cool detail,
They don't necessarily have to be his followers, though. They can just be somebody who wants to create chaos within Piltover, though. Right? They just hate Piltover, and it's like, what better way to just make Piltover, like, pay more than to release Urgot?
or these goons were mercenaries paid to free Urgot. Either way, as the first one gets captured in a net, we get a shot of Caitlyn.
Hello.
I don't know if this was intentional, but this scene heavily reminds me of her splash art.
Yep.
But then, as Vi steps in from the shadows, we get a scene where the music legitimately gave me chills.
Oh yeah. Dude, I love this part, man. Oh my god, bro. Oh, give me a second to calm down. Dude, yeah, that part of the cinematic is just so good. Also, just Garen running, football tackling them, like, just shows how strong he is compared to, like, to these guys, you know?
In this battle, we got some references to Riot's concept art of the Freljordian weapons.
Yeah.
The main guy in the front is holding the middle sword of this concept piece,
Mm-hmm.
and the guy at the back is holding the concept blade next to it. It is cool to see that Riot is staying true to all the concepts and rules they laid down.
Nice.
As Lux got knocked on the ground, you can see Garen do a little half twist before he leaps forward.
Yeah.
This is a reference to Garen spinning, since he does it in every cinematic where he is. The directors mentioned that they can't let Garen madly spin
Oh
around,
man,
so
the cinematic was so good. She shot, he broke her blades. Oh my god. And this is like super old cinematic, by the way.
instead they try to go for the subtle hints that make sense. Anyway,
So
as Garen
good.
leaps forward, he draws his blade
Boom.
and he's met by Silas's shackles. And if you know how Silas's shackles work,
Yeah.
you know that means trouble. Then it cuts back to Piltover, where Vi is about to punch
Boom,
someone.
boom, boom.
A
Bam.
really cool tiny detail is that here you can see her sheriff's assistant badge, which is something you can only barely see on her moment in-game.
Which also looks a bit different.
In the face.
But yeah.
And listening to the sounds, I am pretty sure this guy is dead. Then we
Wasted.
quickly jump back to Shurima, where Israel gets saved by the only other person to ever build Muramana,
Yeah.
Kaisa. And
Basically.
now we're back in Piltover, where Vi
But
continues-
also... Damn, bro. Oh man, I can't wait for Cassidy to show up, please, at any moment.
Muramana, Kaisa. And now we're back in Piltover, where Vi continues punching people in the face, with the occasional snipe from Caitlyn.
Yeah.
At this point, the goons realize that their only chance to survive is to let Urgot go free. And so, with an unfortunate shot from Caitlyn that
Yeah.
his metal arm,
Well-
he did just that. And as Urgot goes free, another nice detail is that you can see Urgot's arms locked in metal cases, which fall off as the chamber unlocks. You can see a small metal case on his left arm.
I'm more interested in like why they kept all the weapons on Urgot. It's so weird. What's up, Cocomel?
And one massive lock on his arm cannon. And once Urgot got free, all hell broke loose.
Yeah, but why is he imprisoned with his weapons? I thought that was a good idea.
We are back in the Demacian battle, as Silas and Garen have a duel. I like how Silas is frantically slashing his chains around. Because
What did you walk into? League lore. It's like I'm just finishing Demacian lore and I'm gonna move into Ionia and stuff like that.
this is exactly how the stories describe Silas fighting. And
Yep.
as always, his
Aye.
battles end with his chains being wrapped around someone's limbs. And then Garen went flying. And now we are in Shurima again. Since Kaisa is now protecting Ezreal and allowing him to escape, it's clear that she doesn't care about the fact
Are you telling me people can pronounce Cocomel? How do they usually pronounce it? Cocamel? What? How would they pronounce it?
that Ezreal just disrespected the ancestors by stealing an artifact.
Yeah.
She's there to defeat the Void, and that is all she cares about.
Yep.
What's cool about this is that if this is canon, then Ezreal is one of the few who witnessed Kaisa.
Actually, wow.
And I wonder if this gets referenced in Project F. Meanwhile, back in Demacia, a Winter's Claw shaman got slammed into the ground, and the staff he held now flew towards Lux.
Oh,
Again,
that's where she got
in
the
this
staff.
battle, Lux doesn't have her staff.
For some
she's
reason.
supposed to have. And although the staff that fell before her looks very similar to hers, it's a different staff, which becomes obvious once you put them next to each other. Also, this one has shards of ice in it. Now let me confirm for you that this is not true ice. Because if it was, the moment Lux would pick it up, she would die. And now we're back in Piltover, where Urgot is using his ultimate. He managed to hit Vi's glove, which she was able to sacrifice.
Urgot is using his ultimate.
Vi's gloves are not actually part of her. Again, this was shown in the story that led to this cinematic. Then
Yeah.
we get back to Demacia.
Here it is.
Because Silas got a couple of hits on Garen's sword and armor, he managed to absorb some of the magic that was stored in Garen's armor, which normally would be any kind of magic Garen faced in the past. But because Silas is using light, things get even more interesting. We know that Garen himself isn't a mage, and
Yeah.
we know that in the past Demacia was united under the aspect of justice, who was able to smite down the enemies of Demacia with a rain of holy blades. So now, when Garen shouts justice in-game, the giant sword that comes down isn't actually his magic. It is the power of the aspect of justice answering his call. So if Silas is able to summon a holy sword of his own, that means that Garen had to be blessed by the aspect at least once in his past. Otherwise, Silas wouldn't be able to draw from its power. I wouldn't consider this 100% canon.
I'm sure this is just used as an effect for the cinematic. We saw him also absorb the power when he blocked the sword. So it's either to say the power is in the sword or the power is maybe connected to Garen through the sword or something like that. Doesn't matter, but I'm pretty sure it's just for cinematic effect. Because Silas is known to steal ultimates, I think this is more of a love letter to like League players than it has to do with an actual story.
Because in the stories, Garen never actually summoned a holy blade from the heavens, but it's a really cool reference to what is happening with holy magic. Then there are a couple of cuts between all the different places, where all the characters weigh their options. And it starts with Ezreal, who wouldn't let the stranger just die for him. So he drops the Tear of Goddess entirely.
Is she a stranger for him here? I guess so, yeah. That'll be the first time they meet. God, I love this cinematic though. Oh my god, man. Ugh.
Which is what his gauntlet is called. After that, Lux force grips the staff somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know why it can't be a True Eyes weapon. If it was,
Because she grips it, yeah.
More importantly, she uses the staff to summon a beacon of light. Which means that she publicly revealed that she is a mage. Which is interesting.
Yeah.
Because as you'll see, none of the warriors around, nor Garen, care that she is a mage. They are obviously aware of it, and they stand behind her nonetheless. Which means that Garen might actually lead his own squad of warriors who don't blindly capture mages.
Yeah.
Then we get even more action shots where Ezreal saves Kai'Sa, Caitlyn and Vi defeat Urgot once again, which means that he's going back to prison, and at the very end, the beacon Lux summon signaled Galio, who was able to come and help his friend.
Which, by the way, also doesn't make sense canonically, because like he needs to absorb magic in order to be summoned, right? So it's like, it doesn't make sense. This is all for cinematic effect. Welcome back. It's all for cinematic effect, but again, man, this is such a good cinematic. And this is probably not exactly how the fight went on, but it's just to show that they probably managed to defend against Silas or some shit like that.
And this is what I was talking about before.
And
when Galio
boom.
drops in, none of the warriors are surprised. So the Demacians already knew about him, which again makes me think that Garen and Lux have a squad of trusted Demacians who are not afraid of magic, and they fight for real justice. And also, in the video we released like 2 days ago, I mentioned it would be cool to see Galio face the ancient frost magic. And here it is. You need to remember that Galio is still a legend. Pretty much no one but Lux knows that Galio can even live. To the vast majority of Demacia, he is just a statue.
Yeah.
So if Galio suddenly dropped into the battlefield, the Demacians would be as scared as the Freljordians. That's why it is weird to see everyone be so calm. Lastly, let me quickly talk about the soldiers themselves. Garen is supposed to be connected to the Dauntless Vanguard, which are elite Demacian soldiers. But if you look at the armor of these Demacians,
that's not them.
None of them have the iconic helms with golden rimming. So these aren't necessarily the most elite soldiers, but they seem to be loyal nonetheless. The bottoms of these helms...
Again, I feel like this is like... This cinematic is not meant to tell that story to that extent. Because, for example, the whole like Urgot thing, is it even relevant that he escaped and then been put back to prison? Not really, but they just want to show that stuff that they told in the story before is being referred to in the cinematic. It feels like a lot of like love letter to certain areas of the story rather than this telling more of that story. Right, you can use it as such, like the whole Silas attack and stuff like that. That's cool. The whole like Kai'Sa is fighting those voidlings, and that's the only reason she's there to fight Void. That's cool, but it's not so much building the characters as more like confirming, not necessarily fan theories, but like confirming the character development so far. That's like more like, you know, putting that dot in the sentence. That's all it is. But that's fine. Like, it's not a bad thing. I'm really happy about it. This cinematic is just so fucking good.
Feathers engraved into them. And I
Yeah.
wonder if this means that these soldiers are northern Demacians. Because in the north, that's where Demacia breeds their raptors. So feathering on the armor would make
Yeah, but they have very different helms, very different everything really.
sense. And
Also
this
different
is what
weapons.
uses their light to take Silas down.
Yeah.
Again, remember that although these stories
Also,
are
we don't see her take him down, right? That's where the cinematic ends. Also, damn. They portray her so well. I hate Lux in game, don't get me wrong, but like, goddamn, she's portrayed so well. She's probably the one that her and Silas have by far more details put into them than anyone here, including Garen. Garen, like, you can see it's Garen, but it's like the amount of details on Garen is nothing compared to Lux and Silas. And even Lux is like up here, Silas is down here, and Garen's like down here for the amount of details.
take Silas down. Again, remember that although these stories are based on real lore, they shouldn't be taken as 100% canon scene by scene.
Yeah, it's not.
Cinematics
Yeah.
only explore future stories that are likely coming in some form.
Yeah.
That's the way the Awakened cinematic was put together.
Dude, and Awaken was so good.
See how direct Riot was with this year's cinematic. The Demacia and Piltover scenes
Awaken was by far my favorite.
are pretty much directly continuing the lore. Riot purposefully released their stories a month earlier to set them up, which wasn't the case with any of the storylines last year. I just really hope that Riot turns this into a yearly thing. Their cinematics are amazing, and
Yep.
people really appreciate them.
Yep,
and
they
the
are.
more details we learn,
As long as they don't put any more KDA, I'm gonna watch all of them. Fuck the KDA stuff.
the better.
So dumb.
I just want to know, where did Garen learn to tie knots?
Ah.
God knows he will never untie this mess.
What do you mean? Yeah, he will. Let's see. Yeah, all you gotta do is pull this and it unties it. That's all it is. You pull this part, right? And it unties it. That's it. It's simple as that.
Because God knows he will never untie this mess.
Alright, cool.
Hey, did you
Oh, I didn't even see the Ruination cinematic. Well, I think I have it somewhere here. Like, we have a lot of videos today. Anyways. Yeah, dude, this Warrior cinematic is just so fucking good. It's crazy. Like, I get teary-eyed every time I watch it, like, from excitement. It's so good. Anyways, yep, that's it for this video. I'll go next. But before we do that, let me see what people are saying in the comments here. They're going to change some things in Arcane to make the story more interesting, replacing Jason, Victor, OG Mentor with Heimer, and etc. And they didn't want to change the whole canon universe. Oops, one second. Okay, for some does not continue. For some 3 dots. Some shit. Okay. Arcane's probably different. I don't know what this part is, but everything else is fine. Arcane's probably different from Core, so Riot doesn't have to tie Piltover and Zound champions too much to the show and can still make new stuff. Should have called this episode the longest C tier. Would be... For sure. They may not want to do Arcane canon, so they don't have to update the champion's bio, so people don't get spoiled for future seasons. At least that's how I lie to myself on Arcane being canon. It's not. Apparently, Arcane is more of a what if or parallel, more so than is canon. Alright, I can main it for. What's this? I don't know.
Well,
Don't know what 4 means. Why it says 4. Anyways, and I don't even know what he... commented on. Thought the Lord reveals in Legends of Runeterra. Oh. Alright, sweet, cool. Lore of Riot's first novel, Garen. And alright, so it's just these last two. Okay. And we'll finish Demacia for today. Yeah, so last, oh goddamn, nice clicks on my elbow there. Last two, Demacia cinematics. Pretty much I understand the whole concept of Demacia now, so we're pretty good. But now a bit of character development for Garen, and then Lux and Jarvan as well. And we'll call it a day with Demacia. We move on to the next ones.
And so, it is time to go back to the novel which Riot released at the end of 2020. Unfortunately, because of what's happening in the world, we didn't get a physical release. And so, many people just brushed past it. But the Garen novel still holds a lot of lore. And that's what we are going to focus on today.
Let's go.
Now, because we are going to talk about a novel, there is no way I am going to cover it in detail.
Amen.
Previously, we previewed the first 3 chapters.
Just give me the juicy stuff. I don't need the details. Give me the juice. Give me the meat. Give me the, you know?
And
Don't need more than that.
Turned into a 12-minute video. So imagine what we would get, since we are about to cover another 9 chapters. Also, I don't really want to publicly release the novel for free, because I don't want to ruin Riot's profits. That would only make sure we would never get another novel again. So instead of covering every
If more people do it, yeah.
happened here,
A lot of people do it.
focus on the lore we got out of this novel, and what this means for the future of Runeterra.
Are these novels not like free online? Are these novels you actually like have to buy and shit? I thought they just released like mini stories and stuff like that on like one of the sites or some shit.
That way, even if you don't read this novel, you will still know what is happening in Demacia. So without further ado, let's go through Riot's first novel, Garen First Shield. If you haven't seen our previous video, which covered the first 3 chapters, it would be a good idea to do it now. And if you have, but you don't remember what happened, here's a quick summary. In the great city of Demacia, Taena Crown Guard summoned Garen into her office to tell him that his great uncle called Hargold, who was a Demacian ambassador in Nockmerge, was acting weird. So Garen gave him the Dauntless Vanguard. This included the squads called the 8th, the 4th, and the 1st.
Your uncle is
They all
acting weird.
hopped onto a ship, and they used the Demacian rivers to travel to the east. The 3rd chapter ended when they crossed the Demacian borders. And just to quickly remind you, among the main characters we have Garen and Quinn, and in the first shield we have characters such as Cythria, Sergeant Merrick, kind-hearted Aigu, veteran soldier Alice Morn, Kryl the Minotaur, twins Sasksha and Rurik Voss, and Eben Hess, who was always armed with at least a dozen knives.
Okay.
But now, let's go through what
Wait,
happened
was one of the...
left Demacia. The
215, okay. Was one of the chicks here Quinn? Oh, this might be Quinn, I guess. Yeah. 215.
Demacia. The 4th chapter is focusing on the travels. You see, before this novel, when it came to the independent nations settled between Demacia and Noxus, we only knew about the Arbomark. That's where Arjen, one of the mages who came to Demacia to help capture Silas, was from. But here we also learned about the other nations. Just as the squad left the Custodian Wall, they quickly brushed through the lands of the Skagorn. This nation was actually first mentioned in Quinn's recent story, but here it was explained that the Skagorn originally came from the Freljord. They were tired of having to constantly raid other
Vasil Demov, thank you very much for the subscription, man. I appreciate it.
villages. So it made sense to make the southern, less hostile lands their new home. So even though they all look like barbarians, the Skagorn are actually decently sophisticated. But then we learned about 2 entirely new nations. As the Demacian squad traveled through a series of rivers known as the Grey Claws, we got into a territory where the river was split in 2 different nations. To their left there was the Ryjan land, and to their right part of the Nockmerge territory was the Olderburg. And that's where the Demacians were heading, because that's where Great Uncle Hargold lived as a Demacian ambassador.
Isn't Alderberg where they brought that mage from? I believe that's where it
And
was,
when
yeah.
they got close enough, the entire squad got off the ship and they continued to Olderburg on foot. Here, Garen realized that something was wrong the moment he noticed that the locals built a new bridge to cross the river. But on that bridge, the towers were fortified from both sides, which was weird because Olderburg didn't have any enemies to the west. It seemed as if Olderburg was getting ready to defend themselves from more than just their neighbors, the Ryjan land. Regardless, after they crossed the bridge, Garen met the local warden called Vigrid, and this warden took the Demacians to the Lord Castellan of Knockmerge. Meanwhile, Quinn separated from the squad to scout the surroundings.
She's the scout, so
This is where
makes
we get
sense.
to chapter 5. I personally love this chapter, because, trying to avoid spoilers, the atmosphere heavily reminded me...
Bro, you're telling me there was 4 chapters of just Garen... Well, first would be a bit of nothing happening. Second chapter would be Garen talking to whatever the Kingsguard woman is. And then 2 chapters, at least, of Garen traveling. Holy fuck.
The Red Wedding
It's
from the Game
crazy.
of Thrones. Anyway, in this chapter...
It's not a novel. This is a book, basically. It's not a novel.
were invited to a massive feast. The catch was that all the Demacians had to leave their weapons outside, and the entire room was surrounded by the Olderburg guards. Garen sat next to the Knockmerge Lord and the Warden, which allowed them to talk about the recent news. But throughout their conversation, the Lord kept mocking the Demacians, and he mentioned he hopes they already caught the one who murdered King Jarvan III, because it would be great shame if they hadn't. Here, we
Yeah,
also learned
it's
that
just
the reason why
taunting.
the Lord was so grumpy was because his wife recently died. This surprised Garen because no one told Demacia about this. The Lord replied that it didn't matter because it would change nothing. The Queen was dead and the Demacians weren't here to help. At this point, Garen was done trying to be polite, and he told
Yeah,
the
this
Lord
is a
the
bit,
reason why they were here. He wanted to see Great Uncle Hargold. Meanwhile, outside, Quinn found out that there was an entire Noxian battalion hidden in the forest.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Quinn wasn't able to scout the area unnoticed. And so, as she started sprinting back, the Noxians raised the alarm. This gets us to chapter 6.
How many is this? Okay, so right after the King Jarvan III died, J4 and Zin the next day had a duel. We didn't know where Garen was at this time. Where was he overall though throughout this? I know Lux was there. Was Garen? I don't even remember if Garen was there. But this has to be like extremely close to like when the king died, like maybe within the week probably. So it is odd that Noxians are really close by, right? It would kind of verify the whole LeBlanc thing theory, I guess.
Now, in Olderburg, the Lord called Hargold to join them at the table. And to Garen's surprise, Hargold looked older than he remembered, but he looked healthy. Still, something seemed off. Because not only did Hargold try to change the topic whenever Garen wanted to learn about the current situation in Olderburg, but at the start of the conversation, when Garen greeted Hargold with their family motto, Strength Through Discipline, instead of Hargold finishing the motto by saying, Honor Through Diligence, Hargold changed the topic again. This was suspicious because every Crown Guard learned the motto before they could even walk. Finally,
is it supposed to be LeBlanc then?
Quinn broke into the room and shouted that she found Noxians outside. Garen immediately ordered the Vanguard to leave, and he told the Lord that they are taking Hargold with them. But once again, Hargold tried to stop Garen, telling him that all of this had to be some misunderstanding. That's when Garen noticed a tiny spark of blue light in Hargold's eyes. And after dealing with the situation in the capital city, Garen realized this had to be magic. And so he grabbed Hargold under his neck and asked him who was he. He didn't know the family motto, so he obviously wasn't Hargold.
Nico.
His suspicions were confirmed when this Hargold slowly split into two. Then one of them morphed into a raven-haired woman garbed in darkness, who then vanished into thin air. Of course, this means that this was likely LeBlanc's illusion, because this scene describes how LeBlanc splits and goes invisible, just like she does in the game. And with her,
kinda how she does in the game.
Was gone as well. This is also when the Lord revealed that the Olderburg had to form new alliances. Because the Demacians were covering in their great city, while the Olderburg were the real shield protecting the nation from the outside.
Well,
And of course,
this is technically true, right? It's like Noxians can't just invade Demacia without trampling over who's in the middle, so technically they are the shield. And Demacia, if they never actually come here, to the point where like they didn't even know that the queen died, right? So it's like they never even have any information of like the middle town, castle, whatever that is defending them. It's like, yeah, it's not a good relationship, you know? Not a long-term relationship.
Was actually a Noxian, and he was behind all of this. In Chapter 7, after the Warden ordered his soldiers to kill everyone, a fight broke out. Unfortunately, the peaceful Olderburg hadn't seen a conflict in years, so their soldiers were quite inexperienced. But on top of that, the Demacians had the Dauntless Vanguard and a Minotaur, so they easily won the brawl.
And this Minotaur is stronger than Alistair, apparently, so there's that.
Their weapons. Outside, the rest of the Dauntless Vanguard heard the distant Noxian horns, so they formed up and repelled the locals, while getting ready for the Noxians to arrive. This is when Cytherea got her first proper kill. She cut open one of the Olderburg boys, who offered the Demacians some hot drinks before the feast. It took her a second, but she snapped out of the shock and pressed on. A while later, Garen and his team got out of the main keep, and they joined the rest outside. That's when the Noxians finally arrived. At this point, the Vanguard had no other option than to retreat, and so they ran back towards the bridge. But on their way, they lost a member of the 4th shield. After they took over the first fortified tower on one end of the bridge, Garen ordered Quinn to leave them and tell Demacia what's happening here. Quinn agreed, but before that, she snuck into the other tower on the other side of the bridge, because she wanted to open the gates to let the Vanguard escape. Unfortunately, in the process, Quinn had to fight off some guards. This ended with Valor getting his wing clipped by an arrow, and with another arrow hitting Quinn straight in her chest. So not only did Quinn and Valor fail to open the escape route, but they also both collapsed, which means that they couldn't even deliver the message to Demacia. In Chapter 8, the Dauntless Vanguard was getting...
He does say in the tier list for the champions how weak Queen is, because Queen is technically a scout. Like, she may be like okay with 1v1, but as soon as it's like more than that, she's like completely useless. So yeah, it kind of makes sense that how useless she is here.
A heroic speech, not knowing what really happened to Quinn. And as the battle began, for the first time, Cytherea saw Noxian banners. The first wave rushing at the Demacians were the soldiers of the Nockmerge. Once again, they were unskilled, and so the Dauntless Vanguard had easy time dealing with them. They killed some, and let the rest run away in terror. The Vanguard did not pursue them. In Chapter 9, the Noxians themselves charged in like a pack of wolves, and we got the first Demacian to fall on the bridge. It was Theodral of the 8th Shield. The fight was long, but in the end, the Vanguard were tired, but still standing. Unfortunately, this was still just one wave of many, and so in the next wave of enemies, the Vanguard lost another 3 soldiers, and later, even the 1st Shield lost a member. It was one of the twins, Rurik Voss. After each wave, the Noxians waited, because they wanted to get the Demacians anxious and unable to relax. The fights continued on, and the Vanguard lost another 3 members. Garen had a brief chance to scan the battle line, and behind the mountain of corpses in front of them, he saw the Warden, staring at him, unmoving, arms folded across his chest. Garen shouted at him to face him instead of hiding behind his warriors, but the Warden didn't reply. Then, after a volley of arrows, the 1st shield lost the always smiling Igo. At this point, it seemed as if the Warden lost his patience, because a new group of heavily armored elite Noxians marched in from the distance, and among them, there was a massive shadow stomping forward. In Chapter 10, the Noxian Basilisk joined the fight. It was the first one Cytherea had ever seen, and somehow, despite its size, it was just a baby.
Cytherea has a lot of like virgin moments here, huh? The first Noxian she killed, the first time she sees Noxian flag, the first Basilisk. Yeah, like I'm glad Garen took someone so experienced with him on this expedition.
Basilisk. As the beast charged in, it crushed the Demacian front line, and Cytherea witnessed the soldier to her left being crushed to death.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the rider on the Basilisk killed the shield sergeant of one of the squads. Then, after Cytherea got back onto her feet, with her shield bent around her arm, and with her blade stuck somewhere in the beast, the Basilisk's spiked tail swung towards her.
Oh.
Was it not for Eben Hess, who jumped in to save her, Cytherea would have died. But now it was Hess who took the blow instead. Cytherea was sure he was dead, but even with his breastplate pierced, Hess got back to his feet. Garen knew the Vanguard couldn't take another hit. The beast had to die now. And so, with his trademark spin, he got his sword up to speed and brought it down onto the Basilisk's neck. After it died, there was a brief pause. But then, the elite Noxians started marching forward, using magic to make the bridge shake under an earthquake. That's when, somewhere in the other tower, Gwyn got back to her senses. And after
With a
dragging her
chest
to a window,
pierced by a crossbow, yeah.
killed the Basilisk's rider. Apparently, the rider was the Noxian war leader. So when he died, the Noxians stopped, lifted their weapons in the air, and to honor their fallen leader, they marched back. At this point,
Is that a thing with Noxians? Leader's dead, time to retreat. Time to, not even retreat, time just like, alright, fuck this shit, we're done. That is so weird. Such a weird fucking concept. Ah, leader died. Alright. Peace out, homies.
Garen noticed that Gwyn's skin was deathly grey, and
Yep.
her eyes half open. It
Yep.
didn't take long, and Gwyn passed out in Garen's arms. On the
Aww.
other side of the bridge, finally
Yo, did Garen and Quinn bang too? Oh, we're gonna watch that video.
enough, we learned that Hess survived the hit from the Basilisk because the spike hit a bag of coins he stole from the Nockmerch soldiers. So after it was obvious that Hess would survive, Alice Morn rushed to Gwyn to help her. Thankfully, Morn
Lucky
was a
coin.
power illuminator, and so she knew how to heal Gwyn using some herbs and honey. Then, because Cytherea was the smallest of them, Sergeant Merrick sent her to the front of the bridge.
Honey's miracle drug, man.
Situation.
Straight
She
up.
reported back that the Noxians were forming up there, and the Warden was with them. It seemed like he was arguing with them, because he wanted the Noxians to attack right away.
Yeah, obviously.
Garen knew
But the leader's not there.
wouldn't attack yet, because they at least had some honor. But still, he was done defending. In Chapter 11, the Vanguard ran forward, out of the morning's mist covering the bridge. With Garen in the front, they rammed into the Noxian mass. After cutting down a number of soldiers, Garen stopped before the Warden, Vigrid. There the two had a duel, with Garen using his great sword called Judgment, and the Warden using a great hammer. During this fight, Garen took a couple of hits in his shoulder and chest, which brought him to his knee. But after springing back up, it all ended with Garen burying his sword in the Warden's chest.
Bro, let's be real. If Garen takes a hit to his shoulder, nothing happens, okay? Like, he's not even gonna feel it. That shit should, like... Look at this fucking thing. This can take on a fucking mountain, like, falling on him. The chest hit, definitely.
Last dying word,
Definitely bad.
the Warden told Garen that he would be a great soldier in the Trifarian Legion. And here is where I need to mention an interesting detail.
Trifarian
The
Legion.
story describes how just as the Warden was dying, his eyes were growing vague, as if he was seeing things that weren't there. Then he smiled and said that the wolf comes, and that
The wolf.
this was a good death. Of course, not only is this describing the exact
Yeah.
moment the Warden
I was wondering. Yeah.
specifically the wolf that was revered in Noxus, but it is also a reference to Kindred's original story, The Good Death. After this, the rest of the Noxians circled Demacians, giving them no way to escape. Fortunately, just as the first light of the day pierced the clouds, first, Valor descended down from the skies. But then, raptors with Demacian riders on top of them.
Oh, shit.
Because as
That's
all
cool.
of this was happening, even though Quinn was unable to move, Valor managed to fly to Uvendale and find help.
How, though? Didn't his wing get clipped too? Or maybe it just wasn't enough to make him stop?
After the raptor attack, even though they took down a couple of raptors with them, the enemy broke and it was all over.
Yeah.
When things were finally decently calm, Garen had a chance to get back to Lord Eldwin of Nockmerch. First he wanted to know where was the mage who possessed Hargold, but the Lord's daughter, Lady Odalin, told him that she likely escaped during the battle. She added that they too didn't know
Was she even there for the battle?
that Garen understood, but he still told Lord Eldwin that he was guilty of allying with the enemy. Here, Lord Eldwin claimed that they asked Demacia for aid, but they got no help. And this is where things click together. You see, these messages were sent by Hargold, but Hargold was possessed by that mysterious Noxian agent. So not only did Demacia not receive their message asking for help, on top of that, it gave them a reason to ally with Noxus. So when it came to the final judgment, and Garen had to decide whether to execute Lord Eldwin or not, he first asked Cytheria for her judgment, to see her view on this. And after that, they both agreed that Noxus obviously orchestrated all of this. And if they executed him, Demacia would only get more enemies. So Garen decided to peacefully leave this place under two conditions. Lord Eldwin would no longer rule, and Lady Odalyn will take his place, even though no woman has ever ruled Nockmerge before. And as the Demacians left,
For no reason.
Garen chose Kryl the Minotaur to stay behind. Nockmerge will need his wisdom. But Garen also noticed a red-eyed raven sitting on the battlements of the bridge, watching him. And finally, in chapter 12, we got back to the place
That's
where
Swain
it
then?
started, where Cytheria met Garen for the first time weeks later. Here Cytheria was talking to Sergeant Merrick. Merrick gave her a small figure of a raptor. It was carved out of a single piece of dark wood, and Merrick explained that it was sent to her from Nockmerge. Apparently, even though he was a minotaur with
Bro,
massive...
I swear, there's absolutely no way that in the MMORPG you start in Demacia. You're gonna start in one of the small cities, and to get to Demacia, it will be like first off like kind of like blocked off, and then it's like you go on like on top of the mountain, then you just see the whole fucking city. There's no way they're doing it any other way. Like, you need that wow factor when you see Demacia for the first time, because holy shit, look at Demacia. It's probably one of the best looking cities. That and probably Shurima is gonna be an amazing sight too. But this is just such a wow factor to look at for the first time. They will definitely emphasize this. Like, either like you will be flown in with one of the beginner quests, you'll be flown into Demacia and see it all the way from above, just see like the whole massive fucking town or some shit, or it's just gonna be like you have a letter to bring to Demacia to be recruited to the whatever like regular army for training and shit like that, and like you go over the hill and then you see the whole fucking town or some shit. Oh man, the whole castle, that would be so good.
Merrick explained
City,
that it was sent
castle,
to her from
whatever.
Nockmerge. Apparently, even though he was a minotaur with massive hand, Kryl made this himself. The novel ends with Garen meeting Taena and giving her the full report. Taena told him that he did good job, but Garen was still doubtful, because he lost soldiers which could have survived. Taena argued that it was a miracle that any of them survived, and
True.
she even pointed out that Quinn's wounds healed, and she already left the city. She also mentioned that Kryl is reporting from Nockmerge.
But this character, Taena, is going to be such a massive character in the MMO, unless they kill her off at some point. I don't think they will. I feel like she would be like a massive quest giver or some shit like that. Like, she'll be extremely important. If she doesn't become a character in the game and that in between, she should be like a massive character. But here's the thing. I don't think she'll be a character in League, because all the characters now, like the recent ones, are weird. Like, they're like magical creatures or whatever, right? It's like they're not... Talia is like probably like the most normal of the newest releases, and even Talia is kind of like, she has like some magic weapons and shit. Like, she's more what do you call it? Foresty. I don't even know what to call her, but like, I don't think we're getting a knight type of champion anytime soon in League. Let's just say it like that. They're all gonna be like quirky, cool, mobility type. She does not look mobile, let's just say it like that. Though, again, if she can get on like some aspect of justice going in her, but I wouldn't even be surprised if she's like Kale in disguise or some shit like that. That would be cool.
And
She kind of looks the same, to be honest.
Proving a capable ruler. And finally, Taena mentioned the mysterious mage. Seeing how Jarvan is very angry at all the mages, they will avenge Hargold's death in time. But for now, she handed Garen a parchment. It was a dispatch she received that morning. Apparently, the Rangers picked up a trail leading to the king's murderer, which meant that Garen was to leave as soon as possible. But Taena warned him to be careful. Spies would be watching him, so it would be smart to leave before sunrise. Garen agreed, and he would take the first shield with him.
I'm surprised with all the shit that LeBlanc has been doing, also like for how long she's been alive. She hasn't done a lot of damage, if you think about it.
And that was the first novel. As you can see, it was all about...
Yeah, that is Quinn for sure. That's Syrah or whatever you called her.
And it described Cythria's first
Cythria.
battle with the Dauntless Vanguard.
But who's Cythria?
And at the end, the story is transitioning into the Warrior cinematic. Because when it comes to Silas, we already got a story explaining what he is doing in the Freljord. So we know why he is in the cinematic. But we didn't know why was Garen or even Lux there.
Oh, is that what...
Now we know that Taena got reports from the Rangers, who have been tracking Silas down.
Yeah.
So right now, Garen and the entire First Shield, including Cythria, are on their way north. Which technically means that somewhere in the cinematic, there should be Cythria as well.
Anyone sees a female, aside from Lux? Not really. I'm more surprised that, even though they all look very similar, you can see distinct differences between each and every soldier. Like, maybe there's like some copy-paste, but like a lot of them are like slightly higher, slightly shorter, slightly, you know, the way they're standing is a bit different. Maybe it's just the camera angle, but it's like, I love that they added these like differences between these like no names and shit like that. But yeah, best cinematic. Well, second best. Anyways, yeah, that's it for the Demacia part. It's pretty cool, man. I think I covered like everything Demacia related, especially like for current lore, is done. I don't think I've seen anything more current by Necrit. About Demacia. I think Warriors was like one of the most current. But yeah, but before we go on to that, there's one more video. Only one more video. Well, actually two more videos, but the second one will have to be after everything. But there's one more video that I need to watch that has to do with Demacia. So let's go do that right now. And that video is... Should Lux and Jarvan get married? Shivana wants a word with you, Nick. Okay, let's see.
Riot, is this a joke to you? Well, at this point, I've pretty much fed up on the idea that we will ever get to his full story. So instead, why don't we talk about what is happening with Lux's new comic?
Yeah,
Honest,
what is happening with it?
I forgot about this comic coming out this week. But thank God it is already out, because it actually gave us a really interesting point to talk about. So if you are a fan of Prince Jarvan, this video will be for you. The comic also spawned some hilarious memes.
Check the central.
When we talked about the comic in the latest episode of Rift News...
Okay, so this is like the first comic of the 5. Because the one I covered, like that was covered in that video, which had to do with Silas stuff, was the 4th one, I believe.
Didn't know how much
in the series.
The story of Demacia forward. Well, after reading it, I am glad to say that what Ghostcrawler said...
This year, you're going to see the timeline start to advance.
Nice.
True, but enough foreshadowing. Let's break this comic down into its important pieces.
I'm more interested, like, that Ghostcrawler is still involved with the story, even though he's supposed to be running the MMORPG stuff. And I'm also very happy that they said, like, about the MMORPG, they told him, like, just take as much time as you want to develop it. There's absolutely no rush. I love that they gave them, like, that freedom to make the best possible decisions that they can. That being said, I'm not saying Ghostcrawler shouldn't be involved with, like, the League lore and stuff like that. Obviously, he should be, because that would implicate on the MMORPG. I'm more surprised that he's so directly involved. Like, he should be in the know, but I don't know if he should be, like, the one saying, it's like, oh yeah, you guys gonna find out way more about the lore, like, on Demacia, it's gonna invest the story more and more and more. It's like, don't you have a game to develop? You know?
Just like it was with the comic series War Mother. This comic series, which is simply titled Lux, starts the
I
same.
definitely lost a bit of hair
The
there.
very first shot is a scene from the future, and in this case you can see that half of Demacia is on fire. And if you've been keeping up with the story of Demacia, you know that it is likely because of Silas. I don't want to go through the entire story now, because it is quite complicated, but here's a short summary. When the Rune War started and the majority of Runeterra was on fire, people started looking for a safe place untouched by the wars.
Yep.
One such place was
Magic Wars, yeah.
These were woods that had the ability to absorb magic, which means that in the age where mages ruled the world, no mage could even touch this place. So naturally, Demacia was founded here as a city that would protect common people from mages. Unfortunately, many years later, remembering the horrors of the Rune Wars, Demacia kept its anti-magic politics. So to this day, they still don't allow any practice of magic in their region. And anyone who was born with the ability to use magic was afflicted in the eyes of true Demacians. However, not everyone chose to be a mage. People are simply born with it. And that's how the Demacian Civil War started. The capital of Demacia, which funnily enough is simply called the Great City of Demacia, is focused on purging all magics from their lands.
The way I see it, the reason it was called the Great City of Demacia was probably because there was only the city of Demacia and they just called Demacia. But then as they expanded their territory and their influence, they just called it also Demacia. It's not that Demacia, the nation of Demacia, was unoriginal with the name of their first city. It's more like that they named the territory of the first city by the city, right? So it's like, if anything, like the territory name is the unoriginal one, but the name of the city is the original.
Regardless the circumstances, while the common citizens of Demacia simply want to live in peace. The irony in Silas is that he is a mage that has the ability to see other mages. So when he was a child, he was used by the Demacian military to seek out the afflicted. So in the end, Demacia was using magic to purge magic. Unfortunately, during one of his missions, Silas couldn't control his magic, and he killed an innocent child. That's how his service to Demacia ended. The final straw that finally started all this mess was that during Silas's service in Demacia, he learned how many high-ranked Demacians are actually also mages in hiding. But while they lived on a high horse, the less fortunate mages were locked in chains and thrown into exile. This injustice made Silas break out of his prison and bring real justice into the lands of Demacia. And by uniting all the outcast mages, he effectively split the people of Demacia in half. And
like I said, Silas, in my opinion, even though his first cause was good, I feel like he would just need any cause to be bad, to be like evil. Right? If it wasn't this, even if like the nobility wasn't on their high horse, he would probably still cause the same thing. It's regardless of the hypocrisy, he would still probably cause the damage that he wants to cause. Right? He's just like, he becomes more and more evil the more you hear about him. Like right now, he's not like, world domination, blow up the world, but I feel like his story will get to that point. Not necessarily blow up the world, but I feel like Silas would be, like I said in a different video, as a fantastic raid boss, especially because he can absorb and like use the magic that is absorbed by the tree material that they use, the parasite thing. I keep forgetting the name, but because he can use the power of that the armors and the walls and like all that shit that absorbs, the trees are absorbing the rune powers right now, like the world rune powers. So I imagine at some point he would be able to use that power, and that would be like catastrophic, and that would be a massive raid encounter probably.
And this comic,
Silas is pretty bad. He makes a deal with Failure to invade. So again, on its own, the way you said, that's not necessarily evil, because in his mind, like you can view it this way, in his mind, Demacia is evil because of the hypocrisy that like mages are bad in Demacia and he just wants to free the mages. That way his goal would be good, right? The problem is, it feels more like he's using that goal in order to justify him being bad, if that makes sense, right? He would be bad regardless of that, right? He would be a villain regardless of that. Like that's just the justification right now. But he would find, even when, if let's say Demacia will be like, you know what, we're okay with mages now, everything is cool, mages can live here freely, not a problem. Silas is the type of guy who would probably look for another reason to attack Demacia or just cause damage, right? Like that's what I feel like Silas type character would do. He just wants to be bad. He just wants to be the villain, right? It feels like that's what they're going for, because right now him allying with Freljord to attack Demacia, it still technically makes sense based on what he wants. He wants freedom for the mages in Demacia, right? Like, so he's using Freljord for his own gain. But I feel like that's just an excuse because he just wants to kill Demacians at this point because of the inhumane. Like he's becoming the evil that he hates. He's like the way that he wants to feed Jarvan for the rat, right? Because the prisoners were treated like that. It's not like Jarvan 4 was there forcing it. He just didn't stop it, and he probably didn't even know the treatment that they're getting. He wants to kill all Demacia, doesn't really care about other mages. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's just using the other mages as an excuse to basically do that. To just wants to kill Demacians, right? It's like he would use any excuse he can find just to do that. So he doesn't even care. And that's what I'm saying. Like if he gets to the power of the world runes that are being absorbed by the trees, because Rise for some reason decide to hide in there, which would make sense. He's like, oh, they'll prevent the power from leaking, all that stuff. But these trees are absorbing the power of the world runes. If Silas gets a hold of that, because he will be able to probably use the tree's power how did they describe it? Basically, he can use the power of the material that absorbs the magic. So he'll be able to use the world runes, and then shit goes south.
Greatly expands this civil war. So let's have a look at what we actually learned from it. After the initial shot of future Demacia, the story of this comic actually starts weeks before that. At the very beginning, Garen shows Lux that the crest of the Crown Guard family gives them the freedom to do pretty much anything in the city. This could be one of the reasons why the teaser for this comic was the Crown Guard eagle, an emblem that plays a bigger part here. In any case, just the fact that Lux doesn't know the weight of her family name yet tells us that this story happens directly after Lux's updated bio. That is right after she traveled to the capital with her parents to see Garen become a member of the Dauntless Vanguard. It is also after Lux joined the Illuminators. Remember that the recent update changed the Illuminators. They are now a
Illuminati
dedicated to helping the poor and the sick. Anyway, right after Garen showed Lux what being a Crown Guard means, the conversation between them...
this is like, doesn't really have much to do with the story, but like I always doubt the people or like the groups that say we just wanna help the weak and the poor and all that stuff. There's a great example in the movie, what was it called? It's like, was it Robin Hood? I think it was in the Robin Hood movie, where the guy who was pretending to like help all these people to get recognition from the people, and eventually like he was promoted to like the sheriff, which is basically like the main villain of the Robin Hood story. He was promoted to the sheriff. He eventually says that it's like, I didn't work so hard helping all these like weaklings to not be in a position of power, right? So it's like all these like virtuous and like charitable organizations. That's always what I view them for, what I view them at. Even though they're doing good, I feel like there's always a hidden agenda of like them being like their profit and stuff like that. You know, how come like every I don't know what they're called, but like let's say CEO of a non, what do you call them? Organization, a non-profit organization. How come they're always so rich? You know, it's like, I thought it was for no profit. Why aren't you donating all your money for all these people who you're trying to help? You know, it's like, there's always a hidden agenda.
Then was interrupted by a female mage who escaped her prison. While Lux followed her wake and she helped those who were injured, Garen was determined to stop the mage, even at the price of
I said halt,
building.
mage.
When they finally stopped the mage,
Garen's a very good person, but his family, namely his aunt, make bad decisions. I would say Garen is blindly good. So in Garen, there's like, I would say Lux is a very good person. Garen is a very black and white person. There's like on and there's off. Villain, no matter what, is villain. Even if like there's an understanding. Even though in one of the previous story where he went to where his uncle's like where his uncle was the lord or whatever, and that city sided with Noxus, that was like the only time I've seen him not be pure black and white. But I think that's a character development, because even in the Lux story with Nocturne, she explains to Garen not everything is black and white. So I'm assuming he's growing out of it. But yeah, there's a chance that the aspect of justice Kale influences action. I would say yeah, especially like how Kale just fucking went crazy, killed her dad, because her dad, she considered him evil for taking the daughters away from the mother. She's like, bro, like, it's like the fuck. But yeah. So yeah, could be that the influence came from the aspect of justice, but also you could see that the aspect of justice chose him because he was being like that. There's justice and there's like villainy, you know, there's good and there's evil. There's nothing in between. So maybe the aspect of justice chose him because of his belief. And this might actually trigger a change in his abilities to use the power of aspect of justice later, because he might find that the gray area between good and evil, which can actually affect the influence of the aspect of justice. Again, something that the story might explore. I don't know, but it's cool. I love seeing characters developing in that way, where they think like it's all good and evil, and then they realize there's a gray area.
two interesting things happened. Lux saw that the mage didn't even want to hurt anyone, and she began questioning the Demacian laws. The second thing is that this is the first time we saw what a mage seeker looks like. In the story, they were always described as mage hunters wearing blue cloaks and silver half masks. They also often carried a grey mark, which is a stone petrified disc that would absorb magic. It was a protection against mages. But as far as I can see, the grey mark wasn't actually revealed here. Anyway, after the mage was captured, Garen and Lux continued their ride through the city. And since Garen noticed that Lux was questioning the laws of Demacia, he reminded her the horrors of the Rune Wars. And he told her that without their laws, some individuals such as the mass murderer Silas of Dragborn would consume their nation. Unfortunately, every time Lux feels nervous or uneasy, her light goes out of control. And
yeah, see what I mean? Like this part, right? Which is like, there's no exception. It's like good and evil. There's nothing in between. It's like people who are born with magic and shit like that. So that's why I said Lux is actually like the only good character, like pure good. Meanwhile, Garen is just too straightforward, right? It's like it's too much like black and white. But yeah. Is that mass murder recent enough? And it's like he doesn't even come to realize that's like the reason Silas, aside from him being probably like just an evil guy, but the reason someone like Silas is born is because of the laws, right?
every time Lux feels nervous or uneasy, her light goes out of control. And when her hand began to glow, she tried to hide it, but she wasn't sure if Garen saw it. Maybe he was just pretending he didn't see it. To break the silent tension, Lux asked Garen what happens to all the books the Mage Seekers find. And Garen revealed that all the books are locked in the Mage Seekers' keep. It serves as a massive library of all magic, but only those in the service of the crown may enter. So naturally, since Lux was on a quest to master her own abilities, this library was of interest to her. So hours later, she decided to visit that place. Trying the same trick Garen showed her earlier, Lux pulled out the Crown Guard crest and she was allowed entry. The guard who let her in introduced himself as Jaredon, which I am pretty sure is a cameo to the lead narrative writer, because otherwise this scene would be just a random introduction.
Yeah,
Jaredon
basically.
also wanted to tell Lux about the incident that happened in this library, but Lux dismissed him, so we will never learn what happened here. Anyway, when the guard returned to his post outside, Lux began exploring the library. In the next scene, we see Garen talking to his aunt, Diana. This is where things get really interesting. Also, if you've got a fetish for broad shoulders, this might be a dangerous scene for you.
Oh, wait, so she's basically the king's personal guard. I didn't even realize she was his aunt, their aunt. Oh. I was like, who the fuck is Diana all the time? Like they mentioned, like I know it's like her role, but it's like I didn't know that she was like their fucking family.
We know Diana Crown Guard from the stories of both Lux and Garen. She's essentially taking the place
Which
of
actually makes sense. Crown Guard. Isn't that like isn't that Garen's last name?
their parents in the Demacia.
So dumb.
You may also remember her from the
Yeah,
story
there
of
she is.
Zhao.
Yeah.
She's the right hand of the king. In this scene, she and Garen are talking about Lux. And more importantly, they both
Yeah,
know
I'm just dumb.
Lux's flaws. Garen told Diana that he's afraid that one day Lux will say the wrong thing to the wrong person, and
Yeah.
all she is going to be revealed. And at that point, Garen wouldn't be able to protect her anymore. That's when Diana offered a solution. She heard that Garen's friend, Prince Jarvan, wanted to get married. And if Jarvan were to marry Lux, she would be untouchable. No one would dare to accuse her of anything. At the end of this scene, Garen says that he will go to the palace tomorrow, probably to discuss the marriage. This is the last time we see Garen in this comic, so we can assume this plot will be continued in the next issue. And remember, this comic has 5 issues in total. Personally, I really hope that Lux gets married to Prince Jarvan. This would be honestly the best way to push the story forward. And we would finally see some progression in characters. I would love to see Lux slowly evolve.
I don't know if I want to see them, like, knowing where the story is going. I don't even know what happened between, but it's like, I feel like Jarvan would be way more preoccupied with everything else, knowing what happens within these 5 comics books. It's like, there's no way he's looking for a wife when his dad just fucking died and Silas is at large and shit like that. He's like, the last thing I need is to get married. I need to kill this motherfucker. Let alone... I don't know if he knows she's a mage. He probably doesn't know she's a mage. But, like, probably a bad time to get married to some guy who currently has... Even though he's probably not out there hunting all the mages, he probably has a bad taste in his mouth regarding mages at this moment in time. Right? So it's, like, probably not the best time to get married.
Mage to the Queen of
But... Well, I'm just fucking... Like, why am I even starting the video if I keep pausing? But... I feel like this is a hint for, like, the future. Substantially, like, in the future. Like, pretty far off. Though, honestly, I always thought they should probably get married even before all of this. Just knowing that Garen and Jarvan are, like, best friends. And shit like that. And he's the crown prince. Right.
It would be awesome to see Jarvan IV as a powerful warrior king. With a mage queen by his side. With this combination, there would be an infinite potential for story development in Demacia. Everything would be in line with the ongoing civil war, and what makes Demacia unique would still be there. Those who hate mages would beg Jarvan to make Demacia great again, and all the mages in hiding would
make Demacia great again. You're gonna wear the, I guess, golden caps, make Demacia great again. MDGA.
And both sides would try to turn Lux and
Midga
Jarvan against each other. The amount of plot twists in this storyline would be incredible. I really hope this storyline goes through. But
it's more... This is my biggest problem with monarchy. At the end of the day, the king's, like, say is the king's say. I don't really know what kind of pressure Jarvan III was under to grant the Mage Seekers so much power that it caused this. All of the nobles, because here's the thing, the only pressure for the king would probably be the nobles. All of the alliances that Demacia has, they are okay with mages. All of the nobles pretty much all of the nobles have mages in their family. What kind of pressure was put on Jarvan to keep the whole order of no mages allowed? To the point where they would go like super ham on with the mage seekers and just completely take away kids from their families who have like any magical power, like any like semblance of mana, right? It's like that is the only part that's kind of confused to me. Where did that pressure come from? The citizens are okay with mages, right? Because like they don't want their kids to be taken away. The nobles should be okay with mages because they have mages in their family, right? It's like I just don't understand where this whole like. I guess I get that it is their culture and their tradition, all that stuff, but it's like, as the king, you can lessen the urgency to solve this problem, right? And slowly migrate it into their normal society of mages, like to have mages, because everyone has a mage relative or some shit like that, especially when it came to nobility who had like tens and 20, 30 fucking relatives. So that's the only thing that's like so weird for me.
I'd like to avoid majorly changing characters, with the only exception being Gangplank, who was getting a rework. I am afraid that Wright might pull off The Simpsons, and everything will return to the normal state at the end. And honestly,
some of it is Noxus being a huge threat. They use a lot of magic, but that won't stop Demacia. Like that is, having mages in Demacia would actually be in their benefit overall. What I think you're saying, which probably what you're saying, is this prevents Noxus infiltrators, like magical infiltrators, magician infiltrators in Demacia, because they can still detect them. But that didn't stop LeBlanc from infiltrating as well, right? Also, they are still protected by all the magic absorbing trees and like their walls that absorb magic and stuff like that in their city. So it's like, I don't really see why Demacia is so adamant against mages, except for the fact that it was born, like Demacia was made to avoid the Rune Wars. That feels like that's the only reason that Demacia is still against mages, even though everyone, their sister in Demacia, has a relative that is a mage. That's like the only thing that's kind of like still bothering me. And I guess it might be like the whole like a traditional thing, which is like, this is what our country or like our state was founded on, so we're not going to change it even if I am king, stuff like that. This cannot be changed. Maybe that's the reasoning, but I feel like that's such a bad reasoning overall, especially when you see like the damage it causes to your people. Hard to say, you know. I'm not a king, but I feel like if your people are not happy, like, you're gonna have a problem on your hands. You or your son, whoever will be the king when the problem actually like builds up enough.
we need those twists. We need to see characters changing and reacting to the world.
Yeah.
Now back to the story.
Yeah.
While Garen and Diana were discussing the future of Demacia, Lux studied magic in the Mage Seeker's library. She read the magic books for hours, but there was nothing that would tell her about the deadly beams of light. So instead, she decided to explore the rest of the Mage Seeker's keep. And the deeper she explored, the creepier things got. When she finally reached the catacombs, she was stopped by 2 guards. But just like every person in the capital, they allowed her to go through when they learned she was a crown guard. Because these catacombs were dangerous for normal visitors, Lux had to be escorted by the warden of this prison. He explained that they kept all the people waiting for their trials here. Some of them would be proven innocent, but most of them...
Yeah, look at this shit.
When they reached a staircase that would take them even lower, the warden tried to tell Lux that there is nothing important there. But nevertheless, Lux...
Still kind of a minority opinion to like mages in Demacia. Oh no, it is. I'm just saying I don't understand. It's not. I wouldn't even call it a minority. I would say it's. It might even be a silent majority, because, for example, the story where they brought the mage over from the neighboring, whatever it is, lordship. The people there were mad at the mage seekers, not at the mage. Like the whole village they went through wanted to kill one of the mage seekers because he was the one who took a child from his mother in that village. So essentially that whole village is a mage sympathist, yeah, whatever, right? So it's like it's not that they like mages, but they don't hate mages. And again, if the nobility doesn't hate mages because they have mages in their family, right? So I would say it's more of a silent majority that are probably okay with mages. No one would want to see their family here in these cells just because they were born with magic, right? Especially, and nobles would definitely not, this would never happen to a noble. So that's what I'm saying, which is like, it's weird, right? And the thing is, right now, Demacia is not portrayed as a nation that is just like, we are here to control the people, right? I would understand from a nation point of view if they're like, we just want to control our people, give them less rights and all that stuff. Then I'd be like, okay, that now it makes sense. But so far, the king, it looks like he wants to help the people. He looks like a good king. I mean, heck, he took Xin Zhao, who's just like a nobody, right? Just took him and he became like a massive supporter. There's been no talk of like the monarchy itself being corrupt or anything like that. Maybe some nobles, but for the most part, no one came out to be like necessarily evil and like hate, like don't care about human lives or using human lives as like just labor and workforces and like they shouldn't have rights. So aside from that aspect, I don't see any reason for them to view mages that way, right? Especially like with how many mages they have in their vicinity.
Wanted to know what the mage seekers were hiding, and when they reached the lower levels, things got even worse. People in the lower cells were tortured in an attempt to cure their affliction. One example we got is purification by the petricide elixir.
Jarvan would have been good towards mages, but his dad got murdered. He was good towards Shyvana. Yeah. Jarvan is definitely going to be in a very conflicted state from now on. That's why I said like him marrying Lux anytime soon is not going to happen. He needs to get like his rage against mages calmed down, and that might take a few years for sure, right? Because he right now blames all mages, not just Silas, right? I'm sure it's not like he goes out and just like find every mage and kill them. He's not to that point of rage, but he definitely is like, if you're a mage, he's like right away like you're a danger kind of thing, right? He's not actively looking for them, but he's actively wary of them.
Which you may actually remember from the old version of Lux's story. Originally, when her parents found out what she was, they called an alchemist to try and cleanse her in secret, and their last resort was a petricide elixir. This concoction was infused with petricide, and it would literally rip magic from your body.
Petricide, that's the word.
You are born with magic. It is in your veins, so we can only imagine the pain it would cause to someone affected by magic. Either way, we can see its use in this comic. At this point, Lux saw almost everything the Mage Seekers kept here. Only one massive, heavily guarded door remained. When they approached this door, the warden insisted that they couldn't open it for her. It was the first time he said no to her. And you need to remember that talking back to a crown guard could be considered an insult to the crown. So Lux knew there was something very important behind it. Something the king or anyone around him...
See what she says here? This is probably the most important part of this, and this is why I'm saying like, it's like I don't understand. I feel like the king doesn't know what is happening. Like no king knows all the nitty gritty and like stuff like this, right? But here's the thing, right? My family has defended the crown for generation. My brother risks his life in the vanguard. My aunt is a high marshal to the king, and I'll bet none of them know about what you have got going on here, right? I don't know. Maybe the aunt knows. She seems like she would be okay with it, because she's very like super strict, even more than Garen. Garen would not be okay with this. Garen is okay with like, okay, we'll kill this guy, but I don't think he's okay with abuse, right? So that's why I'm saying, what's it called? I don't feel like they know the damage that they're causing with what they're doing.
Didn't know about. So Lux forced the warden to open the door so she could investigate.
Yep.
Now, before we jump into the final scene of this comic,
Why?
we need to stop for a second.
Why?
Honestly, I don't mind the slight change in the art style compared to War Mother.
Okay.
But this face says it all. I think we got a new meme on our hands. I tried to infuse Pikachu, but I don't think I need to. As I said, I am here for the story more than the art. And again,
this guy.
in my opinion, it is
I feel the arc is totally fine, yeah.
If you guys are interested in a take on the art, TB Skyn has a video where he dives deeper into
I mean, the reason this art is so different from this is because this is about war and this is about politics, realistically, right? So it's like definitely the art style would be very different. This just fits the story. Like this scene could not be covered like this. It doesn't make sense. And you would notice like when I think it was like in the later comics, they look very different. Like not necessarily the art style is like not super different, but it takes a lot more serious tone. This looks like more of a I won't say cartoonish necessarily, but a less serious tone because the subject already is extremely serious, Whereas this one is war, right? This one is just politics. Anyways.
I'm here for the story more than the art. And again, in my opinion, it is totally fine. But if you guys are interested in a take on the art, TBSkyn has a video where he dives deeper into what happened here. I am not an artist, so my opinion wouldn't have that much value. Anyway, let's jump into the final scene. The warden decided to let Lux in, but no one else. Behind that heavily guarded door was a massive cell. A cell that contained Silas, the legendary mass murderer. I'm not really sure if none of the Crown Guard really know he is here. After all, everyone knows who Silas is. So naturally, all the officers would also know where he is. So even though Lux thought that no one probably knew what the Mage Seekers were hiding here, in the end, it is likely that only Lux didn't know.
Well, they probably knew that Silas was here. Garen already talked about Silas, so he definitely knows what's going on. But I don't think they know, especially Garen doesn't know about the abuse that's happening here. He knows that they're probably imprisoned, but he doesn't know the nitty-gritty stuff of what goes on in that prison. That's not something he's interested in.
Commenting on Lux's abilities. He can see what Lux truly is, and he sees the irony in her being free while he is locked in there. This is the end of the first issue, and I can already tell you, it feels like this was a better setup for the story moving forward than the first issue of War Mother. I think it could be because War Mother had a lot of characters that we didn't know, but here we already know all the big characters.
Yeah.
Demacia has a massive potential right now,
Oh, yeah.
especially with the new storyline of Lux and Jarvan. Again, I really hope that Riot isn't afraid of change and they go for it. This might be our first massive change to the world of Runeterra. Once we see some real political games being played in Runeterra, we'll know we are on a good path. Even though this is it for this video, let me leave you with the cover art of the second issue of the Lux series. And please, don't take this picture out of context.
Fucking guy. Alright, I don't know what happens with 2 or 3, I just know that eventually he escapes, causes the whole rebellion thing. I believe he escapes in 2. In 3, he convinces more people to side with the cause. In 4, there's the actual rebellion. 5, I believe, is just the aftermath. So yeah, basically kind of like how I would expect it to happen. But yeah. Well, 2, he trains her and he escapes at the end. Probably that's what happens. 3 is after he escapes and leading up to attacking Demacia. 4 is the attack on Demacia. King dies. That would be the end. And then 5 would be the aftermath. But yeah, anyways, that's it for Demacia for sure this time. For sure. Okay, anyways, let's go next. What do we have? Want to know about Ionia? Second Noxian invasion, possible champion teaser. The invasion begun. And then Riven abandons Noxia. Ruination. Do I need to watch Ionia first though? Let's see this. Pretty much May, June is after. July is after. Anything else here? The love story doesn't matter. Lord of the Sons of Light event. Yeah, I need to watch this for sure. So I need the Ruination into this one. Where's chapter 2 for this though? Let's see, Lord of Sentinel. Let's look for chapter 2. Is there chapter 2? Sounds like what's going on. Chapter 1. No, it's on chapter 1. Okay, then we have Noxus as well. Chapter 2 recap, Rise of the Sentinels. Sentinels of Light, what is going on? Okay. Let's do this. Chapter 2, Rise of the Sentinels. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is the cinematic? Nah. Oh, I also don't want to... I just want specifically... No! I closed the wrong one. Fucking idiot. Arcane is an adaptation with changes made to suit the style of a TV show, so I don't think they will make Arcane canon because it wouldn't work well with so many lore already based around... so much lore already based around the Prime Universe. Yeah, I agree. And then... just some guy who never dies. This video posted 5 months ago, and in the past 5 months we got more story about Ruination, Darkened Void, and some other small stories, so this video can be a little outdated about those things. Videos you reached to from Targan is 5+ years ago, so just keep in mind. Yep, that's why I called them. Yep, yes sir. Yep. I'm mistaken. Thank you for the comments. I guess I don't know what to call it. It's like critique, I guess, but yeah. Okay, any other thing to reply to? New subscriber, Arkane's probably different. Arkane's an adaptation. Okay, so yep. All right. So we got what did Sentinels of Light do? Okay, we got this one. Oh, this is the League of Legends, so it's not much. Malzahar, Champions who broke bread. Okay, so what did I add from here? Nothing, right? There's this one, which is this one. Okay. Fuck, what? Which one did I just close? Let me look through the history, I guess. Let's see. History. Shit. Which one's this?
Valentine's Day. The time I get to talk about things which I otherwise wouldn't.
Stop it. Stop it. Not right now, Necrit. Please. Trying to get through the history. Where's the history? Oh my god, bro. Okay, history. Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to find that something with... I saw a Caitlyn there, so... I'll look. So it has to do with... Piltover, but let's see if I can find it real quick. Problem is, I added all these videos to the queue about a week ago. So it'll be a bit hard. Let's just look for Necrit videos. There. Oh, yes, that's what it was. The difference between Arcane and Canon Story. That's what it was. Okay. Yo, hi from Romania. What's up, brother? Thank you for watching. My client is Romanian, actually. So I actually know a lot of Romanians. I don't know any words in Romanian, though. Though I can sometimes understand a word or two. Depends on, like, you know, context, because I do know Russian. So, this is what it is. Okay, so we're going to watch Ionia, and then we're going to go into the second Noxian invasion. And then into Ruination. I definitely don't have time to watch all of these. So, actually what we'll do is... Because I think I only have time to watch like 3 videos before I have to go. What kind of reaction you make? Right now I'm doing League lore reactions. This has been the most popular topic. However, I also do reactions to some political stuff, mostly women stuff, like, you know, how entitled women are and how entitled men are sometimes, or like how simpy men are. You should check out my videos about Ghosted, and basically can tell you my opinion about relationship stuff like that. Also, obviously, all other MMORPGs that are like, you know, more interesting. Ashes of Creation a bit, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft. That's so far, that's the main videos I've been doing. There are other stuff I want to do. I just don't really have a lot of time. So I'm just doing what I find the most interesting. Once I'm over with that, I'll finally go to the next subject that is slightly less interesting to me, but still interesting to an extent. But yeah, if that answers your question. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to the story differences. One sec. Yeah, there we go. Story differences between Arcane and canon universe in League of Legends, because I keep getting comments like this. Arcane is an adaptation with changes made to suit the style of a TV show. Arcane is probably different from Core, so Riot doesn't have to tie Piltover and Zaun. And comments like that. So, we're just gonna see the differences, and that's it. Call it a day.
Ever since Arcane came out, there was one question that kept coming up. Is Arcane canon? Well, it was confirmed that Arcane is different. And that apparently it shouldn't be taken as the truth over the game. So
yeah, the other thing is there's a lot of, how they say, love letters to the League players here. So for example, like the Vi Jinx being sisters thing apparently was just a fan theory when I believe when Vi was released or when Jinx was released, not sure, one of them. So that was just a fan theory that they just said, like, you know what, let's throw it into Arcane, stuff like that, right? It's like, it's more like a love letter. The characteristics of the characters is pretty much the same as it is in canon, but the events are different. Though I would say the attitudes between the champions is kind of similar to canon. But yeah.
They are essentially saying that Arcane is not exactly canon compared to the core universe, which is exactly the opposite of what everyone wants. I've heard that Riot is still
I agree. I really wanted a story that is a part of the universe. And in fact, I would much rather have a Shurima story than Piltover Zaun. I really couldn't care less about Piltover Zaun. I really couldn't care less about Vi, Caitlyn, Jinx, Jace, Heimer. All these characters are like, dude, I don't even give a shit about them. Give me the adventures, give me the betrayals, give me the kingdom, stuff like that. Give me Demacia, which now after knowing Demacia, I'm like, damn, that would be a pretty good story. But honestly, I just want a Shurima Arcane, if anything. If anything, I would say Shurima is so much more interesting because it ties into Noxus. And again, these are like the major freaking nations. I don't give a shit about this part. It's like, it's so minute in the grand scheme of things. That's why I just don't care about it. When I know that there's like fucking ancient ones that can destroy the world, the last thing I care about is about sisterly love. I want big empires. I want some real damage done. I want some fucking wars happening. This shit, I don't give a fuck.
Hesitant whether they want to turn this into the canon story. To which I have to say, yes, Riot. Everyone wants Arcane to be canon. I don't think there is a single person who wouldn't want that.
I just don't care about this part.
Riot doesn't need to necessarily turn Arcane into the main canon universe. Now, I have never seen a Marvel movie, but I know that the cinematic universe is different from the core universe, which is in the comics.
It does, but it still follows a lot of the characters are still the same as they are the majority of the character is still the same as it is in the comics. Obviously, the interactions or like their history is different because of like the events that happened. Like one is in modern world, one is like in the 60s, but it's the same. And I would say this is true for Arcane. The characters are still pretty much the same as they are in League. It's just the events that happen. So it's like take all the characters, they have the same personalities, put them in a different scenario. That's basically what Arcane is.
It seems like Riot may be doing the same thing here. It's that the Arcane universe may be different from the canon core universe.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but I'm sad to see that some people will be confused. Because
Armson.
all of the characters in Arcane changed from their canon versions. And
Yes.
so today, for once, let me be the nerdy guy who reads everything. You know all
Let's
of
go.
those people who have read the Game of Thrones books and they talked about how different it is from the TV series?
That's you.
I've never been one of those. But today, I will be.
Yeah.
Because in this video, we're gonna talk about all the differences between the core canon universe and the Arcane universe. And we'll see if there is any way to make Arcane canon.
But not gonna lie, Jace's head is way too big for his fucking body. Look at that.
Now, of course, I will not talk about
This is
the
fucking-
entire story of all the champions. I will only talk about the stories up until the point where Arcane would end, because the rest of the story may still be referenced in Season 2. So now, without further ado, let's start with the main characters of Arcane, Victor and Jace. In the core universe, Jace's origins...
Let's start with the main character of Arcane. Victor's like, bro, like, I guess to an extent, but not really.
Be different. His family, House Talis, was never mentioned. We only know that after he got into science, he was offered patronage in clan Jayopara, which was one of Piltover's most respected ruling clans. Now, not only have we never heard of Jayopara in Arcane, but in Arcane, Jace actually gets patronage in the Kiraman family, which is something totally different. According to Jace's bio, Clan Jayopara was one of the first clans to explore Shurima and find the Hex Crystals. Curiously enough, in Camille's story, it is said that the Pharaoh's family were the first to find the Hex Crystals. So we actually don't know which one of these was the first.
About the same time.
House Pharaohs was referenced in Arcane. Clan Jayopara, where Jace is supposed to be, never even appeared there. Anyway, after Jace accepted the offer and he joined the clan, he spent most of his early years constructing potential hextech devices and designing transformable multi-tools for the working class. The difference here is that in the core universe, basic hextech was already developed. It wasn't advanced, there were no major hextech devices, unless you maybe count Camille.
Yeah.
You know, we don't actually know how old she is, but in our
At this point, yeah, we don't.
Jace who invented hextech. In the core universe, Jace's personality is also different. He is supposed to be
Is it?
far more arrogant than he is in Arcane. He was described as the
He becomes a bit arrogant towards the end, though. I feel like his character is changing from like that, the curious student who like discovered something new, to be a rather, I won't say arrogant per se towards the end, but he is getting to those levels, right?
dismissive.
He's being overly complimented by a specific character, whatever her name is, the one that looks like Senna. He's being overly complimented by her, and she's pushing him to greater and greater heights. Also, the Jace that we know is a lot older. So, and the Jace in Arcane is a lot younger. So he can become that arrogant guy, right? In universe, he's always posh. He is, yeah. And just gets more arrogant in Arcane. He starts... Yeah, he is a very nice guy, but in Arcane, though, as the Arcane story goes, you see he's like... It's not that he becomes, like, not nice, but he's, like, less altruistic, or... Is altruistic the right word? Less greater good kind of thing. Maybe they are less jaded. Right? And I feel like as it goes on, first of all, he matures, he becomes like a lot more handsome than he is now, right? Like, let's assume this was gonna be. He's banging apparently like one of the hottest characters in the, you know, in Arcane, and she keeps complimenting him. Every girl wants to suck his dick. He's becoming super fucking famous. He is already super famous, super rich. I feel like, yeah, he can easily become way more arrogant and way more posh, right? He just, like, that will be his environment. We only know him as, like, this very young kid who somehow, dude, imagine you're a kid who just signed up to university and you become the dean within, like, a year, right? It's like, it's fucked up, right? It's like, that shit can, like, really change the person.
And unwilling to slow his pace to help his peers catch up. It was so bad, most people didn't want to work with him. And as he grew older, his patience grew even shorter. So
The only difference here is like when he said like most people didn't want to work with him. what happens in Arcane is Victor wants to keep working with him, but he doesn't work with Victor. Like, he just doesn't have time to just, you know, do stuff in Victor's pace. And again, that can also translate later to most people don't want to work with him because his pace is just way faster. Right? I mean, you can view it that way. I'm not saying it's necessarily what will happen, but it's like you can see hints of this developing into that kind of character. It wouldn't be like too unrealistic if he just jumps into that character in Arcane 2 towards like mid to end of the season, if he becomes more posh or like how you said it, or just like more arrogant, stuff like that, because like he will notice like, you know, no one can keep up with my brilliance. It's like whatever, right?
Oh yeah,
it can happen. It can happen.
He's supposed to be a pretty awful guy. While in Arcane, he actually cared about the people around him.
At first.
And he even stopped hextech development for the safety of people. In the core universe,
at first,
especially when he was younger, that would be out of character.
Yes.
Sometime later, he finally found a person who was able to keep up with his intellect. And that person was Victor. In the core universe, they met at a mandatory progress day party. And they bonded over the fact that...
I mean... Yeah, he can keep up with the intellect, but like their paths are so different that it's like Jace is going to like one direction, Victor goes to like his own direction. Because Victor's motivation really is helping himself because his body is like is degrading, right? It's like he doesn't even know how long he has to live. He's like in a wheelchair or some shit. Like Victor's purpose is very selfish, not necessarily bad selfish, but it is selfish. It will become bad selfish later, but right now it's just very selfish. He's motivated because his life depends on it. Meanwhile, Jace's goals are, listen to this, Jace's life doesn't even depend on this technology, and he's at the same pace as Victor, who is super motivated. That could just show you like what would happen if Jace's life depended on it, how much more brilliant Jace would be, if anything.
And neither of them wanted to be there. In Arcane, they met after Jinx blew up his lab. Anyway, at this Progress Day party, Victor expanded Jace's intellectual horizons, and he challenged many of his assumptions. We then learned that while Jace...
And also, don't forget, Jace is a kid at this point, and he challenged Victor, who is an adult and an expert in certain fields, who was a professor, and this kid challenged his intellect. Just imagine when Jace is in like his mid-20s, 30s, and like, of course he can easily become super arrogant.
Humanity through versatile technology.
Anyways, that's enough interrupting the video.
Humanity itself, such as physical decay or illogical prejudice. They constantly argued with each other, but their conflicts never got personal.
Yeah.
They respected each other's work, because they still had a common goal. In Arcane, you can rarely ever see them argue over an invention. Later, the two invent a mechanized...
They can easily start arguing... Oops, what the hell is this? Huh? 1 second. There we go. They can easily start arguing later because of how the Victor's story ended in Arcane, right? He can easily be like, yo, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you went too far, right? Because we all know what happens with Victor and what he's gonna be, right? It's like... that's when they can start arguing, which would then eventually turn Victor into like this villain, even though right now we can see the hints of him becoming villain. But the whole time, Victor, I would say, what was like Arcane 12 episodes? I would say 10 of the episodes with Victor, if it's like 10 out of 12, he did, like, you didn't see him. I didn't even realize that he's Victor, the evil genius, okay? I didn't even like connect the dots. And only towards like the last couple of episodes, I was like, oh, fuck, this is Victor? Oh, shit is about to go south. So at that point, I would say Arcane Season 2, they will probably start arguing. Because he will start... Because Jace's goal is not really to make weapons. This will be Victor's goal. He'll start making weapons with it.
For Piltover's dock workers. It was light enough to not let the workers drown, but sturdy enough to enhance their strength. Finally, the two inventors got into a major argument when Victor wanted to give the suit an implant that would increase the wearer's strength and prevent them from getting tired, panicking, or disobeying instructions from their superiors.
Or disobeying instructions,
Victor wanted to do this because he knew it would dramatically reduce the number of accidents. But Jace didn't want to go through with it because he found the removal of free will immoral. They disagreed with...
Only thing I dislike about Arcane was that they are taking Victor towards a void character. Was he taking to a void character? I don't remember that part. I remember last thing I saw about Victor was him losing his shit because he kept failing with technology. But then at the end, it's like he found that glimmer of insight or some shit like that. And that was pretty much it as far as I remember for Victor. I don't even remember anything that had to do with the void character part. Though could be. What I want to say about this part though. So here's like another. Is this from Arcane or this is from the canon? One sec.
Later, the two you can rarely ever see them argue over an invention. Later, the two invent a mechanized construction suit for Piltover's dock workers. It was light enough to not let the workers drown, but sturdy enough to enhance their strength.
Was this in Arcane or was this in canon? Also, the hex core is becoming void if you look at the science causes hunger. Oh. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I faintly remember something like that. Yeah. I just probably didn't it wasn't that important. It was important for the future, but it probably wasn't important for like the plot at the moment, so I probably didn't really pay attention. Also, given that again, I really didn't care about the characters of Arcane, so I was kind of like watching it on a second monitor-ish kind of thing. I got the gist of it, but it's like I couldn't just like watch Arcane and be immersed in it. It was just like not a story I cared about too much. Anyways, if this part he says it's about what they did in Arcane, that Victor want to reduce the free will, again, it just shows the future of the characters right away, right?
Finally, the two inventors got into a major argument when Victor wanted to give the suit an implant that would increase the wearer's strength and prevent them from getting tired, panicking, or disobeying instructions from their superiors. You see, Victor wanted to do this because he knew it would dramatically reduce the number of accidents.
Yeah, function, like... So this is the problem with, like, I would say, like, scientists as a whole, like, how they're portrayed, which is, like, they're very logical. The functionality of this will increase performance, stuff like that, but it's like, what does it take away? Free will. But it's like, yeah, but I'm not going to use it to take free will. Yeah, but the option will always be there.
But Jace didn't want to go through with it, because he found the removal of free will immoral.
Yep.
They disagreed with each other so much.
It's fundamental disagreement.
Fought over this.
Yeah.
But once again, it ended with Jace being an awful person. He ran up into the academy and warned the professors about Victor's invention.
Okay, so this is not Arcane. This is the canon lore. Okay.
Victor was stripped of his honor and kicked out of the scientific community.
Okay, so this didn't happen in Arcane.
His only real friend.
But that scenario can easily happen in Arcane too. I can see it happening in Arcane too, easily.
Jace returned back to his awful arrogant personality and he studied alone. This is where he got a hold of a Hextech gem. In Arcane, he got it from the
And again, so in canon, he went back to his arrogant personality and studied alone. In Arcane, what they can do is he becomes arrogant because he studies alone because he doesn't believe anyone can study with him. Alright, it's like what came first, chicken or egg kind of things. You can easily make Jason... I think I went over the subject too much, anyways.
Here, he got it...
Just more examples.
But in a really different way. When Clan Jayopara obtained a Hextech gem, none of their students were able to tap into its power. But at that point, Jace was so arrogant. His superiors wanted to teach him a lesson, and so they punished him by not even offering the gem to him. Only after everyone else failed. As the very last person, they finally gave Jace a chance. And so, he did his own experiments on it. These experiments were very similar to what we saw in Arcane, but in the core universe, he did those without Victor. However, these experiments led into a power spike. You know, in Arcane, it actually exploded. And this power spike was detected by Victor. And so, he arrived at Jace's lab, demanding only one thing. You see, Victor also spent some time alone, working on his own projects. And he figured out how to save everyone. He knew how to eradicate disease, hunger, and hatred. If Jace joined him, they could save humanity from itself. All he needed was the Hextech gem for what he called...
This is like probably like one of the most philosophical debates out there, and it's like the only way to save humanity from itself is to basically cease humanity. Like the only way to avoid diseases and stuff like that is to be robots, right? The only way to avoid emotional damage is to not have emotions. But if you lose that, you lose humanity and stuff like that. It's like, is it worth the loss then? You know, all that shit.
A glorious effort.
For science, it definitely is worth it. For morality, it's not.
Jace disagreed, telling Victor that what he really needed was a moral compass, and the two started a fight. Hilariously enough, even though in Arcane Victor is very fragile, in the core universe, Victor grabbed the crystal and knocked Jace unconscious with it. Just picture that.
Fragile and like yeah, okay.
Victor then returned back to his lab.
What do you mean, bro? Like, no matter how fragile he is, he goes up to Jace, uses his cane, hits him in the knee. The Jace is on the floor. Let's be real, okay?
All sorts of things to himself, and Jace used his own Hextech-powered inventions to fight him. That's really all we need to know about these two.
Yeah.
Most of these scenes will be adapted into Arcane.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
So the major differences from Arcane was that Jace's hammer was a mining tool, which he powered up by a small shard of the Hextech crystal, which he got during the experiments. The Atlas gauntlets were not actually his invention. He just figured out how to power them up.
Yeah, was also a mining tool.
More than that, he had no connection to the Kierman family whatsoever.
True. Yeah, that's the biggest change.
Caitlyn and Jace haven't really talked to each other that much. But from Victor's perspective, this story has some more differences. The reason why Victor cares about the mind-affecting implants is because Victor comes from Zone, just like in Arcane. And there, he studied all the frequent accidents. After doing so, he found out it all came not to mechanical failure, but to human error. That's why he's heavily into augmentation. He knows that most of human suffering comes from humans. Anyway, after taking interest in safety, Victor was accepted into the Furderson Camforge, where he worked as a safety inventor. Within a month of him working there, the Camforge dropped down to 0 accidents. And this is where we got a big difference. When he was 19, he was surprised to be offered a place in Zone's prestigious Academy of Techmaturgy. There, Victor attracted the eye of Stanwyck Pedidley, who convinced Victor to leave Zone and go to the Academy of Piltover instead. So in the core universe, it was Stanwyck Pedidley who convinced Victor to go to Piltover instead of staying in Zone. In Arcane, it was revealed it was Heimerdinger who offered him a place in Piltover, so he skipped Zone entirely. And that's because in Arcane, Stanwyck was long dead, so they just straight up removed that character. They confirmed this in one of the episodes. You can even see Stanwyck's statue there. But this is where another major difference comes in. In the core universe, by now the two cities were known as Piltover and Zone. In Arcane, that is not the case. There,
Zone is not a city at that point. It's just like fucking slums.
City is simply Piltover. And the possibility of the city splitting into two and being called Piltover and Zone was only being voted in at the very end of Season 1. So throughout all of those stories in Arcane, Zone didn't...
The timeline's different.
They simply called it the Undercity. So that's why in Arcane, Victor being at the University of Zone wouldn't
make sense,
Because in Arcane, Zone doesn't exist. It will likely become a thing at the beginning of Season 2, after the two halves finally split. Anyway, as we mentioned in Jace's half, the two meet at a party, but in Victor's bio we learn that while the two were still friends, there was a chemical spill that destroyed an entire district of Zone. This is likely the same disaster that led into the augmentation of Oriana, but that's not important now. What's important is that during this disaster, Victor returned home to help in the civilian rescues. However, it was dangerous to be there in person. The streets were full of toxic fumes. And so, Victor constructed Blitzcrank to help in the cleanup. Blitzcrank was such a good creation, he started to think on his own, which wasn't really Victor's intention. In the story, the two kinda became friends. and they tried to help those affected by the toxins. But since, even when working together, the two couldn't prevent more death, they just parted ways. And since Blitzcrank was developing his own personality, Victor just let him go off and do whatever he wanted. After all, Blitzcrank was developed to help people and save lives. Of course, Blitzcrank didn't appear in Arcane, but I do believe they may be saving him for season 2.
I'm honestly surprised that they didn't have like I wouldn't say like maybe a silhouette or something like that of Blitzcrank in Arcane would have been pretty cool. Like a side project that Victor was always working on, and shit like that. That would, I think, would be pretty cool. Or like at least maybe like the gauntlets or like the helm or something like that. Just like a part of Blitzcrank somewhere in Arcane. That would be pretty cool.
They did reference cranking stuff a couple of times. Anyway, after...
Okay, fair enough. That's also a hint.
When Victor returned back to Piltover, he learned that Professor Stanwyck stole credit for Blitzcrank's creation. And when Victor filed a complaint about it, nobody believed him. This made him return to his inventions with Jace. And together, they created the diving suit and the rest of the story happened. So as you can see, the differences are actually quite big. Victor has
They're big, but I feel like they're not consequential.
no sickness in the core universe. Also, his story heavily relies on Stanwyck Padidley, who was quite an ass. But that person isn't even alive in Arcane. Also in Arcane, it was Heimerdinger who praised him. While in the core universe, that was
not consequential though. How he got to Piltover, I don't think it matters. It's more like what he does in Piltover.
the case. Also, no Sky, and no Hex Core being developed with Jace. So while the glorious evolution of Victor will be interesting to watch in Arcane, because there he is literally saving his own life, in the core universe he is simply improving his own body. He wants to make sure he can't make mistakes, which would put people into dangerous situations. He is doing it to save lives.
Doesn't he lose his humanity at some point though? Isn't Victor evil at the end of the day? Even though like he says doing for to save lives, I feel like doesn't he turn evil though? Like even in the core universe, like canon universe, I feel like he is, no?
Not just his own. Now, with these two dealt with, let's now move on to the other main characters.
The main characters, yeah.
Vi's origins are actually quite different. This is what the
Yeah, he's basically lost his humanity, therefore, like, he's not evil in the sense that it's like he's evil, it's more like he sees humans as deficient, something like that, right? Where it's like, in his head, it's like, by, you know, he's saving humans from themselves by having them non-exist, kind of thing, right? So it's like he's evil by his actions, but not by his beliefs, kind of thing. Some shit like that. I don't remember the exact lore of Victor, but it's like I feel like that's basically what happens. He loses humanity. He becomes Agent Smith, you know? Where's that he becomes this basically.
That I've had during my time here. It came to me when I tried to classify your species. I realized that you're not actually mammals. Every mammal on this planet instinctively develops a natural equilibrium with the surrounding environment, but you humans do not. You move to an area and you multiply, and multiply until every natural resource is consumed. And the only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus.
See, I feel like that's what Victor becomes later on as he loses his humanity and goes like full hextech. He basically, that's what he would consider humans. Right, it's like it's like a version of Victor. Anyways,
Io says, though she had ended up in the crumbling Hope House orphanage, a notorious mad scrapper claimed to have found her adrift in a bassinet large enough for two in the ruins of a collapsed cam lab. So yeah, in the core universe, Vi was an orphan straight up from the beginning. But in Arcane, she was not an orphan up until the Uprising, which is where her parents got killed and where Vander found her.
It's pretty much the beginning though, but
While
yeah.
being an orphan, Vi formed a gang. And she did all the typical street kid stuff. This is very similar to what she did with Milo and Clagger. And she then found a mentor in the owner of a bar on the edge of the lanes. Of course, this is where the bio is referencing Vander, but his name was never revealed because it was kept a secret for Arcane. So yes, Vander is canon.
Bro. Tell me this isn't Graves. Come on. I know he's supposed to be someone, but like, come on.
We then learned that this mentor helped her calm her self-destructive tendencies and refined her moral code. We then get to the story of how she got her gauntlets, which is also very different. She planned a heist of a rich mine. She needed more people to pull it off, and so she brought in the Factory Wood Fiends gang. During the heist, this gang killed the owner of the mines, the one who was supposed to get all the payment which they were looking for. And in doing so, the gang also trapped all the other miners in the tunnels. Even as both gangs fled with the loot, Vi didn't want to let innocent people die, and so she grabbed a pair of mining oversized pulverizer gauntlets and used them to smash open a path to free the miners. Then, still wearing the gauntlets, she gave the entire Fiends gang, and I quote, a legendary beating. This is where the storyline of Arcane would have ended. But interestingly enough, Vi still references the civil war of Arcane. This is what it says. Vi eventually disappeared from Zone during a time of great upheaval, when tensions with Piltover were running high. This is likely referencing what is going to happen in Season 2, because the story then says that when the streets had to be calmed, the Sheriff of Piltover arrived, together with her new partner.
Yeah, you told me this before based on the Singe cinematic towards the end. Yeah.
Vi. So yeah, her story in the core universe doesn't really tell us why she joined the Wardens. Also, by the way, in the core universe, the Enforcers are called the Wardens. Anyway, the biggest difference in her story is that there was no Jinx at all, and no Silco.
Yeah, the whole Jinx stuff. So this is what I feel like the whole Vi Jinx thing in Arcane is literally fan service. I mean, they made like the whole series revolve around their sisterhood, but it is the fan service that you were talking about, Talis, right?
Though in Arcane, Jinx is the very core of Vi's story. Well, that's why everyone wants Arcane to be canon. Now, when it comes to Jinx, her entire canon story that would match Arcane Season 1 is explained in the very first paragraph of her bio.
You ship it? Yeah.
So short,
I ship the sisterhood of the traveling pants here. Of the traveling weapons.
Wielding an array of dangerous weapons. A few remember as a relatively innocent girl from Zone, a tinkerer with big ideas who never quite fit in. No one knows for certain what happened to turn that sweet young child into a wild card, infamous for her wanton acts of destruction. But once Jinx exploded onto the scene in Piltover, her unique talent for sowing anarchy instantly became the stuff of legend.
Do you think Arcane is literally just a love story for Jinx? Like, whoever created Arcane is like, bro, I love Jinx so much, we are not changing her. Everyone else will change to fit into the Jinx story. Imagine Arcane is actually just like Jinx, like canon Jinx, having a fucking dream. It's like fucking crazy.
That's it. No explanation of possible connections to Vi, Vander, or even a mention of Silco. That's because her story in the core universe is focusing on her present crazy days. Before Arcane, her past was a mystery. And now...
They're both great and bad the same. Oh yeah, it would be so bad, I think.
Like, we know that...
It would be great as like the biggest fucking twist. But it would just be bad if when you start thinking about it's like, the fuck? That's like you feel cheated.
Vi and Jinx were not together when they were kids. It's because their childhood is explained in Vi's bio. And as you heard, she was an orphan.
Like how Glimmer is the explanation as to how Jinx gets excited. Was she not going crazy without the glimmer? Was glimmer like really like that big of a trigger? I honestly I just don't remember from Arcane.
Fun with the gang. That was it. So how did Jinx become crazy in the core universe?
No one
We
knows.
still don't know. And once again, that's why people want Arcane to be canon.
Yeah.
Then we
As far as Jinx is concerned, yeah, you want it to be canon because it would explain everything about Jinx. But like as far as everyone else goes, it's like kind of like not it.
get to Caitlyn. With all the differences around Arcane, Caitlyn might actually be the most faithful to her canon version. There, while her parents worked for the Wardens, Caitlyn did not. She was kinda just there, living off of her parents. And she had no connection to Vi or Jace, and in the core universe, Silco simply doesn't exist. So pretty much nothing that happened in Arcane Season 1 happened in her story. It all just skips to what might be happening in Season 2. Because then, during a progress day, her parents get kidnapped by a mysterious criminal known as C. But
She was a good gunner, but Glimmer explains how she can just lose it, along with her mental state, and just get super fast and deadly. Okay, fair enough, yeah.
again, that might happen in Season 2. And lastly, if you're wondering about the rifle, the Hextech rifle replaces her hunting musket after she rescues her parents and she becomes an investigator. Once again, none of this happened in Arcane.
Yeah, didn't
but
happen
it is
yet.
possible it may still come.
Yeah.
But yeah, Caitlyn might be the most...
Well, again, she's supposed to become sheriff at some point. She's definitely not sheriff yet. Like canon Caitlyn is sheriff, right? It's like sheriff of Piltover. Clearly, she's not sheriff yet. I don't even think she's like. She's not even a cop. She's just like she was just curious for like. Well, no, actually, yeah, she is a cop to an extent, not cop, whatever. But it's like it was out of her jurisdiction to go into Zaun. She was just curious, basically.
to her canon version, because their Arcane is just skipped, and so there is not much to change. Except for the fact that she didn't know Vi or Jace. Then we get to Singed,
Fair enough.
who is a roller coaster. It always seemed like they changed something about him, but
Yeah, she's an enforcer. She has like no. Zaun was not in her jurisdiction at all. Like she was just like, can you make sure that the streets are safe, like the safe streets, that they remain safe, kind of thing. But it's like, yeah, her going to Zaun was just her being curious and like,
then in a minor reveal,
overly zealous in her enforcer's job.
so for the vast majority, it seems like Singed was kept the same. In the core universe, Singed was fascinated by the interactions of the natural world, so he pursued a scholarship at the university.
This is why I was saying when I was watching the Singed story, first of all, that in Arcane he's not that different. But the other thing that's like, how is Singed... Because this was like in the power levels, and they said that Singed was like, he was substantially stronger than some characters. And I was like, what? He's just a fucking mad scientist, okay? Like him himself doesn't have a lot of strength. It's all the poisons and shit like that. That's all he is. Like strength-wise, like 1v1, if he doesn't have his poisons, he's weak like handicapped Victor in Arcane. With two of the sheriffs being killed in Arcane, it opens the path for her to step up. Yeah, I don't think she will jump into being a sheriff right away. I feel like there'll probably be like a temporary sheriff who will promote her to his position or her position at some point. But honestly, we all saw how Arcane ends, and there's a massive rocket flying towards a very important place. So, for all we know, all possible candidates for sheriff might also die when they were in the building for some reason. Anyways, so in canon, Singed is said to be like this guy who kidnaps people, experiments on them, and it's like you don't have to be very strong for that. You just have to have sleeping drugs, It's like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't feel like Singed is that strong compared to like what he was in that video of like tier list, right? It's like I don't think he should be like bottom tier strength, but with his poisons and shit, I get it.
University of Piltover. His research into the natural science was groundbreaking, but slowly people stopped paying attention to his work as everyone turned towards Hextech instead.
Yeah.
So he turned towards alchemy. But that made all the other scientists laugh at him. And slowly, as his fundings had dried up, he was forced out of the university and out of Piltover. This is how he ended up in Zone.
See, that's kind of weird to me. Just because everyone's moving on to Hextech doesn't mean that alchemy is not relevant. It's also like a completely different type of technology. Alchemy and like potions and stuff like that can work in the same time as Hextech, right? Imagine someone who's using Hextech technology for their weapons and equipment, and also gets like boosters in alchemy. Just imagine like how strong the person would be with that tech and the alchemy. It would never make sense to me that a university or like something like whatever they have in Piltover would ban someone who is doing research on something that can work in parallel to the other tech. It's just so narrow-sighted and doesn't fit the bill with like what scientists are all about. It's so weird. Singed body is augmented by Glimmer, giving him super strength and speed. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I know he was experimenting on himself, but I didn't think he was experimenting that much. Like, I knew there was some experimentation on himself, but the ones that are like super enhancements and stuff, I didn't think he was doing on himself at that point. Maybe because I'm thinking Arcane. I guess maybe like in canon he probably already did. But in Arcane he didn't experiment on himself that much. He only experimented towards the end there, I believe. On the second half of Arcane. Because he ran out of test subjects or some shit.
Arcane. It was confirmed that Singed also previously worked in Piltover. But for unknown reasons, he parted ways with Heimerdinger. So regarding Singed's origins, Arcane...
Probably philosophy differences.
The canon story then simply says that in Zone, his experiments, often of questionable ethicality, cast a wide net, augmenting humans, animals,
it's not ethical.
even the fusion of the two, among countless other endeavors. Of course, this is referencing Warwick. During Arcane, after
there you go.
burned,
there it is, Talis. This is what you're talking about.
his face, which was weird because in the core universe, Singed is wearing the bandages because Warwick scarred his face during his transformation. It wasn't because of the chemical burns. Then, at the end of season 1,
there it
it
is.
was revealed that Singed was
There
working
it is.
with Warwick the entire time. So once again, everything snapped back together, and now in Arcane, it again made sense why he had the bandages. It is because Warwick scarred him. And when it comes to Warwick, in the core universe, it was mentioned that Singed picked him up off of a street near a bar. He was pretty much a random person. A gangster who put his blade aside, who tried to pick up a new name to live a better life, but the sins of his past caught up to him. That's pretty much the description of Warwick when he was a human. But, you know, in Arcane, it is pretty much confirmed that it is Vander. Anyway, back to Singed. Singed
There you go, Talis. It's pretty much confirmed. There you go.
also created chemicals that allowed him to work tirelessly before he would collapse and sleep for days. Now, Shimmer was never mentioned, but it is possible that this is what the story is referencing. In fact, interestingly enough, Shimmer was never actually mentioned anywhere in the canon universe.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes referenced, for example, in Mundo's story, but it is never named. So it feels like even though Riot knew that Shimmer...
But didn't Mundo create his own chemicals? Mundo was like a self-scientist, right? And he created his own shit to the point where he even took out part of his brain, which made him smart or some shit. Shouldn't them mixed it up with WoW ability. Yeah, no, I knew what you mean. Yeah, I know what you meant. Oh, you called it Glimmer, right? Yeah, I didn't even notice you called it Glimmer.
Would be a thing because Arcane was in development for such a long time. They never called it Shimmer because they wanted to keep it a secret before Arcane.
Fair enough.
So while technically Shimmer may not be canon, because it was never named anywhere, I think at this point it is unavoidable, and it will be name dropped in the future.
I mean, I don't think any of the chemicals that Singed or Mundo used had been named in canon lore, so just giving it a name now doesn't really change anything in canon lore. Also, this chemical, the color of this chemical is extremely similar to Mundo's skin color, like his default skin color. Just saying.
But yeah, once again, because Silco technically doesn't exist in the core universe,
Yeah.
that entire storyline was skipped, and Shimmer is kind of a mystery there. After that storyline, however, Singed was approached by Noxians, and with sufficient fundings, he was allowed to continue his experiments, but he would also make weapons for the Noxians.
Yeah, this is like
Who
not in
knows,
Arcane.
Maybe that comes in Season 2 as well.
Did Arcane even mention Demacia or Noxus or Shurima at any point in time? I think the closest we had as a reference outside of Piltover and Zaun was when the chick that looks like Senna's mother came and she was somewhere else. Was it mentioned? I don't even remember it being mentioned at all. What was mentioned outside of like Zaun and Piltover? The black woman, I forgot her name. She's from Noxus. Yeah. So yeah, the chick that looks like Senna, her mom was the only reference outside of Piltover. Yeah, whatever her name is. Her grandmother is a high up General Noxus. Yeah, that's literally the only thing we knew about Noxus in that whole thing, which really annoyed me because that's such like so much more interesting. it's like it's war.
But the main differences are that Singed doesn't have a daughter in the core universe, Shimmer pretty much doesn't exist, there is no connection.
But he also doesn't have a daughter in Arcane. I mean, he had a daughter in Arcane, but he doesn't have her now. So it could, I mean, whatever. I'm not saying that's like it should be in the canon, but I'm just saying it's like he might have had a daughter in the canon. Like that's not necessarily a difference.
Daughter in the core universe, Shimmer pretty much doesn't exist. There is no connection to Victor, no connection to Rio, and no storyline with Silco,
Yeah.
which is pretty massive. Then there is Echo, who is totally different.
Yeah, Echo was honestly like probably like the most random. He had to fit in the story somehow because of his tech, but like he's probably the most unexpected zone guy, I would say. Like he's not like when you look at Arcane, it's like he fits in, that's fine. But like I didn't expect Echo to be there. Let's just say it like that.
Echo's parents worked for many hours in dangerous factories so that they could afford to send Echo up to Piltover.
Yeah.
Because yes, in the core universe, Echo's parents
Yeah, it's a
are
Piltover.
actually alive.
Yeah.
In Arcane, it seems like he's just an orphan. Now, of course, even though his parents want to send him up to Piltover, Echo respects his Zoanite origins. He knows Piltover doesn't care about Zone. And he knows that Zone has far better potential for his inventions. So he himself just doesn't want to go there. He wants to stay in Zone.
I like how they explain his powers as sort of precognition, and in season 2 he will create the Z drive or whatever it's called. Yeah. What's more interesting to me, I feel like Echo should have some like connection to Zillion. I think they need to bring Zillion into the story for Echo to make more sense with his tech, because it's very similar powers, right? Like reversing time. So I feel like they need to like meet or some shit like that. But I don't even know if they're gonna introduce Zillion though.
Then in Zone,
But it feels like
Scrappy
they
Orphans.
would be
They
related somehow.
form somewhat of a gang which is called Lost Children of Zone. This is
Yeah.
pretty much the alternative to Firelights, which
Yeah.
don't exist in the core universe. Then the story mentions that he found a hex crystal in a demolished lab, which most likely belonged to Victor, and which was destroyed by Jace a bit later on. This is most likely going to be some kind of an alternative story for Arcane in Season 2, because he still needs a Hextech gem to create his Z drive. And I assume the Z drive will be a thing in Arcane Season 2. Lastly, after each day in the streets, Echo always returns home, and there his stories with his parents are some of the most heartwarming.
Echo's time ability is tech, Zill is magic. Okay, so this is unironically enough, this is actually from Thor. I believe it's from Thor 1, like the first Thor movie. And everything that your tech can't explain right now is considered magic. But magic essentially is power that can be explained with tech once tech catches on. So for example, being able to shoot orbs of power, of arcane energy, like what's it, like Jace's weapon, if you didn't know that it was the crystal, like the tech, the hex tech, you would think it's magic. So that's why, like, even though Zill's source is magic, it doesn't mean that technology cannot use said magic as a technology, right? It's just that technology didn't catch on yet. However, I feel like if Echo meets Zillion and he has that mind of like how to turn that technology into the magic that Zillion is using, I feel like that pretty much like solves that problem. It's like one is tech, one is magic, but like technology can perform magic, right? That's pretty much the whole point of the technology. Technology right now, even right now, if you think about it, it's like, how did you make fire back then versus how you can make fire now? It's like, well, just technology, right? It's like the fire is not magic, but before people knew how to make fire, for them it was like thunder hitting from the sky and hitting something and it goes on fire. That's how people knew what fire was. They thought it was magic. It's just the technology didn't catch on. Same thing I would say with like the Z drive. He will develop the technology to the point where he can perform this magic, if that makes sense.
Stories in League of Legends. After he creates the Z drive, which allows him to briefly rewind time, what he does is that he sits at home, he waits for his parents to get home tired from their work, and they all just sit at a table as a family together. And Echo keeps rewinding time so he can sit with him for as long as possible.
That's kind of sad, but yeah.
Interactions are just gone from Arcane.
Yeah.
There, we don't even know if those...
That interaction can be copied with a friend that he will lose, a loved one he would lose, like maybe his girlfriend, whatever, maybe he's gay, so his boyfriend, whatever, I don't know. But like, you can easily like make that interaction happen again. And then someone finds him and takes it out of that loop that he's stuck in.
Those parents are alive. But speaking of Echo's parental figures, we need to talk about his new buddy, Heimerdinger.
Hey!
Heimerdinger in Arcane is a really fleshed out character. He is
Yeah.
full of charisma, always there.
More so than he is in
He
core,
has which history
I
was
believe.
built over. 200 years ago, he's been there during its foundation.
Yep.
He is the forefather of the entire place and the highest counselor. So when we compare it to all the stories he has in the core universe, yeah, I think Arcane's story wins.
Fair enough. Yeah, he has no story. Heimer has like no story in core. He's just an inventor. All right, cool. Yeah, that's the video. Nice. Whew. Man, that was a 52-minute video for me. All right, sounds good. Okay, dude. My bladder is about to explode. Let's see. The only... Okay, fuck. I still have those two to watch. But also... where is it? This will be for tomorrow for sure. This will be for tomorrow. This one is what I'm gonna watch after a quick washroom break. I will be right back. Okay, all right. So let's do this. Time for a bit more entertaining stuff that has nothing to do with too much. So we got this video and then 2 more for the day, because I gotta go do some other shit today. It's like, it is what it is. Weekends are rough, man, but it's like it's the only time I have time to do anything like this. So yeah. All right, champions who canonically banged. Okay, I'm gonna ship. Let's see, who am I shipping? I'm shipping Quinn and Garen. I'm shipping. I don't want to say Lux and Jarvan, because I believe they didn't. Lux seems like she's a virgin, but that could be just me dreaming. Gangplank and Ilawi, for some reason. Misfortune and what's his name? And Lucian. Yeah, let's go with that. Dude, I wish Kat and Garen would be great. Katarina and Garen would be great. It's just I feel like Garen wouldn't do that. Like he would as a man, but I feel like he wouldn't as his loyalty. But okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just watch. I'm gonna keep thinking about this.
Valentine's Day. The time I get to talk about things which
I would say Vayne and Fiora banged.
Otherwise wouldn't, such as the topic of today's video. Children and vegans, please avert your eyes.
Also, what's his name? Zaya and Rakan, they had to bang. Like, I mean, but that's kind of like an obvious one, right?
Bees and flowers, we've all heard about it, we know it's real, everyone's doing it.
Kog'Maw and Yumi.
Mostly. And that includes fictional worlds.
Okay, Lucian Senna would also make sense, husband, wife.
All the champions who scored, and those who didn't.
Uh,
The vast majority
Israel and Kaisa didn't. Oh man, what a miss there, Israel. What a
of
miss.
them, we won't have actual proofs. Just a lot of hints.
Okay.
Though some of them
Oh, Ash and Tryndamere, pretty obvious. I mean, you know.
confirm it. With that said, remember, of course, everyone can have side relationships that don't have to appear in the story.
Fair
But
enough.
that won't prevent us from talking about it anyway. So
Jinx with her second personality for sure.
without further ado, let's have a look at some of the notable
Jinx had
interactions
love with
of our
Jinx.
champions. Starting with an easy one, there is Ahri. We all know that Ahri had a lover. Of course, Ahri also has a hunger for souls, and so it's safe to say her lover didn't love.
Sex with Kaisa is probably a no-go. Why? Because of her suit magic? Yeah. Bro, he could also project his dick probably, let's be real. With his glove, right?
Last law. Later in the Ruined King game,
Zari?
might be a minor spoiler, Ahri and
Yeah.
Yasuo
Oh.
fell in love with each other. But their relationship didn't have time to get physical, as Yasuo decided to travel to Noxus. We
Yasuo decided to travel as far away from this crazy bitch who has nightmares and wakes up screaming.
will see if Ahri follows him. Another notable champion in the opposite direction is Aphelios, who most likely has never scored. He was
Probably
recognized
not,
as
no.
the chosen of the moon from a really early age. He spent the vast majority of his time training with weapons.
Aphelios, instead of banging, he got fucked in the ass by the goddess of the moon.
And when he mastered them all, his sister Elune passed into the spirit realm.
Oh boy.
There, Aphelios' own sister is constantly watching over him.
Oh yeah.
Good luck, Aphelios.
Yeah, you're forever alone. This would also explain why he's so emo. Like, he's never getting.
Watching over him. Good luck, Aphelios.
Okay.
Then there is Ashe and Tryndamere. Their relationship started as political. So they
Yeah, but they still got married. They need
made
a.
the barbarians a blood-sworn ally of the
Yeah,
opposites.
but they still
However,
banged.
Ashe's bio mentions at the very end that from this political arrangement, their romantic relationship blossomed. So while we don't
They had
have
to
a story
bang.
that would directly
It doesn't even matter if their relationship would have blossomed or not. They need an heir. Also, look at Tryndamere. There's no way he's not banging, okay?
relationship, sooner or later, It's happening.
Yes.
Azir is a father. The day he died, his family watched his ascension. There was his shy daughter,
Yeah, but who did he...
his son who was on the brink of becoming a man, and
Yeah.
his wife, Heavy, with another child.
Who was his wife, though?
He's a certified banger.
Yeah, but who did he bang? Oh, it's just champions who can only bang. So basically non-virgin. I thought like two champions that banged each other, not just like non-virgins. Bro, then I can say like almost like all the champions are non-virgins except the ones who are like considered religious fanatics, okay?
Brand became Brand, and he was known as Skagen Road. Back in Raigan's Reach, he fell in love with a girl called Svan.
Bro, tell me this is not Medivh from World of Warcraft.
But she was promised to another, and she wasn't allowed anywhere near Kagan because he was the son.
We all know that all the chicks from Noxus, bar maybe Riven, though I'm pretty sure Riven too, are non-virgins. Like straight up, you know.
After his mother died, he burned down the village, essentially exiling himself, and that's where he, alone, met Rise and he was turned into Brand. Brand is a certified not banger. Braum is a
Oh, so they changed Brand's story, okay.
game. He almost scored with Ilaoi. Literally, if he didn't get seasick the moment Ilaoi asked him, the two would have been officially shipped.
Do you really think he got seasick at that moment, or do you think he was seasick because Ilaoi asked him?
And I suppose we are having a moment now?
Yes. One we could have below deck.
Yes. Brom would love to continue discussing the Buru religion. No, please excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, he avoided the fucking bullet there for sure.
Man is strange.
Yeah.
I like it.
Caitlyn and Vi are an interesting one. Arcane is not canon in the core universe, but Arcane does borrow from the core universe. So since Caitlyn and Vi have feelings for each other there, they extremely likely do so in the core universe too. And since in the present days of the core universe, they have been together for about 8 years, the chances are, yep, they are bangers. Darius is a banger Chad. You can almost watch him go at it in his comic. Not to mention that right before his former partner died, it was teased that she was pregnant. So not only did Darius almost become a
I mean, let's be real. He looks a lot like the guy from Berserk. Give him a different weapon, yeah,
but
you
can't
know.
get any more accurate proofs than this. Well, you can, but we'll get to that. Leona and Diana. In case you missed it, in the recent Rise With Me story, they kissed. But they were quite young, so I don't really think anything more came out of that. And soon after, the two parted ways and somewhat tragically became aspects. So they didn't really have time to get more physical despite their love for each other. Despite Draven being Draven, or maybe because Draven is Draven. Funnily enough, he is so affected by himself that his story never mentioned him being in contact with anyone else.
How do you expect a woman to fulfill a man who is so full of himself? You know? That's not possible. It's like... Though at the same time, I can see him, like, instead of banging her, he would be just, like, there standing naked. The woman is there, like, can we bang? And he's like, admire me. Look at me. Admire me. It would just come from that, and, like, the session would be over.
Despite his charming personality.
Yeah, super charming.
Even though Lady Elise was part of a political marriage, she and her husband Burhold likely did get physical because it was meant.
Let's be real. Elise, who is like following a spider, whatever, goddess or something, there's no way she's not banging, okay? Like that's like it comes with the territory. It's almost like a succubus, okay?
That in their relationship, Elise was the dominant one. Evelyn, she never banged anyone.
Bullshit.
Always teases you.
Bullshit. Okay? There's no way a succubus did not bang. I know all the anime out there will tell you otherwise. All the anime that has succubi are like super teasers and shit like that, but when it comes to real time, they're like all virgins and shit. It's bullshit. Succubi, bang. Okay? Look at Diablos. Okay?
You before she rips your face off. Ezreal, need I say anything? He's young, secretly insecure, and we still don't know if he and Lux ever met. The point of Fiora's story...
Why is he supposed to meet Lux? Also, why do you think he would bang Lux if they did? Lux is like a super virgin too. Albedo. Yeah, Albedo, bro. But Albedo also didn't bang, right? So... it is what it is.
That her family...
Yo, Warlord is a great anime. It's so... Fuck, heck. Why is it just called Warlord? Oh my god. Eins Ulgon. Jesus Christ. Overlord. Overlord. Such a good anime.
Times. The last time it happened, they tried to get her into a branch of the Crown Guard family. But during the ceremony, she stood up and said that she would sooner die than allow someone else to decide the course of her life.
She would sooner die than have someone penetrate her.
That's where all her romances stopped. Gangplank was...
No one likes a serious woman, okay? Dude, Gangplank had bitches, okay? Let's be real. Gangplank was pretty much in charge of, what's it called? Of, WoW. Come on. Come on. Bilgewater, Jesus Christ. Gang was in charge of Bilgewater. He had hoes in different area codes around Bilgewater, okay? Like, let's be real, he's a banger.
Lover. They had
That's right. Thank you. Brain freeze, man. Just fucking...
And before Gangplank blew up. So the two...
Some people have brain farts, I have brain shits, okay? It's just fucking... just not happening.
Are certified bangers.
100% banger.
A representation of their relationship in the Ruined King Collector's Edition.
Fair enough.
Garen and Katarina. Over the last few years,
no way they
the part where the two met on a battlefield was slowly shoved under the rug. So currently, we don't know if they ever met.
We just know that they had a thing for each other in old lore, but they have not banged. Yes, there's too much leak today, I know. I am doing, after this video, it's Ashes and a Lazy Peon video about Warhammer.
Let alone if they formed a relationship.
Yeah, today was league heavy.
Definitely going to come back to this in the future. Jarvan never found the right bride. Since Garen is his best friend, the Crown Guard family planned to set up Jarvan with Lux.
But they haven't banged either. Yeah, they're probably gonna be virgins until marriage. I mean, it is what it is.
There to accuse her of being a mage.
Though I would say Jarvan should be fucking her on the side. Meanwhile,
she was the royal queen. That plan crumbled when the Mage Rebellion started. But Jarvan and Lux almost became a thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The story where Ikathia once stood, Sidejack Scullyring's Koari Ikathun, simply known as Jax, immediately recognized the interest of a fellow soldier in a green-eyed lady, making it seem like Jax is somewhat experienced in after-war short...
Shyvana? I don't think Jarvan and Shyvana would bang, to be honest. I feel like it's just it's a beneficial relationship because she's strong and shit, but I don't know if it's a bangable relationship. Also, I feel like he would be semi-repulsed by her. Like, if it came to, like, just physical appearance. I mean, okay, look. Just because she has, you know, features, are you really gonna bang this? First of all, his skin is like rock hard, probably from dragon shit, right? She's probably always like on fire or some shit. This is probably not even her clothes. This is a part of her, like this helmet and stuff. You don't even know what she looks like, and she has wings and a tail. I mean, I'm sorry, as much as like furry love is a thing, bro. Like, you're not. You see this in real life, you're not attracted. Okay. Also, purple skin. I mean, come on. Right? It's like, yeah, nice boobs, whatever. It's like, okay, she has boobs, and that's it. You're not attracted to this if you see it, okay? Like, I mean, I'm sorry. This is not attractive to you if you see it as a human being. Just need some lube and good music. Yeah, bro. It's like, fuck standards, bro. Well, dragon kinda hot. Yeah, dragon's kinda hot. Literally, your dick will melt if you put it in. But it's not happening.
In the core universe, Jago Medarda is the leader of the Medarda clan.
Medarda,
Mel is
Medarda.
currently not a thing. Sorry.
I have no idea why they made her look so much like Senna. Amazon main. I am normal, yeah. Oh god. I am not normal human. Hey, this is what it takes, all kinds to make the world. Yeah, I don't know why they made her look so much like Senna. Also, yeah, it's arcane, so him banging her here doesn't count for shit.
Sorry, Jace.
But let's be real, Jace, with his good looks and his arrogance, definitely banged. There's no way a guy like Jace, the way he is in canon, did not bang, okay? You cannot be arrogant if you don't have some female acceptance, I'm just saying.
I don't think Jin would be interested in
No,
physical
no.
relationship.
Jin probably cut off his own dick for amusement, okay? Jin did not bang, okay?
Enjoys brutally dissecting people way too much for that.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say about Jinx. Believe it or not, but in the present days, she might be
Yeah, he's also older in canon, obviously. Like, again, he banged, for sure, yeah.
30. So, I don't know. Maybe when it comes
Man, it would take...
to almost...
You know,
So, I don't know. Maybe...
Jinx is... What was the name of that character? Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I don't think anyone would want to bang her. I'm just saying. I'm sure there are crazy ADC mains who play her religiously and be like, yeah, I'd bang. Yeah, no.
When it comes to Callista, everyone knows about Ledros, but the two likely never got physical. In the echoes left behind,
They can't anymore either.
that Ledros once tried to offer his hand.
Oh.
Callista refused.
Duty bound.
And I quote, Ledros never could give her what she wanted,
Oh boy.
so preferring to stay
Ledros, I'm sorry. Dick too small. AAA battery size is not enough.
loyal to her duties as Viego's role.
I would, but probably wouldn't shout up. Bro, you would be shouting for other reasons. From the mountaintops, for your life. You would be shouting, okay? Just not for the reasons you want to shout.
Royal Guard, Callista decided to stay alone.
Oh, God.
Garthus willingly came to the Shadow Isles, simply because death fascinated him, as a very valuable...
I feel like people, again, religious fanatics, such as like, you know, Karthus, I wouldn't say he's like, believes in God, whatever, but he's so fascinated by one aspect of something that he's technically a religious fanatic, right? Just based on like what that means. Those guys definitely are not banging. They don't have time to even be distracted by anything.
That's pretty much when his physical form
Yep.
appeared. So Garthus is a certified not banger.
Yeah, no.
Kassadin is a father.
Body. Main banger on the Rift. This guy comes in and out of relationships like, you know how the cooldown of his Rift. Let's be real. In and out. Just in and out. Of course, banger.
Kane. His bio never mentions
I feel like Kane would have
However, in
banged.
the comic, Akali admitted she
Best
liked
father,
his
bro.
ass. She
He needs more fucking lore. He needs to go down to Kaisa, where she's imprisoned by that Belvaz, and free her and probably shit on Belvaz a bit before they leave. Before she gets angry and then they have to leave. But yeah, he needs some fucking love, man. I want some Kassadin story.
even called him hot, but
Yeah.
crazy. But that's the most romantic thing that likely ever happened to him.
Yeah.
Remember, in the present days, Kane is actually 24 years old. So, who knows?
Oh yeah, probably
Lucian and
bang.
Senna may be a bit kinky. There is a story where Lucian hints at
She's definitely dominatrix. Let's be real. In the relationship, we all know she's dominant. It's all good. You married her, you deal with it. It is what it is.
Firing his gun with his PP. Remember, the Sentinel guns don't have a trigger. So Senna told him, and I quote, "It requires focus. You need to will it to fire with every fiber of your being." To which Lucian answered, "Every fiber of my being?" Yep, regardless, they are certified.
Yeah, that definitely
Despite Sarah
bangers.
Fortune's appearance, she doesn't
Again, she doesn't fit like the religious fanatic because of religion, but she fits in her drive for revenge. That being said, one does not rise to power without some banging. I'm just saying, also looking like that, she definitely used her looks for something. And not necessarily banged, but again, I definitely don't think she banged because she's so adamant about killing Gangplank, but she definitely used her good looks for advancement.
like to let her guard down and let people get close. Most likely because of what happened in the past.
Yeah.
But even in the comics, she often flirted with people. Which,
Yeah,
on
100%.
the same topic, in that comic, we literally caught a guy off guard doing his business. Anyway, she flirts with people to gain power, but it never goes beyond.
Yeah. She's too much in her trauma again. Like her obsession with Gangplank, killing Gangplank, is pretty much a religion unto itself, right? It's like fanaticism is probably a better word. She's a fanatic about killing Gangplank, right? She would do everything and anything to kill Gangplank. I don't know if like she would actually like fuck to kill Gangplank, but she would use her good looks 100%.
That. So, who knows? Even though Nico finds Nidalee interesting.
I mean, Nico is like, what, 1,000 years old or some shit? Yeah, pretty sure she banged at some point.
Because of her shape-shifting nature, I don't think the Vastaishai Ray reproduce in the way you think.
Yeah.
Even though his best friend got...
We have a different definition of banging for Vastaya, especially like something like a Nico who's a lizard, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she banged.
married, Atreus seemingly stayed alone his entire life.
Pantheon, like Atreus, yeah, Pantheon, the guy who becomes Pantheon, whatever, probably didn't bang, especially because he was bullied by the other guys. Also, there was no story about, he was too much into his training, hard worker. Yeah, didn't bang. He's this guy. You know who he is? This is Atreus or Pantheon. Where is it? This is 100% what's it called? Come on, give me one of those. Here we go. See a hot chick? Yeah, we don't care. We go lift. That's Atreus, okay? It's like, oh my god, you're so hot. What would you do if I told you to do anything you want to me? Load up the plates, bitch. Let's go to the gym. That's Atreus.
Rakan and Zaya are a thing.
They banged. They
Even
banged.
though it's confirmed that Rel
I mean, look at her.
strong
Bang.
types of both genders, nothing was ever mentioned in her bio.
And also she's super young, isn't she?
Whom she is and isn't into. She seemingly has some experience.
Probably.
Shen and Zed have a funny relationship.
Religious.
Not between each other, but with another woman. Shen was engaged with her, but in secret she was in relationship with Zed. The only thing that ever came...
You know what? Zed is not a bad guy anymore. That's it. I don't think Zed is a bad guy anymore. Yo, fuck everyone. That's it. You became a cuck? Fuck everyone. Kill all witnesses. It never happened if no one remembers it happened.
came out of that was that she and Zed kissed. But still, it's funny that she cheated on Shen with Zed.
Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, she was in a relationship with Shen and Zed kissed her. Never mind. Shen, kill him. Fuck Zed. He's dead. That's it. Zed did nothing wrong. Yeah. No, Shen did nothing wrong, bro. Shen became a cuck. First of all, dump this hoe straight up. Just dump. Like, nah. If she willingly kissed him and it wasn't like Zed, using his shadow to come close, make out, and get the fuck out, and she was repulsed by it, if that's not the case, bro, done. Deleted, yeeted, deleted, no longer exists for you. Get out of there.
Off Many years later,
Okay,
after
what
she
happened?
got married to a high Ionian family, she cheated on her new husband.
Bro! What a thought. What the fuck, bro? This girl needs her own Instagram and OnlyFans. Wait. Tryndamere? Did Ash cheat on Tryndamere? No way, man. No way. How do you cheat on a Tryndamere? Just walking out of the room. Kiona, I've killed hundreds of your kind, Vastaya.
Butler, who was a Vastaya. Somehow, her husband never found it weird that one of their kids had a lot better magical affinity than the other. When it comes to Shyvana, although it was teased that Jarvan fell in love with her, none of their stories ever mentioned that they would be...
No. Okay. Jarvan, unless he's a super freak. Super freak, he's super freaky. Unless he's that kind of a freak, he probably fell in love with her power. With what she can do. Probably didn't fall in love with this, okay? Again, can it look hot? Yeah, okay, because she's like humanoid, exposed, not fat, nice hips. Yeah, I get it. Probably some bust, can't really tell. But let's be real, man. You see this in real life, you're scared, you're not attracted, okay?
In a relationship. While in Arcane, it was confirmed that Singed
Had a daughter.
In the core universe, that was never
I
mentioned.
feel like he probably banged.
Silas spent the vast majority of his life in prison. He got imprisoned when he was like 10 years old. I don't think he ever had the chance. Despite
Yeah, probably not.
being a prison, it was pretty much confirmed that Udyr is Sejuani's lost mysterious father. So, since we know who Sejuani's mother is, he is officially entitled to your mum jokes.
Shyvana rework waiting in the future.
While Varys is a Darkin, which means that he had plenty of time to get some experience, his current body is essentially 2.5 men.
Oh yeah, Varys
With
banged.
another two men called Valmar and
Yeah. At least one of them had to bang in before, so technically Varys banged
I being
by proximity.
Viego is Viego. What can I say?
He banged, definitely. Massive banger.
Lastly, despite being
What do you mean? Lastly, where's Riven? Where's Riven, bro? Why you do this to me? Where's Riven?
ancient at this point,
Also, to the freaks out there, just for you guys, where's Poppy, man? Where's Lulu? Just for the freaks. Not my thing.
Arath was a slave his entire life. He simply wasn't allowed. So he's a certified not banger.
Hey. Maybe Azir hooked the brother up, okay? Maybe... Honestly, if Azir didn't hook the brother up, I understand why he did what he did, okay? That's like, yeah.
And that was all the notable champions. However, some of you may have noticed that I purposefully skipped one champion.
He had harem and he had haram.
Because I know,
He definitely had,
you know,
yeah, parties.
and we don't have to spread it further. So don't even think about it.
It's like he knows me. It's like he knows me. It's like, where's Riven in all of this? There it is. Yeah. Also, where's Kaisa in all of this? Though, let's be real, Kaisa most likely did not bang. Renata banged for sure. I mean, like, let's be real. But, like, Kaisa probably didn't bang. Nyla banged for sure. What's her name? Fuck, what's that rock riding hoe's name? Talia. Talia probably didn't bang either. Just too busy being stupid. Riven or Zach ship always been strange. No. Don't do this to me. She likes the jello? She likes the jello. God damn. Riven and Zach ship. Is that what he's referring to? Riven and Zach? Oh man. I mean, understandable because he can probably hit spots that no other man can. That's why some women love the vibrator more so than the organic thing. But like, bro, Riven, I lost all respect. Riven. Well, it is what it is. What can I say? Yeah, she likes the blop. She likes him jumping up and down on her. for sure. Yeah, he can reach places no other man can. Okay, enough about that. All right, just go on to the next one. All right, so got Narc. It's all in a skin line. Really? Okay, let me Riven Zack. What's the connection with Zack and Riven, or is it just Zack was sneak peeked in a battle ban Riven splash art. You can see him under her left leg. That's what it is. Okay. Is that what it is then? Okay, let me see the images. See him under her left leg. That's probably not it. Oh god, there's some fucked up shit in there for sure. Why do we ship Zack with Riven? Okay. This a quick one? Okay, it's a quick one.
Keep bringing it up in the comments, so what is up with Zack and Riven? So, way back in the day, in April of 2012, Battle Bunny Riven is released as a skin, and her splash art has a bunch of cameos. Here's Tyrant Swain, here's Talon, here's Old Urgot, and there, beneath Riven's foot, a place I'm sure many people want to be, is Zack? Now, this is a full year before the champion is even teased for the game, so that's a big Easter egg, but he's wearing an expression that rather looks like he's blushing in attraction at Riven. Well, someone noticed this, and they liked it. A member of the community got it in their head that Zack and Riven would make a cute couple, and started requesting and commissioning fan art of the two. Lots and lots of fan art. Most of it romantic and cute, some of it romantic and spicy. And eventually, by sheer volume of fan art, the pairing entered the community's collective consciousness as a thing, and other fan artists started joining in, either for fun, or for the appeal of a bunny girl interacting with a slime monster. And the rest is history. History that you shouldn't Google with safe search off. Subscribe to this channel for more reactions and hot takes, or
you know, I've never been more glad to not be a part of a community than I am with that part. Now, how am I not signed in? There you go. There's only one thing I can say about that. Should I tell you about Seth and Aphelios? That one I don't mind. It's just gay. That's fine with me, but at least it's like kind of human. Unless Seth is fucking Aphelios' sister ghost that follows Aphelios around. This is all I have to say about that.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
That's all I have to say about the Zack and Riven situation. Yep, straight up. Alright, anyways. Yeah, let's start. Last two videos of the day. God damn it, 6 p.m. I really don't have time to do shit today. Oh my god, need to hit the gym still. Okay, so Ashes of Creation making huge progress, but where's the gameplay? We'll see what Narc, the #1 shield for Ashes of Creation, based on what he's saying. He's calling himself that, not me. Yeah, let's see what this video is about. Let's go. Oh god. I'm just happy he's finally not in his underwear. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Please stop with the underwear footage.
Wow, I never realized how much fun it is to play in a fantasy world and slay monsters with my friends like a
2004 was a different time, man. Goddamn.
tabletop game. I wonder what this genre would be like in 20 years from now.
No, don't think about that at all. Just enjoy the moment.
I bet it's amazing.
Hate.
Can't. Why? Why are you in fucking underwear? Stop with the underwear bullshit. I know it has like Steven's fucking face on it, but why?
I overheard you say you wanted
Jesus Christ,
to
bro.
MMORPGs? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, these worlds, the discovery, the
That's how you quit right away.
unbelievably immersive, and I'd love to get a glimpse of what it's like after these massively multiplayer worlds become more mainstream.
Very well. Come quickly.
Very well.
Need of players like you.
You need... okay.
Players are still excited. Though, to be honest, if you're a player from 2004 and you didn't experience MMORPGs ever, and you just jumped from 2004 to 2020, to 2022, whatever, I feel like you're actually gonna love MMORPGs. The reason we kind of hate MMORPGs, or like specific ones more like, is because we've been through so much shit in them that nothing is kind of good enough, or like we expect more out of the genre by now. People who like, if you just never played an MMORPG before and you just jumped into one, you would probably have like, no, I wouldn't say a blast, you would be confused as fuck, but like you would take your time and explore the world to levels that no one does these days. You would actually have a lot of fun playing an MMORPG today. But now a new expansion comes out, like say, wow, you just rush through the content, you don't give a shit about exploration because it doesn't mean anything. Imagine jumping from 2004 to now, the amount of exploration you would do. You would never reach max level in WoW if you were as excited about WoW in 2022 as you were in 2004. You would never reach end level. Well, mate, you will, but like it'll take you a very long time.
Wait, what is this? It feels colorless, soulless.
Oh, good.
This cannot be the future. It feels wrong. Take me back.
Nope.
I don't think so, kid. You are now a sheep, so join the rest of the consumers. You've got dailies to do.
Hey, what up, boys? So, a very common critique for Ashes of Creation is how the game seems to be all about graphics, marketing, and flashy spell effects without
Why not?
showing off any actual gameplay.
But why not? That shit is appealing. Like, why not? You know, it doesn't have to have the best fucking graphics. But why not? If it can, why not?
And I find this
It also would last longer if the graphics are top tier when it's released.
simply isn't the case. There have been multiple instances of this over the years that people seem to have forgotten about. Or maybe they're just dumb. Graphics do not make an MMO.
True.
This is obvious to anyone.
But why not?
After Intrepid's progress over this year, we can respect them enough that they understand this as well. However, their lack of progress on the systems side of the game has raised some concerns, and I'm hoping today I can shed some light on why there's a heavy focus on graphical and showcase-based updates. But before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to
Grab a Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, because today... grab yourself a...
It's already open. Look at this. It's already open. There's no such thing as Coca-Cola. I've been lied to all this time. It's not even like, bro, there's the can. It's just a cover-up. Oh my god, bro. I thought maybe he invented his own brand of Coke, called it Coca-Cola, and it's just not in the market yet or some shit. He should honestly at this point probably just like have a Coca-Cola. It's just fucking brand a Coke.
We're going to be touching on graphics versus gameplay based updates, the true power of Unreal Engine 5.
I would say honestly, dude, face the time with the music. Okay. I would say honestly, if good time to fucking pause. I think Coca-Cola would actually be a fantastic beverage among streamers and their viewers because of how much copium you need with certain games these days. I feel like it actually would be good.
why marketing is important for Kickstarter projects as a whole.
Well, obviously.
Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin.
Shall we?
So, we'll start today's video off by gaslighting this completely fabricated argument with a quote from our mighty Copium Lord himself.
Graphics don't make a game fun.
True.
Systems make games fun.
True.
But graphics make those systems far more enjoyable.
If I wasn't a completely lazy degenerate, I would have absolutely leaped off my chair when Steven said this. This is 100% the correct take when it comes to graphics in an MMORPG.
Yeah.
A lot of people would say things like, graphics don't matter, it's all about how the game feels.
They matter to an extent. Like, the reason I can't play RuneScape is because of graphics. Even though RuneScape supposedly is a very good game, I will never find out because I just can't get past the graphics. There's a limit to how bad graphics need to be for me at this point in time for me to play the game. It is what it is, right? The only reason New World is attractive to me at all, and I don't plan on playing it because it's still a shit show, is because it looks good. But everything else in it sucks. So.
And in today's age,
hi Zed, how's it going?
Is not true. I'd even extend this further by saying that it's the systems and gameplay that makes MMOs fun, but that doesn't detract away from the graphics, elevating this to even higher heights. Here in 2022 with the...
If Elden Ring looked worse than it does now, it would be a lot less appealing. Right? It would be... it would feel less... the gameplay would feel less impressive. The dodging would be a bit more... annoying and stuff like that. The hitboxes would be a lot more about a much less what do you call it, realistic, right? For example, to the point where, like, after playing Elden Ring, just because of the graphics, I can't even go back to Souls 3. Same with, like, so after playing Souls 3, I can't even go back to Souls 1. It just doesn't feel as good anymore.
The evolution
and graphic has a big part in it.
Play an important role despite this fact.
100%. Oh my lord.
I want to touch on this subject specifically because, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm sick to death of people critiquing this particular part of Ashes of Creation. However, as I am a graceful host, I present you doubters a platform to vent your concerns.
Discord.
Let me know your thoughts and I'll be sure, as always, to read them all.
But little did the audience know, Narc doesn't actually give a shit.
When an MMO
probably not, no.
on graphics, it is of course a double-edged sword. At what point does over-the-top graphics begin detracting away from...
I have Ruination... Here we go. I will watch it tomorrow, though. I just don't have time today. I still need to go to the gym. It's like I'm watching these two videos and I have to hit the gym. Have you read it, friend? No, I haven't read it. If it will miss part, like, for me, it's like the general idea is just more important than like the small details. It's as small details make the story a lot better, yeah, but if I go into small details for every story in League, I'll be covering League lore basically until the MMO releases and I won't even finish then. Right, so for me, the general idea is more important. I just finished Demacia. I pretty much understand everything about Demacia that I need. I don't need the nitty-gritty stuff about, like, Silas's journey, like how he was born, what raised, and all that stuff. Same with Lux, same with Garen, all that stuff. I got the basic idea, and from there on, it's like, you know, you can make a small mistake about some stuff, but, like, for the most part, you understand the character well enough, and the nation and stuff like that, and the interactions well enough to know where the story is going, stuff like that. So it's like, I don't think I will, unless I'm like really excited about the Ruination story, which, again, as good as it is, I kind of doubt. I probably won't be reading it, but yeah.
What really matters.
Anyways, back to Ashes.
All of our currently popular MMOs, Final Fantasy XIV, BDO, ESO, Guild Wars 2, and even Retail WoW fail in this aspect. But Narg, you can just adjust the settings to suit you, right? Yes, you could do this. And as much as I think this is necessary in the modern age, I cannot deny my boomer brain, because I think spells should be clear and readable as the default maximum effect.
You know what I hate about WoW? If you look at the bars, look at like when the cooldown almost gets like, it's like 2 seconds, 1 second, whatever. The person is spamming that button like a motherfucker. It's like, I need to hit it. It needs to come off. The new book summarized for 30 minutes. It's from a stream. Okay, I'll can you link it in the chat? I'll have it on my bar to watch later. Yeah, like this is what I hate about WoW. The amount of times like you have to click the ability so many times just to like make sure it goes off at the right time. It's, I don't know what it is, but like in WoW it's just like so much more important than like any other game I've played. It's so annoying. After playing other games, it's annoying. While I was playing WoW, it never bothered me.
Turn it down from there. When you give players the option to have over-the-top spell effects, in my opinion, it just ruins the beauty of an MMORPG. It obscures the thing that makes this genre appealing to people.
The only thing I hate about Final Fantasy, so I feel like these abilities, like how they look, is beautiful and all this stuff. The problem is you never have the abilities of other players on, otherwise you can't see shit. And I feel like Final Fantasy is actually losing on that aspect. Like I don't think that's a win situation. The effects are so big, they're cool the first time, but the problem is you will never ever have the effects on for the other champions, and honestly even your effects would probably decrease by a level because it's just too much.
I don't play MMOs for spell effects out the wazoo. I play them to appreciate.
Yeah, look at it. You can't see shit. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah,
hundreds of players on a screen, not being blinded by literal flashbangs as hundreds of people use spell effects.
See, the thing is, like, for example, this is where I think WoW did a much better job. When you see, like, tons of people gather and they shoot, like, a world boss, and you see all of the balls, the shadow balls, the fireballs, the ice balls, whatever, everything just flies at the boss, that looks amazing. The problem with the spells in Final Fantasy, there's no trajectory, they just appear on the boss, and you just see, like, a bloop, 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 and there's just, like, it just sparks on the boss, and just... it doesn't feel as good, for sure. Yeah. It looks amazing for the first few times, yeah, but later on, it's like you just turn it off because it's just distracting you. You can't see shit.
Effects, which leads us nicely onto Ashes of Creation's switch over to Unreal Engine 5. We've seen a few of their post UE5 spell effects. I'll have them playing on repeat in the background in case you are low of IQ, just to refresh your memory. And
like,
in my opinion, again,
or haven't seen them. This looks really nice.
Turned down significantly. Can you imagine what 200 players using these kind of spell effects would look like in an epic siege battle? But this isn't an Unreal Engine specific fault. Ashes of Creation have a highly talented art team from what we've seen so far in 2022, and I'm sure they're excited.
See, like right now, yeah, so I see what he means. It's like all these meteors falling, he can't even see what the targets behind there are doing. So it is really, really distracting, right? But at the same time, it looks really cool. So yeah, as the player, you would probably turn off other people's spell effects. Though again, honestly, even in WoW, when you have like 40v40, you don't see anything that's happening. Honestly, well, the game can't even handle 40v40, so let's be real. But even if it could, you wouldn't be able to see who is casting what. You'll just see like a massive barrage of spells hitting you. So again, even WoW wouldn't do it. But in a raid fight, I feel like these spells are not that bad in a raid fight. Like 20 man, 10 man, whatever. I don't feel like this would be that bad overall.
Show off the max
at the moment. But I haven't like seen all the spell potentials, right?
Spell effects feel and look great at an epic scale, and
yeah,
in my opinion, yes, we're gonna go there once again. World of Warcraft,
2004. Yep, 2008. I agree. This looks so much better.
To really nail this, but is this mere nostalgia talking? Does Unreal Engine have the potential to fix these issues I have with visuals in today's MMOs? Well, yes. I believe there is a chance for this, so...
I just want to see the projectiles, man. I feel like it's not even the spell that, like, when it hits is what's amazing. I feel like seeing the projectile fly towards the target is what made WoW look really good when a lot of people attacked someone. The effect, first of all, wasn't that big. When it hit the target, wasn't that big. Those are pluses. But seeing all of the projectiles fly towards something, that's what looked good. All the people who are like in melee, they don't like, who cares? Like you don't even see what they're doing, right? It doesn't matter, right? It's like, oh, a little slash, a little this, whatever. It's like, that's not a big deal. The projectiles flying though, seeing the arrow, seeing the poison arrow, like the stinger arrow, whatever the hunter has, the venom, all the fireballs flying, the pyro flying right now and stuff like that. That is what really makes it cool. Seeing all of these projectiles just fly onto the target. Everything else is like, no one cares. Like the impact animation is not as anywhere near as important.
Let's discuss this next.
Power of Unreal.
You probably know by now, as I've banged on about it plenty of times.
Unreal's the shit.
I heckin' love Unreal Engine 5, bro.
Yep.
Makes my PP hard. I will gush over the technological advances all I want.
It is really good.
Listen to my backtesting. However, you can do this in all of my previous Unreal Engine 5 videos. For today, we shall be engaging in deep discussion about art style and graphical intensity. We'll start with the intensity first because I simply cannot hold myself back and need to suck Unreal's greasy cock. Now, there's lots of interesting tools to UE5 that wasn't available in previous generations. Firstly, we cannot continue without briefly highlighting the insane jump in optimization, photorealistic texture rendering, and real-time
God damn, bro.
Nanite and Lumen offer. But are these realistic-looking graphics really ideal for an MMO?
No, you won't go like full ham on the graphics for an MMO for sure. Yeah. I like WoW for the projectiles, but the impact sucks. The summation bolt is about the only one that feels good. I agree, but I feel like it's just not as important. I feel like the impact sucks, but it's just not as important as seeing all of the projectiles fly. For example, Final Fantasy, the impact looks amazing, but because of the lack of the projectile, it just doesn't look as good. It's just like, you know, you have the boss, you have the character, and it just... Talis, I feel like I got disconnected while I was saying something, so I'm gonna say it again. And I'm sorry if you heard this because it told me that my thing was reconnecting. So, gonna hear it again. Anyways, what I was saying is, yes, the impact sucks, but I feel like it's not as big of... Holy shit, man. Okay, it happened again. I guess I'm not allowed to talk about this because it just disconnects my internet. What the fuck? This is another reason why I don't do long streams sometimes, because just the internet just decides to fuck you at some point. Anyways, all I was saying is the impact doesn't feel as important, so even if it sucks, it's not that big of a deal. The projectiles I feel like are just way more important for the visual effect of like something looking epic. Just seeing the visuals flying in. The impact, as no matter how good the impact looks, if there's too many impacts that are like fantastic and look amazing, you will eventually have to turn it off because it would just be too much. Like you will not be able to see what the boss is doing, not be able to see the target at all. Imagine like if it's a massive boss, you might get away with it. It's like, oh well, you know, the